because our own Felicia Combs is in that area, and the weather is messing with some of that broadcast right now. And so you're seeing the local radar beam from the Tampa area, and you see how we've got that next band that is approaching Tampa Bay right now. That is where Felicia is reporting for us, and we're starting to see that next round getting closer and closer to her location. So we'll get back when we can, when it's safe to do so, across the Tampa area. Very heavy rainfalls in the forecast for Tampa and the surrounding region for the rest of the day. Now that you're in this rain, Tampa, I would expect you to stay in the slop for the rest of the day, the rest of tonight, and continuing on into tomorrow. Samantha, this also includes an onshore push of wind to Tampa Bay itself, so a storm surge warning continues there for 3 to 5 feet of water rise. Combine that with the heavy rain on that radar that I just showed, and we could absolutely see some flooding because the water from the rainfall can't leave because the storm surge is moving in time. We get that kind of sandwich across the area.
Yeah, it doesn't allow it. It does not allow it to exit. You're right, Mark, and it is going to be pushing ahead. It is going to be pushing onshore, as you said, and ahead of the system, then continuing for a long period of time. So let's take a look at some of our cities here and what we're expecting to see in terms of the timing as we see those outer bands approaching here. Cedar Key already, and you can see all of the electricity associated with some of those thunderstorms in the form of lightning. So here we go here. Tallahassee's right here, Jacksonville over on your right, and then Cedar Key here, of course, along the coast. And we're seeing this band move in towards the Tallahassee area this afternoon. This will be some very heavy rain, gusty, damaging winds. We have that potential to see more spin-up tornado we've been talking about for much of the morning. And this band looks particularly gnarly as it approaches the coast here. Very heavy rain and most likely some very strong that could be severe, that could cause a spin-up tornado as that band moves over land, and we see a little friction associated with the spin of this of Debby, Tropical Storm Debby, but likely to be a hurricane by this time in the morning. There you can see that center of circulation onshore somewhere in between Apalachicola and Cedar Key, most likely in the early morning tomorrow, and then it continues with those tropical storm force winds as it moves across North Florida into Georgia, and this one is going to be with us for quite a few days and already impacting Tampa, where we find our meteorologist, Felicia Combs. And Felicia, how are things looking right now, and when do you expect to see things at their worst?
You know, I think it's going to be kind of an on and off of really bad conditions, and you get a little bit of a break, and that's what we've been seeing. 'Tis the nature of these tropical systems, especially they're passing far away from you, and you're just having kind of those rain bands moving through. That's what we're having here in Tampa. When you're in a rain band, the rain is very heavy, the winds are gusty, the rain is coming down at a really heavy clip, and that's going to lead to that flooding. I do want to show you this really quickly, though. You can see Tampa Bay behind me, and we've been watching this kind of this whole time, and we are starting to see that water of Tampa Bay edge up a little bit more. When we were looking at that seawall earlier, the water was a bit lower. Now, if the forecast of 3 to 5 feet of storm surge were to verify, that would come up over that seawall. We're already hearing reports of some seawall flooding. Beach, St. Pete Beach, Clearwater Beach. So we will be keeping a close eye on the conditions here in Tampa as Debby continues its trek north through the Gulf.
I love that my daughter still needs me, but sometimes I can't help due to burning and stabbing pain in my hands. So I use Nervive.
Nervive's clinical dose of ALA reduces nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days.
Now I can help again. Feel the difference with Nervive.
Make the bunny circle over and under. Bunny. Did you just do it?
Yes.
You did it.
Are trial packs available? Get started today with a 3-month trial pack if appropriate at TryRexMD.com.
What the biggest companies deliver is exceptional customer experience. What makes it possible is unmatched connectivity and 5G solutions from T-Mobile for Business. T-Mobile connects 100,000 Delta Airlines employees powers Tractor Supply stores nationwide with reliable 5G business internet and helps Red Bull revolutionize coverage of live events. This is how business goes further with T-Mobile for Business.
I'm a bee, and I bumbled my way into your car.
Buzz.
Oh, man. Have the right auto insurance coverage? Paying for this could really sting, so get Allstate.
Psoriatic arthritis symptoms could be
Auto insurance coverage? Paying for this could really sting, so get Allstate.
psoriatic arthritis symptoms could be unpredictable.
One day, your joints hurt.
Next sits on your skin.
I got Cosentix. Feels good to move.
Feel joint pain, swelling, and tenderness, back pain, and clearer skin, and help stop further joint damage with Cosentix. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Some are fatal. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms like fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, have seen or plan to, or if inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions and severe eczema-like skin reactions may occur.
I feel better.
Check out these moves.
Just bust the move.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentix.
Is this really happening?
He's not gonna pick her. No.
Reese's Pieces and cookie dough together in a DQ blizzard.
I wonder if they're still together. No.
Spoiler alert, the Reese's Pieces cookie dough blizzard is like really good. DQ, happy tastes good.
My visiting angel's caregiver has been She's not just a caregiver. She's essential to me and my family.
Join us in celebrating 25 years of personal home care.
HomeAglow just cleaned my entire house for $19. Serious, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry. They even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeAglow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
This hurricane season, America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
In between the bands, right, the rainfall really eases and then picks back up as that next round comes through. And that's going to be the trend for the rest of the day today. Here are the current stats for Tropical Storm Debby. 65-mile-per-hour top wind speed, right on the fringes of, hurricane strength, which is, 74. So we've got a little bit of ways to go for that, but we'll get there. In fact, the forecast calls for a hurricane to be approaching the Big Bend of Florida by early tomorrow morning. Not even this time tomorrow morning, early tomorrow. We will be able to have a hurricane approaching the Big Bend. We have seen tornado warnings today across much of this area, and because of that, in these outer bands, we have seen several of these tropically induced tornado spin-ups. They are fast-moving, really hard to pick up, really hard to see, even on radar. But they're there, and so you got to respect the warnings today across much of this area. Wind gusts in Fort Myers at 46 miles per hour, Key West still gusting over 30, Tampa gusting to 26 across this zone. And it is those outer bands that continue to give us that risk. Here's one of those warnings, Collier County with a radar indicated spin, also a flash flood warning. That flash flood warning goes until 6 o'clock. So we've got a long ways to go for the rain. Shorter time for the tornado warning, but it is going to be moving on off towards, say, the Fort Myers area. And again, respect these. They're going to be quick-moving, spin-up tornadoes for the rest of the day. Then, not only are we looking at the outer bands here around Alligator Alley, but again, that heavy, heavy rain is a big problem. There's that flash flood warning that goes until 6 o'clock local time, and just more rain on the way. The broad view shows you the tornado threat for the rest of the day. This goes until 8 o'clock, not only for the Naples region, but all the way up through Orlando, Daytona, Jacksonville. We've barely talked about you yet, Jacksonville, but gosh, there's going to be a lot of rain coming your way also. You look at the wind threat here, and remember, the core of the storm is going to head towards the Big Bend. So that's where the worst of the wind's going to be. That's where the hurricane warnings will be, in that kind of core of the storm. But tropical storm conditions will go way outside of that landfall point, along with days of very heavy rainfall. So flood watches have also been issued. All of that means prolonged periods of tropical storm conditions, and the long-duration power outages are expected. Sam, this is going to be a big problem for the entire week to come in the Southeast.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine. We're still going to be talking about this Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And the folks here in Tallahassee, they have been busy putting sandbags together. You can see this community out together working, filling up bags so that the community can protect their homes from the flooding, from storm surge, from freshwater flooding. And the city is under a tropical storm warning, as well as a flood watch and a tornado watch until 8 o'clock this evening is the tornado watch. So we spoke to a resident who was hit by the tornado that occurred in May, who is trying to prepare for this next storm.
On May 10th, we were hit with a tornado, and none of the work has begun to repair our house, so we're under tarps right now, and we're getting ready for this one. I'm just wondering if our tarps will hold up for what's coming next. My wife's from New Orleans, so she doesn't care about any storms. They all seem to be piddling, but I'm afraid that, if we get quite a bit of rain, that we'll be impacted again. So I'm just trying to avert anything that we possibly can.
Well, I think he's right, and I don't think we'll be able to call. I don't think we'll be able to call Tropical Storm Debby piddly once Debby ends up affecting the Big Bend region of Florida and the west coast of Florida, and then South Georgia and the Carolinas. This is going to be very impactful. So tomorrow we'll have that threat for severe storms, including those spin-up tornadoes once again, well inland across much of northern Florida and across South Georgia. So we'll have around-the-clock live coverage of Debby all day and all night as Debby charges up the coast of Florida and across the southeast. Here is your team ready to go.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
Amazing.
To the right now. Is the GPS playing the cha-cha slide?
Geico can help when you get a flat tire with their easy app and 24/7 help.
Everybody clap your hands.
Whatever you need, from coverage to service, get more with Geico.
This is the one. She fixes, she manages, she perfects. Because maintaining this space transports her to this space. The industrial grade product you need. Call, click, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I was so excited to buy my first home, but I needed a lot of work done on it. I went on to Angie. Jamie was the first person to call. He's resurfaced my flooring. He's done plumbing work. He's refinished this beautiful table here.
Find top-rated certified pros in your area at Angie.com.
Driving the Nissan Rogue with Google built in is like...
Hey Google, turn on Rocky's Food.
It's like the ultimate connection. See why it's been awarded a Consumer Guide Best Buy and recommended by Consumer Reports. Drive the Nissan Rogue today.
Get the 2024 Nissan Rogue with best-in-class fuel economy. One of 6 Nissan vehicles starting under $30,000.
Does RexMD really work? Over 85% of patients said, not only does it work, they saw results the very first night. Get started today with a 3-month trial pack if appropriate at tryrexmd.com.
Here we go. Consumer Cellular uses the same towers as Big Wireless, but then passes the savings on to you. Save your money for something else. Speaking of, I ordered us some Thai food. For unlimited talk and text with reliable coverage starting at just $20, call Consumer Cellular.
Everybody wants super straight, super white teeth. They want that Hollywood white smile. New Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth and 24/7 sensitivity protection. I think it's a great product. It's going to help a lot of patients.
I haven't even told you the best part of the story. They met at the club. The book club? No, like the club. Like,
Oh, no, immediately. Beat off hard pass.
Yeah, I am good with this club. What would you even wear to a club? Comfortable footwear.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
Tropical storm Debby wasting no time in bringing rain and winds to the west coast of Florida. This is a live look at Sanibel Island.
Winds like this grab your attention, but it's the rain and flooding that is the big danger with this system. The latest cone shows Debby's lumbering path from Florida's Big Bend to the Carolinas, and now Virginia is in the cone too.
Yes, as we continue to watch Debby move slowly, we are concerned with alerts that are up, and although we expect these to expand in the coming hours, regardless, time is running out, so make sure you are ready. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live continuing coverage of this tropical threat. I'm Jen Carfagno.
And I'm Tyler Malden. We're here with you throughout the afternoon, bringing you the very latest on Debby and the widespread threats coming for Florida and the southeast coast.
Yeah, we already have those rain bands starting to lash the west coast of Florida, and that includes places like right here in Naples. We've got a storm surge warning and a tropical storm warning that is in effect. We've also got some flash flood concerns too with this very heavy rain that is coming down, and you know, you can really see the swift movement of the water in the currents out there. Not that anyone's thinking about this as a beach day, but it gets dangerous pretty quickly when you see how fast that water is and how intense those waves are going to become. Now, I want to talk about where Debby is right now, what kind of state it is in, and how things are going to be changing. We do have the hurricane warnings that are up for parts of the Big Bend, Appalachia Bay area here in Florida, extending even inland. Concerns beyond that, though, with you can see a tropical storm warning that goes all the way up into South Georgia. This is important as we watch that potential for winds all the way inland as well. Tropical storm watches expand beyond that through southeastern Georgia, including Savannah and over to South Carolina and Charleston. And of course, what we're dealing with right now is everything that's happening for us right now on the west coast of Florida. We're in a tropical storm warning with the rain that is lashing us from Tampa to St. Pete and Sarasota and down through Fort Myers and Port Charlotte and Naples. So here is the latest satellite view. Tropical storm Debby has winds of 65 miles per hour. Within the next hour, we'll get the new advisory. Certainly, the potential is there for hurricane status, if not this next one, but then beyond in the next coming hours. We think that's going to happen. We're watching a lot of it on the eastern side of the storm, so it certainly is not completely, a sort of central, but you have a lot of the activity on the east side of this storm, which happens to be where Florida is and where we are getting the worst of the weather right now. So certainly badly positioned there. Moving to the north-northwest at 13, moving over very warm waters here in the eastern Gulf of Mexico. And that was always our concern, is that if it gets a little more water time, it will have more time to develop. If all things are optimal, it could develop very quickly. At the moment, the development has just been steady. I'll call it that. The latest view here on the visible satellite allows us to see that circulation. So now you kind of get a sense of the whole circulation that we have, and then how the eastern side is much more loaded with the precipitation. You see that kind of like that, which happens to be Tampa, even inland, over towards Lakeland. We're getting some rain as well with these rain bands that extend in. Winds right now gusting Fort Myers about 37 miles per hour. Even in Miami, we're gusting to 39 miles per hour with this whole broad circulation. You can see all the winds circulating around. And when it comes to any flood concerns, you probably noticed in that view that we were showing you from Naples how the water was really moving very quickly like this, coming up from south to north. So we're getting a longshore current that's being driven along the coastline here, and that will be the areas that end up being flood prone, just because we'll be watching that wind. If you're on sort of the south-facing side of any of these communities, that's where you'll get the water coming in. Now, we do also have a tornado watch. We've been monitoring a couple of tornado warnings already this afternoon. This watch goes until 8 o'clock. Quite common to get quick little spin-ups of tornadoes that can happen very fast. You don't necessarily get a lot of warning because things do change very rapidly in these kind of situations. We do have one warning right now. This one for DeSoto. Parts of DeSoto County, Zolfo Springs is in it. This goes until 1:30 local time. And one thing I want to point out, that this little cell is completely wrapped in rain. So you're not going to be able to see this coming. If you're in a warning, you just want to make sure you go right to your safe shelter. Not a lot of basements here, so you want to go in an interior room, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and be ready for this kind of situation all day, all night. Actually, here we're going to be dealing with this. Moffett, 117, Zolfo Springs, 121, Wakula, outside of the warned area, but want to give you some timing. That's at 127 as we watch that track mainly to the north. Now, the Naples area, just about less than an hour ago, we did have some tornado warnings down here. Those were allowed to expire, but now we have a flash flood warning because of the heavy rain coming in. This will be the first of many, many flash flood warnings we are expecting from Debby. Collier County is in this, Golden Gate, Marco Island, Naples. This goes until 6 o'clock this evening, and getting some of that very heavy rain already, with radar estimates showing us more than 3.5 inches here. You can see that in some local areas even higher. We're definitely concerned about how this rainfall is going to be adding up, considering that we're really just getting into it and already getting inches of rain. Let's check in on the Tampa area. We right now in Tampa have winds gusting to 25. St. Petersburg gusting to tropical storm force at 41 miles per hour. Sarasota gusting to 35. It is an offshore wind over Tampa Bay, so that the water is getting blown like that. But, maybe right on this area, so you kind of look at the areas where is the wind pushing the water. Those are the spots where you could have some problems, maybe some roads that run right along there, but also the rainfall. Straight flooding because of heavy rain, that's actually the biggest concern right now. And watching that, we also have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings with these cells and the broad circulation. This includes parts of Lake and Orange County, including Lady Lake. So, all the hazards are out there, and we continue to watch this as a developing situation, Tyler.
Jen, less than a year after Hurricane Idalia devastated the community of Cedar Key, Florida, residents are now bracing for fierce rain and wind from Debby. Storm surge last year led to major flooding and prompted Cedar Key to move its new city hall a quarter mile away to higher ground. Some businesses have added drainage to their flooring and moved electrical units higher up their walls in hopes that this time recovery will be just a little bit easier. Now, with Idalia fresh in their minds, residents are racing to prepare ahead of Debby's landfall. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf joins us live from Cedar Key, where boat ramps have been closed, and mandatory evacuations were issued yesterday for mobile homes and low-lying areas. We're going to bring in Reynolds now, who is live in Cedar Key, Florida. Reynolds, I'm curious, you know, Idalia is fresh in their minds here. We also had a recent severe weather outbreak that impacted Cedar Key. You have to imagine that the residents of Cedar Key are feeling a little storm exhaustion. Would you agree with that?
Oh, there's definitely some fatigue there, no doubt about it. But, you know, when it comes to intelligence, intelligence is something that people can be born with, but wisdom is something that is gained through experience. And people here, when it comes to meteorology, when it comes to what can come from the Gulf of Mexico weather-wise, people here are incredibly wise, and they're taking all precautions and getting ready the best they possibly can. Let's go to the video, and as we do so, it does lay out the narrative of preparation. People here doing something that is altogether way too familiar. Again, you see the signs out there, the storm surge warnings, right there along any thoroughfare, be it the interstate, be it your back roads. You've got these signs up everywhere, and this is really the hard work they've been doing. They take out the plywood, make sure it fits the size, and they bolster it up the best they possibly can. That's part of the fortifications that they will employ to try to ward off possibly some flying debris, the strong winds, of course, the heavy rainfall that's going to be in the picture. But surge is also another problem that we certainly dealt with less than a year ago and may deal with as we go forward in time. Highest point that you have here in Cedar Key, a place that was first settled back in the 1840s, is about 10 feet, so it really doesn't take much. Now, as we go forward, we're going to see conditions become considerably worse. You take a look at these skies. Right now, we've got some showers out to our west and to our south, but they are going to be moving right overhead, and then a lot of fury is going to come with them when the rain falls and the wind does begin to pick up. There it is, that pinwheel. Hard to believe that it's gone through such a metamorphosis over the last, say, 24 to 48 to 72 to 96 hours. But sure enough, here it is swimming in an area where you have minimal shear, very warm water environment. So it is an incubation point for this system to intensify. And Jen, that's the big thing. That's what we're going to be following. But Jen, as you pointed out, this is a story that is not begin or end right here at the water's edge. It's going to be a huge problem for days to come and for millions of people over the next several days far from these shores.
Yeah, I mean, you hit right on it, Reynolds. Here, the problem is, you know, the steering flow kind of breaks down once we get into the next few days. And so then we're dealing with a system that doesn't have a lot of momentum in one direction, one way or another. And that's going to really, unfortunately, add up rainfall when you have a slow-moving system. Reynolds, thank you for that. We're going to keep on checking back in with Reynolds. And, you know, let's talk about what we know right now with the timing and the steering and what's going to happen with where this is going this week. We've got a large area of very heavy rainfall, 5 to 8 inches, extending all throughout northern Florida into southeastern Georgia. Also, 8 to 12 inches of rainfall in a very widespread area. And you know, in situations like this, there's always pockets that get even more than that here, kind of the overachievers. So that's some potential out there. Now, right now, some of those heavy rain bands are lashing us on the west coast of Florida, bringing some very heavy rainfall. We've already seen the flash flood warnings around the Naples area with 3 to 4, 5 inches of rain that has happened. All of these rain bands have a lot of moisture potential in them, and so we're going to see that big rainfall rate, which will drive that risk for flash flooding. So even without the core of the system on shore, these outer bands, I think, are all heavy rain producers that will lead to some localized problems. Now, we watch, of course, the system itself, and we are expecting it to continue to strengthen as it moves up towards a landfall. Does it happen tomorrow? Yes, likely. Does it happen in the morning? I think there's still uncertainty in this timing. Of course, any more time that it spends over water will allow it to strengthen a little bit more. So just to give you a sense of that, and then once we see this move up over into northern Florida, into southern Georgia, we expect that we will be dealing with a very slow-moving system at this point, because what's steering it kind of breaks down. And so then we've got competing high pressures that are basically going to be toying with this thing and not really moving it in one direction very quickly at this point, based on what we can see. So that's going to exacerbate the flood concerns. We've got likely flooding and flash flooding here from Tampa up through Cedar Key, almost to Apalachicola. We're going to be watching this area continue to get inundated starting later today and then through the overnight. And this is in the morning, the heavy rain coming in. Again, if we landfall at this time, some of those fierce winds as well coming in. But just watching those heavy rain concerns, regardless of kind of exactly where it is, because of how broad the system is, because we're dealing with a lot of the heavies of moisture on the east side. And Tyler, this is going to add up to, you know, more than 9 or 10 inches here. Wouldn't be surprised if someone gets a foot of rainfall out of this.
You know, Jen, today is not the day you want to be out on the road. Just check out the wind rocking the camera on the Matlacha Bridge in Florida. The water below it looking extra angry. Earlier today, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis warned of the dangers that the rain will bring as Debby inches closer and closer to shore.
It is going to drop a lot of rain across many parts of the state, but certainly the northern part of the state. We already have saturation in those areas, so you are going to be at risk of flooding.
Of course, this is part of the reason why dozens of counties in the state of Florida are currently under a state of emergency. We have Debby inching its way closer to the shore. It's hitting a very ripe environment to likely rapidly intensify, and as it does so, it's spreading a lot of moisture, a lot of rain bands into Florida. This is the rainy season, so the soil is already saturated. Any additional rainfall that we see is just going to add insult to injury. So we have a flood watch in effect for roughly 19 million people in Florida, Georgia, as well as the Carolinas. This is all the way through Tuesday. You can clearly see the path that this swath of heavy rainfall is going to take. Once Debby makes landfall in the Big Bend of Florida, essentially the energy up in the atmosphere gives it the hymen, says not today. And then it pushes up into the Heisman and pushes it up into the North Georgia and South Florida, South Georgia and the Carolinas, just kind of meandering there. And it just rains itself out for days. And that leads to the risk for flooding. We could see up to a foot of rainfall in portions of this area. Some isolated spots could even see up to 2 feet of rainfall. That is absolutely enough to spark some flooding. You can see the rainfall here just continuing for days. You know, it makes landfall early in the morning on Monday. It continues to linger around in this area on into Tuesday, potentially into Wednesday. It's not until we get into maybe Thursday that it starts to kick out, Jen. So this area, we absolutely have to watch closely for the flooding risk.
That's going to be one of the biggest challenges with the system. And I see what you did with like the Heisman. It's a stop, but on both sides there's a stop.
Absolutely.
And
so it just sits there.
And that's why we have this challenge with heavy rainfall. There's another concern we have, and that's going to be storm surge, which could bring flooding to the coastline. We'll talk about that coming up through the show, and want to make sure that you're ready for all of the hazards. Again, that storm surge warning is up, extending from Apalachicola all the way down through Tampa and the Tampa Bay area. Really been watching right now the winds moving up from south to north here coming into the Tampa Bay. So I think the areas that have a south-facing coastline will be the ones right now they're dealing with that water inundation. Actually, this sort of in detail, kind of seeing the winds like that. So a little more southeast. The wind direction is so important and critical, actually. These slow, little minor changes in wind direction will matter as to who gets some of those water concerns. But in the coming days, and of course, as we approach landfall, this area, a very flood-prone area for some storm surge, there is at risk for flooding. Now, the difference between a storm surge watch and a warning. A watch means that life-threatening inundation from rising water is possible within 48 hours. Storm surge warning means that inundation is expected within 36 hours. And we do have that warning up again for that coastline, including around Cedar Key, where it's possible that 6 feet of storm surge, if everything, the timing of everything here comes together, we'd sort of have that worst case scenario when it comes to storm surge, 4 to 7 feet on either side of that, and then down along the west coast of Florida, the Tampa Bay area, and southbound, about 3 to 5 feet of storm surge inundation. Also coast of Georgia and South Carolina, you could be dealing with some minor flooding as well. Now be sure to stay with the Weather Channel all day long as we continue to track Tropical Storm Debby. Our live crews are bringing you the latest on the system as it tracks across Florida and the southeast coast.
You know, if you were cash backing, you could earn on everything with just one card. Chase Freedom Unlimited. So if you're off the racking or crab cracking, you're cash backing. Cash back on flapjacks, baby backs, or tacos at the taco shack.
Nah, I'm working on my six-pack.
Switch to a king suite.
Or book a silent retreat.
Silent retreat. Oh, hold up. Yeah, I can't talk right now. I'm at a silent retreat. Cash back on everything you buy with Chase Freedom Unlimited with no annual fee. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of what's yours.
Not you again. I can't talk to a doctor about this. It's embarrassing. ZocDoc? You're right. I bet they deal with this all the time. What about Dr. Anderson? Okay. Dr. Finley really puts you at ease. And she takes my insurance, too. Let's do it.
You've got more options than you know. Book now.
I'm gonna miss you too.
The Omaha Steaks Anniversary Sale is here. For over a century, we've guaranteed the highest quality in everything we offer. To celebrate, we're offering you 50% off site-wide. That means you'll save 50% and get our 100% guarantee that you'll love every bite. And right now, you'll save an extra $30 when you use promo code CELEBRATE at checkout. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV today.
To the right now. Is the GPS playing the cha-cha slide?
Geico can help when you get a flat tire with their easy app and 24/7 help.
Everybody clap your hands.
Whatever you need, from coverage to service, get more with Geico.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
Amazing.
BK's new fiery menu, 5 items, 5 levels, so you can do you. Level 1's like, level 5's a bit, woo! It's fiery. At BK, have it your way.
Give me a big smile.
Up in the morning, out. Up in the morning, big smiles, guys. Instant practice all the working your fingers right down to the bone. You got me, honey, won't leave you. Ring, ring, go
All the gear to go back in style. Welcome to your Walmart.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Debby. Get trusted updates only on the Weather Channel and the Weather Channel TV app.
Currently in our area, 92 degrees under fair skies.
With hearing loss connected. The company Clear Captions, providing a phone which allows users to read what the caller is saying live. Meet Betty and Mary, sisters. Betty is suffering from hearing loss.
My hearing got...
Today, sunny, hot, high 98, winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Allows the sisters to stay connected. Now Betty can read the captions
Tonight,
on the phone.
clear to partly cloudy, low 70, winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Service is provided at no cost to you through a federally managed program.
It's given me
Monday, mainly sunny, hot, high 98, winds south-southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour.
Required. Clear Captions will install, train, and...
Here's our 7-day outlook.
At no cost to you. Call today. 1-800-268-8923. That's 800-268-8923.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the details.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
It is not just Florida bracing for impacts from Tropical Storm Debby. All of the southeast coast is now in the cone, from Georgia up through Virginia. We could see widespread wind and rain. The National Hurricane Center is already warning of historic rainfall amounts that could lead to catastrophic flooding. You can see the cone, and the cone really is a forecast for the center of the storm and the winds associated with it. It does not really include the threats from rainfall, and that's what I want to pull out here in the southeast, is the threat that we have from rainfall, Tyler.
Yeah, absolutely, Jen. I mean, you said it best right then. The cone tells you where the center of the system is going to go, but the threats and the impacts from every tropical system stretch out far from the center. So even though you may not live where this is going to make landfall, you're absolutely going to feel impacts. Case in point, we have tens of millions from Florida on into Georgia and the Carolinas under some sort of tropical alert at this time. That includes a tropical storm warning from the southwestern tip of the Florida Peninsula all the way into South Georgia. And then you've got Savannah, Georgia, and Charleston. You're under a tropical storm watch. Oh, yeah, did I forget to mention a hurricane warning in the Big Bend of Florida? That includes about close to Cedar Key, where we are going to see hurricane force conditions once we get to Monday morning. Once it makes landfall, it does slow its forward progression quite considerably. It almost stalls, and it sits over the southeast for several days. More than likely from Monday through about Wednesday, possibly even Thursday, you're seeing heavy downpours here across Georgia and the Carolinas. That's going to lead to a foot of rainfall. Some areas seeing even more rainfall than that. Absolutely sparks the concern for flooding. So we are going to see the potential for flooding across North Florida, South Georgia, and the Carolinas as we go through now on into Tuesday. And then our concern starts to really focus on the Carolina coastline once we get into Tuesday and Wednesday, because again, we're just going to see band after band of rainfall sit right on this area as Debby is slow to move, Jen. Yeah, really slow, and that's why the heavy rain is going to add up. Now, Charleston, just one spot that will have to pay extra close attention to Tropical Storm Debby. We know here that it doesn't actually take much rain at all to cause flooding in Charleston, and unfortunately, you're not just going to get a little bit of rain. You are going to get a lot. Peak rainfall amounts could add up to 10 inches, and that's not including the 2 to 4 feet of storm surge that is also possible, which I do want to mention is a really complicating factor here along the coastline of Georgia and South Carolina, and Charleston in particular, because you're just so flood prone. But you think of all these rivers that exit out, let me use a different color so you can see it better, that exit out here into the Atlantic. When you have a storm surge that is pushing on shore, even if it's only 2 to 4 feet, that's going to slow down the water running out. And so when we get 10 inches of rain and it's not easily able to flow out to the Atlantic here, that becomes an additional contributing factor to the flooding issues that we're going to see. And that's why, or one of the reasons why, we do have a high risk of flash flooding. Savannah, Hilton Head, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, all communities and their points in between that have this risk of the heavy rainfall that will cause flash flooding. The timing, this is Tuesday into Wednesday, so you can see how long we are going to be dealing with this system. Expecting that we'll be getting some high-risk days. Keep this in mind when you hear that. A high-risk day usually does have damages. In fact, 83% of the yearly flood damages come on high-risk days compared to 4% on moderate risk. So there's a lot of certainty on days like this when we do have, unfortunately, big rainfall concerns leading to flood concerns, Tyler. And, but with what we're working with and knowing how long duration it could be, it makes it even worse. Absolutely. And the way that we measure hurricanes is on the Saffir-Simpson wind scale. And we expect Debby to make landfall as a strong Category 1 early Monday. But what isn't encompassed in that Category 1 status is the fact that we are going to see all this storm surge and we are going to see this flooding. The flooding. I heard Mark Elliott earlier today use a very awesome term, and he called it Category Slow. So even though this is going to make landfall as a Category 1, it's essentially a Category slow system. It's going to stall its forward motion, and there is that inverse relation between the forward movement and the amount of rainfall that you see. And unfortunately, North Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas will absolutely see that. Now, giving you a little better timing here, we're seeing rainfall pushing across the Carolina coastline right now, and we're just going to be locked in place with this rainfall as we go into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It really does not let up until more than likely we get into Thursday. And associated with that, you're going to see the threat for rip currents. You're going to see the threat for coastal flooding and storm surge as well. Keep it here on the Weather Channel, because right after the break, we will be back live with Reynolds Wolf, live from Cedar Key, Florida.
Psoriatic arthritis symptoms can be unpredictable. One day, your joints hurt.
Next, it's on your skin.
I got Cosentix. Feels good to move.
Feel less joint pain, swelling and tenderness, back pain, and clearer skin, and help stop further joint damage with Cosentix. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Some are fatal. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms like fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, had a vaccine or plan to, or if inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions and severe eczema-like skin reactions may occur.
I feel better.
Check out these moves. Just bust a move.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentix.
Make the bunny circle over and under. Get one bunny. Pull.
Did you just do it?
You did it.
Let me see. I gotta look.
People call it the biggest small town festival in Minnesota.
And we came up with the idea of creating a community s'mores table.
The Hershey Company got wind of this, sent 40,000 candy bars.
Made my day 100 times better. I love s'mores so much.
Driving the Nissan Rogue with Google built in is like...
Hey, Google, turn on Rocky's food.
It's like the ultimate connection. See why it's been awarded a Consumer Guide Best Buy and recommended by Consumer Reports. Drive the Nissan Rogue today.
Get the 2024 Nissan Rogue with best-in-class fuel economy. One of 6 Nissan vehicles starting under $30,000.
$5 all-you-can-eat pancakes are back at IHOP for a limited time. Or free with select combo purchase. Now you can get stacks on stacks. At IHOP, we don't just put food on your plate, we put a smile on your plate.
This is ludicrous.
Ludicrous. All right, who called for ludicrous?
Sorry, we went, this is ludicrous.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't tell ludicrous what's ludicrous. Ludicrous tells you what's ludicrous.
Okay.
Oh, that is ludicrous. You don't need me for this. Hang on. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Good thing you have State Farm. Just file a claim on the app or call us.
Guess I can go.
Don't you mean roll out?
No, I don't.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This is the one who helps everyone stay safe. An unsung hero in a building full of everyday heroes. Is just how he likes it. The industrial-grade products you need. Call, click, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Valenti mango sorbetto is made with 100% real fruit. Without bunts of mangoes.
Yeah, I know.
Oh. Right? Mm-hmm. Talenti, raise the jar.
Instead of trying the latest weight loss fad, join over 5 million people that have switched to Golo as a better way to lose weight. With Golo, you simply take one release supplement with each meal and follow the Golo for Life plan. The 7 natural plants and 3 key minerals in release targets body fat and combats the stress of dieting. Golo is the effective and affordable weight loss solution. Get started today at golo.com. That's GOLO.com.
Everybody wants super straight, super white teeth. They want that Hollywood white smile. New Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth and 24/7 sensitivity protection. I think it's a great product. It's going to help a lot of patients.
Alien Romulus, rated R.
And live images from the southernmost point of the continental United States. You see the marker right there, and right now, I'll tell you, we've got drops from Debby just illustrating the scene, or actually enhancing the scene with some big waves that are coming on through. People just certainly making memories here at, again, continental United States southernmost point. Now, if you want to know America's entire southernmost point, you've got to go to Hawaii. place called Naalehu. But I will tell you, something that's not trivial at all is what's happening here. People are preparing the best they possibly can. Welcome back, everyone. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. The location, well, this is Cedar Key. And then if you are thinking back to less than a year ago, this was a place that was certainly hammered by a strong tropical system. Hey, absolutely right. And I can tell you that the businesses that are right behind me, notice we've got 1, 2, 3, all just lined up, and they have been really just a flurry of activity of trying to repair the best they possibly can to board up because they know what's coming. Let's go right to some video that we're going to share with you, and that gives you an idea of that process. A lot of it is neighbor helping neighbor, putting out the sandbags. They know the water is expected to rise. One thing that may be in their favor is when we do expect landfall, it should not be at a high tide, but rather a low tide. But still, the water's edge, again, not really where the heaviest part of the story may take place. That could be well inland, where rain could be a tremendous part of the story and the flooding that may come with it. Now, again, you're seeing folks prepare the best they possibly can. What we've had here just been some scattered showers that have been light in nature, but we do expect over the next several hours we're going to see a heavier onslaught of showers and storms that are going to come in. The water itself, just off the keys here of Cedar Key, a lot of times I've been out here before and you've had it just smooth as glass. That is not one of those days. Today you've got plenty of whitecaps out there, and sure enough, it is going to only become a bit more disheveled as we roll forward over the next several hours. But certainly, folks, remember, this is a story that is going to affect millions of people, and Jen, the biggest part of it may come over the next 24 to 48 hours as it surges its way inland. It continues to make its way into parts of Georgia, the Carolinas, and possibly now Virginia. Back to you.
Yeah, and right. I mean, we think we're going to be dealing with this all week in some shape or form, Reynolds. And, you know, you talked about sort of the history right there. There's a lot of tropical history in Cedar Key and prone to issues when it comes to water, whether it's from rainfall or whether it is from surge. So I do want to talk more about that. Reynolds, thank you. Let's also look at some of the surge that we could be dealing with and actually take a live look first at Marathon, a community. No. Okay, let's first get into the surge, actually. I want to talk about what's going to happen here into Cedar Key, or what could happen here. The worst case scenario is what we are showing you when it comes to where we could get water inundation. So we've zoomed in to Cedar Key using our FloodFX technology, and we can show you how if we get up to 6 feet of surge, and that would be a worst case scenario, the time of high tide getting us that biggest possible surge, but it would be a really significant water inundation. We will see the water coming all the way up to 1st Street, 2nd Street, even to 3rd Street. Those are some of the cross streets that run across this area, and you can see getting into the 1st floor of most of these structures. Cars would be inundated as well. You can see them floating here in this exercise, and so certainly getting out of this area, making sure your vehicles are not in this area, will be something that you want to pay close attention to what emergency managers are telling you to do as we continue to watch that concern. Again, this is a worst case scenario, but you have to prepare for the worst case scenario. And we are watching this area with some of the highest surge potential. This is a very prone area to surge across the Appalachia Bay and Big Bend area of Florida. Really, this whole zone is prone to surge because of how the bathymetry, the seafloor there, and you know, when you see the winds kind of coming right into this area around that circulation, you can really get into some of the bigger surge. So here's a look at that surge potential. 6 to 10 feet here, but really we're saying, you know, want you to plan for 6 feet, Cedar Key, and points just to the north of there, 4 to 7 feet on either side, and extending down from there 3 to 5 feet, including along the Tampa Bay area. Really, I think some of those south-facing coastlines will be some of the most affected area based on how the winds are right now. And then we go over here, this 2 to 4 feet that we could see in coastal Georgia and into South Carolina. Coastlines here are going to be inundated by 2 to 4 feet, which if it all comes at the time of high tide, that really can exacerbate the flooding concern because we're also expecting heavy rain to be happening at the same time. And that's a big part of the challenge with the flooding that we could see out of Debby. Storm surge warnings are up. You've got those that extend from Apalachicola all the way around to Tampa and the Tampa Bay. Storm surge watch just south of there, and a storm surge watch for now that does include Brunswick and Cumberland Island and Savannah and up to the Charleston area. All right, here's the latest. 65 miles per hour tropical storm Debby. We are expecting a new advisory that is coming in as we get you through the top of the hour. So we'll see the latest stats on it. But again, right now lashing Florida with some very heavy rainfall.
With Amazon's low back-to-school prices, You can spend less on school supplies, backpacks, and lunch boxes.
Crust again?
Yeah, again. Spend less on your kids with Amazon.
I knew that something was different. I knew it, I called it, and look what I found today.
It's Blue Chew.
Blue Chew.
Blue Chew?
Blue Chew.
Blue Chew.
Blue Chew. Blue Chew. The Holy Grail. This is the secret. If you don't know, now you know. You can get it on a subscription model, so men can get delivered every month. And for the ladies, let your man know, and you're welcome in advance.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your family's comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning.
The winds are not letting up at all here. We're going to see some power outages. The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages.
Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator. When a home standby generator automatically powers up using your home's existing natural gas or propane, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Stay tuned to get over a $500 value free on the most popular home standby generator in the world.
With the Generac, we don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
Having a Generac takes a lot of the anxiety out of there's going to be a storm.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
Generac generators are designed, engineered, and built in the USA. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac and have thousands of satisfied customers.
How many times have you heard people say, I never want to go through that again? Well, the next time that you go through it, don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
Call or go online now to request your free quote with one of Generac's nationwide dealers. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call or go online now so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today.
Geico can help cover cars, homes, motorcycles, and even accordions.
You sure showed him.
You bet you pickled peppers I did.
Whatever you need, get more with Geico.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Taking a live look right now as we track Tropical Storm Debby, we're looking at Naples, Florida. There was a surfer out there, and he smartly decided to come back in because it's even too tough with the surfboard. You can see him standing there watching and sort of, I'm thinking he's looking at the power of the water. You can see how fast the current is moving along the shoreline. Very fast. We've got strong winds that have been gusting to tropical storm force out here, and of course the rain, as you can see on the lens of the camera. The rain is coming down and has brought some flash flooding concerns. Let's take another look. We can take you to Sanibel Island, where a tropical storm warning and tornado watch is in effect. You can get a sense of the wind here because you can see the trees blowing. The winds have been gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour very persistently and consistently over the last several hours. And here the rain is not quite as heavy, but you can certainly get a sense of the waves too and sets out there. This is a part of the Gulf of Mexico which can be quite calm at times, and so not today. Those waves are up and the ocean is churned up out here as we continue to watch Tropical Storm Debby, which, by the way, we've got the new advisory that has just come in, watching Debby as it continues to track up towards the northwest. All right, here is the latest. The new advisory is in. We've got 65-mile-per-hour winds, so no change on that. The pressure 992, moving to the northwest at 13. That movement is everything. And, you know, until it makes the turn to the north and maybe northeast here, it sort of gives it a little more opportunity for more water time, which would allow for additional strengthening. We've been watching from the satellite perspective, especially the visible satellite, but also the radar perspective, seeing some signs of additional organization happening right here. It's located right now about 125 miles to the west-southwest of Tampa, Florida. We are seeing issues, and we've got delays at the airports. This one coming in at Orlando with a ground stop at 2:15. The worst of the weather is not necessarily in Orlando right now. You can see it just off to the west, but dealing with weather in the airspace, and of course there are some fleeting showers and storms coming through the area. A tornado watch is in effect, which includes most of northern Florida, with the exception to the west of Apalachicola and Tallahassee, but down through western Florida all the way through Fort Myers and Naples. This goes until 8 o'clock. As long as we have a landfalling tropical system, that possibility is there for tornadoes, and they're the kind that usually spin up pretty quickly. You don't necessarily get a lot of warning on them just because of the sort of the fleeting nature of these kind of entities. In fact, we have one tornado warning that we've been following for you right now. This one continues for Hardee and Polk County, Bartow, Fort Meade, and Willow Oak. This goes until 2 o'clock. You'll notice also that there's a lot of rain around this cell that has a tornado warning on it, so you will not be able to see this coming. If you're under warning, just go ahead and get into your safe place. Interior room, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Inside closet, interior bathroom, those are the safest spots. There's the circulation, and there's Dalton Good, our weather producer Dalton, circling this other circulation just outside of the warned areas, kind of telling you, this is what you deal with when you have a landfalling tropical system. These quick spin-ups, basically. Fort Meade, 148, Pembroke at 152, and Bartow 202, all within inside that warned area. This does include Highway 98 right through here. So heads up, anyone thinking of traveling, you got to be ready for all the threats today, not just the rainfall. The wind is, of course, a factor. Tampa now gusting to 38. You can see Key West gusting over 45 miles per hour. We expect to see these strong winds through the afternoon, continuing as those outer bands lash us here on the west coast of Florida. Fort Myers and Tampa and up towards Newport Richey, you're going to be gusting over 30, 35, 40 miles per hour. Once we get into tonight, expecting some of the stronger bands closest to that inner circulation get closer to the coast, and Cedar Key, that could put us at 50 to 60 mile per hour winds overnight, then even increasing to that as we expect a landfall. This is early Monday morning. More than 90 mile per hour winds are possible as we watch that circulation come in. And to take it inland, we could still see 40, 50 plus mile per hour winds throughout northern Florida and through southeastern Georgia. And that could cause power outages, Tyler.
Oh, yeah, absolutely could. And you know, Jen, the Tampa Bay area is bracing for impacts from Tropical Storm Debby. Tampa International Airport has already canceled or delayed several flights, and evacuation orders have been put in place in several Bay Area counties, and many shelters opened yesterday. You're looking at a live look of Tampa Bay right now, where you're seeing periods of showers and thunderstorms coming in off of Debby right now, really packing a punch. You got strong winds, you got heavy downpours here, and those heavy downpours are going to linger for several days. That's the reason why much of the peninsula of Florida, as well as Georgia and the coastal Carolinas, are under a flood watch through Tuesday. We are going to see Debby, as it strengthens over the eastern Gulf of Mexico waters, continue to just lash the peninsula of Florida with those showers and thunderstorms. Jen mentioned, too, that, you know, these systems have myriad hazards that come with them. It's not just the heavy rain and the flooding, but you also get the winds, and you've got the potential for some tornadic spin-ups, too, across the peninsula of Florida. All said and done, as we go through next Saturday, there are portions of the coastal Carolinas and coastal Georgia that could see more than a foot of rainfall, plenty enough to cause some flooding. We'll be back with more on the potential for Hurricane Debby after the break.
Subway's offering 20% off any sub, any size. Woo! 20% off subs is fun to say. 20% off subs are fun to eat. You'll love 20% off subs. The point is, any sub, any size. 20% off at Subway.
You know, if you were cash backing, you could earn on everything with just one card. Chase Freedom Unlimited. So if you're off the racking or crab cracking, you're cash backing. Cash back on flapjacks, baby backs, or tacos at the taco shack.
Nah, I'm working on my six-pack.
Switch to a king suite.
Or book a silent retreat.
Silent retreat. Oh, hold up. Yeah, I can't talk right now. I'm at a silent retreat. Cash back on everything you buy with Chase Freedom Unlimited with no annual fee. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of what's yours.
Moving forward with node-positive breast cancer,
my fear of recurrence could have held me back.
but I'm staying focused
and doing more to prevent recurrence.
Verzenio is specifically for HR-positive, HER2-negative, node-positive early breast cancer with a high chance of returning as determined by your doctor when added to hormone therapy. Verzenio reduces the risk of recurrence versus hormone therapy alone. Diarrhea is common, may be severe, or cause dehydration or infection. At the first sign, call your doctor, start an antidiarrheal, and drink fluids. Before taking Verzenio, tell your doctor about any fever, chills, or other signs of infection. Verzenio may cause low white blood cell counts, which may cause serious infection that can lead to death. Life-threatening lung inflammation can occur. Tell your doctor about any new or worsening trouble breathing, cough, or chest pain. Serious liver problems can happen. Symptoms include fatigue, appetite loss, stomach pain, and bleeding or bruising. Blood clots that can lead to death have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have pain or swelling in your arms or legs, shortness of breath, chest pain, and rapid breathing or heart rate, or if you are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be.
I'm focusing on what counts.
Talk to your doctor about reducing your risk.
No one should have to choose between good vision and great value. That's why America's Best is slashing their prices. During the Wise Buy sales event, get 2 progressives and a comprehensive eye exam for just $129.95. Book an exam online today.
Let's go. With Chevy Equinox EV, you can wake up every day with a full charge. Your crew can have a roomy, no-compromise interior. And starting around $34,995, you and your money can go further in America's most affordable EV with over 315 miles of range. Equinox EV, a vehicle you know, value you'd expect, and a dealer right down the street. Go EV without changing a thing. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
We at Visiting Angels want to thank you for welcoming us into your home, no matter where that home may be. The challenge of aging doesn't go away. And for over 25 years, it's been our pleasure providing caregivers that we would have caring for our own mothers and fathers. Visiting Angel.
Currently in our area, 93 degrees under sunny skies.
Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care.
HomeAglow just cleaned my entire
Today,
house.
sunny, hot, high 97. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows.
Tonight, a few passing clouds, otherwise generally clear. Low 71. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
HomeAglow, and I think you will too.
Monday, a mainly sunny sky. Hot. High 98. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour.
Trusted live coverage.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Cedar Key is an incredibly popular place, and if archaeological data can be trusted, people have been living here since 500 BC. And from way back then to present time, they've always had to deal with rough times in the tropics. Welcome back, everyone. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. The system that we are following is named Debby, and Debbie's bringing all kinds of problems with her. Up and down the coastline, we're getting the effects, but what we anticipate right here in Cedar Key will be the onslaught of some very heavy rainfall, possibly some storm surge, which could batter this area. And then on top of it, we've got more of the story of heavy rainfall and excessive flooding possible, not just in Florida, but in parts of Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and possibly even Virginia. So we've got a long way to go. These are the early pages in a long story that will be Debby as we go forward in time. As it stands right now, we've got a steady breeze coming in from the south. We expect that to ramp up considerably. Scattered showers have been popping up. Tornadoes will be a threat with this system. Landfalling systems, again, can spawn tornadic activity. Now, the good and bad with that, the storms that do produce some of these tornadoes, the tornadoes can be relatively small. However, the thing you've got to remember is they can cause loss of life. They can be incredibly, incredibly destructive, and they're also often very rain-wrapped and hard to detect. So again, just be aware, keep it on the Weather Channel, and we'll all get through it together. Jen, let's send it back to you.
Yeah, Reynolds, as you mentioned, long duration, that is the key to understand with Debby, is that we're dealing with this all week as we watch a slow-moving system then move through the southeast, dropping a lot of rainfall. So Cedar Key, as Reynolds talked about, will have the issues with surge as well as wind from landfall and rainfall, but we're going to extend all of those threats inland. We've got the hurricane warnings that extend inland pretty far, all the way up there to the border of Florida and Georgia, the state line. We've got the tropical storm warnings extending up into South Georgia and the tropical storm watch beyond that. So wind inland, we think we're going to have a tropical storm on our hands throughout much of the week, if not at least the first part of the week, the first half of the week. So wind and potential power outages here, that's a problem. The rainfall causing flooding, another problem. Large area of 8 to 12 inches, a foot of rain. And there will be spots that get more than that. It's hard to pick out who's going to get the 15, 20 inches. But, we've got some little pink spots showing up on our forecast. That potential is there. You need to know that. And also know that this big rainfall extends up through North Carolina into Virginia as well. Likely that we will see flash flooding, of course, northern Florida, but then South Georgia tomorrow. Just to talk about the timing. High risk already issued for Tuesday into Wednesday. These high risk days are important days because they're the ones that, historically speaking, most of the damage and the deaths happen on these days. We know that flooding is going to be a big deal in that area. Watch the rain come in. Again, South Georgia, heavy rain throughout the day on Monday, especially southeastern Georgia, Savannah and Brunswick, and then up through Hilton Head and Charleston throughout the day. Later Monday into Tuesday, we get into some of the heaviest of rain. All the while, do you notice the circulation pushing onshore? So we're going to have that surge component of this. That surge is going to help prevent the water from draining out really quickly from the heavy rainfall. So that exacerbates the flooding issues that we have. And this is your Wednesday forecast. It hasn't really gone anywhere. And does it even move back off the coast? That's still a possibility. We're going to watch for all of these sort of scenarios to play out. But, we can give you the forecast for how to plan and how to prepare. You've got to be ready for power outages. Winds are going to be in excess of 30 or 40, even 50 and 60 miles per hour possible. Remember, we have a tropical storm on our hands, especially if it moves back over the water. We've got that potential for additional strengthening that can happen. This is all the way through Wednesday. Again, this is a long duration event, Tyler, and it's not just in the southeast.
Yeah, this system is going nowhere fast. All of the upper level energy up in the atmosphere that likes to drive these systems are saying not today. In fact, it's saying not tomorrow or the day after that or the day after that either, because all of the energy is up to the north. It finds a little sliver of weakness and starts to push up to the northeast, but it just lingers over the south. It's not until Thursday or Friday of next week that this system eventually exits out, and Debby starts to dump heavy rainfall across the northeast and New England. Some areas could pick up some substantial rainfall across the northeast too. So this rainfall that we're talking about with Debby isn't confined just to the southeast. Eventually, other parts of the country will start to get into the mix as well. And both the Euro and the GFS are in fairly good agreement that you will get a soaking if you live up there in the northeast. Timing of this, let's look at Thursday on into Friday. That's when you start to see the heavier rain starts to push into Philadelphia, New York, and The rest of the Northeast maybe start to let up by the time we get to Sunday or Monday. GFS and Euro, again, in fairly good agreement about the timing of this rainfall and the amount coming in to your area in the Northeast. Be sure to stay with the Weather Channel all day long as we continue to track Tropical Storm Debby. We have live crews out today and tomorrow bringing you the very latest.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. That's amazing.
Apartments.com has helped millions of renters find their places, and they all have a special place in my heart, which is why I keep a picture of each and every one of them in my wallet. Get in there. Get in there. Oh, holy cats. Wow. Oh, hey, I know all these people. There's Sally, and there's Billy.
I'm thinking.
Oh, you know you can put these on your phone, right?
And miss all this fun? Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
Levi's, Jordan, Epic Threads, Nike. Back to school favorites at prices you'll love. Designed to last from the first day of school picture to the last. At Macy's.
Why didn't we do this last year?
Before you were preventing migraine with Qulipta? Remember the pain? Cancel plans, the worry?
That was then. And look at me now. You'll never truly forget migraine, but Qulipta reduces attacks, making 0 migraine days possible. It's the only pill of its kind that blocks CGRP and is approved to prevent migraine of any frequency, to help give you that forget-you-get-migraine feeling.
Don't take if allergic to Qulipta. Most common side effects are nausea, constipation, and sleepiness. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Qulipta, the forget-you-get-migraine medicine.
Mom, I can't find Mr. Quaggo.
Mom's in York mode right now. She's enjoying yummy dark chocolate and refreshing peppermint.
Mama's back.
For a thin layer of mint covered in dark chocolate, try York Thins.
Dangerous weather can happen anytime, anywhere. I'm Ken Graham, Director of the National Weather Service. We work alongside weather providers like the Weather Channel, our partners, to deliver critical weather information to keep you safe.
But complete weather safety starts with you. First, create an emergency plan. Next, practice that plan with your family and friends. And finally, stay alert for weather threats.
When we prepare together,
we can weather any storm.
Entresto is the #1 heart failure brand prescribed by cardiologists. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. And don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto for heart failure. Novartis may help you save on your prescription.
Geico can help when you're locked out with their easy app and 24/7 help.
Dad, you don't have to make this so tough on yourself. Geico is sending someone to unlock our car right now.
Yeah, but where's the fun of that?
Whatever you need, get more with Geico.
Here are your keys.
IHOP. $5 all-you-can-eat pancakes are back at IHOP for a limited time. Or free with select combo purchase. Only at IHOP.
Tropical Storm Debby wasting no time in bringing rain and winds to the west coast of Florida. This is a live look at Sanibel Island.
The winds grab your attention, but it's the rain and flooding that is the big danger with this system. The latest cone shows Debby's lumbering path from Florida's Big Bend to the Carolinas, and now Virginia is also in the cone.
Alerts are up, although we expect these to expand in the coming hours. Regardless, time is running out, so you need to be ready. Welcome to our live continuing coverage of this tropical threat. I'm Jen Carfagno.
And I'm Tyler Malden. We are here with you throughout the afternoon, bringing you the very latest on Debby and the widespread threats coming for not just Florida, but the rest of the southeast coast too, Jen.
Yeah, we've been watching the cameras out here showing this conditions, the rain bands lashing the west coast of Florida. This includes places like Naples, where we have a storm surge warning and a tropical storm warning that is in effect. There was a surfer out there. We can tell you he came in, we saw him move in, and he was watching, standing in that very spot near, I don't know if it's the spot where you lean your surfboard on, but alongside near the stairs of the pier, really, is where he was standing. And you see how the water is now coming up a little bit farther. So things are turned up out here, as you expect, with a strong tropical storm over the eastern Gulf of Mexico. Hurricane warnings do extend near where we expect the landfall. That's over here in the Big Bend area from Cedar Key, wrapping around to Apalachicola. They actually extend inland too. So expecting concerns even inland, not just along the coast. Wind concerns with tropical storm force winds with a warning that extends up into South Georgia. And of course, all the way down as we see these outer bands lash us here across the west coast of Florida and all the way down through Naples, in Fort Myers, Port Charlotte included in that. We've already been dealing with tropical storm conditions here pretty much all day long. Now, we've got the latest 65 mile per hour with the 2 o'clock advisory that has come in, so it's still a tropical storm. We're continuing to watch it from a satellite and radar perspective, continuing to show signs of strengthening. Thankfully, it's not a fast strengthening, but that's something we are concerned about given how warm the water is. Now, here is the visible, which really lets us see that the circulation is really starting to take shape. You can see it out here actually on the radar. You can kind of see a little bit of an eye forming as well, that eye wall. And again, that circulation from the visible, you can see the whole broad thing right here in terms of how it's circulating. And then the big flare up of convection or thunderstorm activity, those outer bands that are all on the eastern side of the storm, which happens to be where Florida is, and just lashing us with the wind and rain. Gusting right now at Fort Myers to 30. I did just check the Naples airport. You're gusting to 44. We've been gusting higher than that down around the Florida. Think about how far away we are in the Florida Keys from that center of circulation, but we're still dealing with those tropical storm force conditions. A tornado watch is also in place, one of the hazards of a landfalling tropical system. And in those outer bands, that potential is there. This goes until 8 o'clock tonight. I think as long as we watching this through the southeast, we'll probably have these tornado watches. Within these outer bands, you kind of watch those for some points of circulation, which is what the National Weather Service offices have been keeping an eye on. Right now, looks like, let's see, no active warnings, but there have been some that we've been watching for you. And, you know, certainly the outer bands are the ones that you keep an eye on. There's a few little circulations in here. Dalton, thanks for backing that up so we can show you, they weakened a little bit. But this is the kind of thing that the Weather Service keeps an eye on, as we do as well, to see if there is that tornado potential. Heavy rain concerns abound. We've got flash flood warnings right now from Naples down through Marco Island. Collier County is included in this with Golden Gate and Marco Island and Naples in this until 6 o'clock. There has been observed flash flooding already. This whole atmosphere here is just so saturated, as you can imagine, and we're going to be in it for the rest of the night, Tyler. So we're, concerned about the heavy rain and flooding threat big time.
Jen, less than a year after Hurricane Idalia devastated the community of Cedar Key, Florida, residents are now bracing for fierce rain and winds from what will soon be Hurricane Debby. Storm surge last year led to major flooding. With Idalia fresh in the minds of residents are racing to prepare ahead of Debby's landfall. With that, let's bring in our guy, meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. Why? Because he's live in Cedar Key right now. Reynolds, what are you hearing from residents?
Yep. It's interesting that you bring up the idea about residents, because the thing that's so unique about Cedar Key is that it's a very, very small community. You've got roughly 687 people. So it's one of those things where everyone knows everyone. And so when people are preparing, they do so not individually, they do so as a community. And that is certainly what we have seen here. And they take every bit of this seriously. I mean, why wouldn't they? I mean, you look back at the recent past, less than a year ago, you had a storm that came through, caused a great deal of damage. You had quite a bit of storm surge that came through. Just to let you know at home, I'm about 6'3", 6'4", and we had water that came through that was very, very high. Highest point that you have in Cedar Key is just about 10 feet above sea level. So it does not take a great deal to cause problems here. Just a little bit of a distraction. We've got a boom of thunder off in the distance, and Chris Erickson is the man behind the camera, and Chris is going to try to move the camera out of the way. Buddy, let me help you out. I'm going to move these sticks here. There you go, brother. Yeah, now what you're seeing is one of the mangrove islands right there, but off in the distance, we go from the water with some of the, again, you see some of the green there, you see some of the white caps, and then it goes to more of a slate gray high above, but also that steel blue, and that's where you have some very, very intense rainfall. Now imagine day after day after day of that intense rainfall forming on land. Well, you're going to have some problems. And I'll tell you, I don't know if we got it in the shot, but we just had a fairly large dolphin that just popped up right in the middle of what may have been the screen. And I'll tell you, that's probably the best place to be is if you're a dolphin, you're A-OK. If you're on land, you've got to deal with the onslaught of the heavy rainfall, and it is going to be marching its way across the Sunshine State and eventually into Georgia and the Carolinas. Keep in mind, there are parts of Florida where you could actually use the rain. Other places, it's been a surplus. But this is a time where we're going to get far more than what we need. You look back at recent time over the last, say, 5 to 6 to 7 years, and you think about the tropical systems that have come on shore. Perfect example of one that was a heavy rainmaker, of course, was Hurricane Harvey. That was in 2017. That made its way just to the east of Houston, northeast of Houston, and just dumped rain day after day as it became almost stationary. And Jen, that is the situation that we're dealing with right now. Is that you have to look at this from high above on your surface charts, and we don't have a whole lot of things that are steering or pushing this thing once it gets settled over parts of the southeast. It's not going to get much of a nudge in either direction. So if it settles in those areas and you've got concentrated rainfall, I mean, it becomes more of a mathematical equation. Ground gets saturated, everything becomes instant runoff, and of course, that is going to be incredibly dangerous for so many people in the coming days.
Yeah, it really is, and Reynolds got to time it out. Now, we do have a long duration to deal with this here, but in the coming hours, we're going to watch conditions actually continue to go downhill across that north coast of Florida, that Big Bend area. We're already seeing impacts well away from the center of circulation, too. In fact, airport delays in Orlando, thanks to those extreme outer bands. We've got about a ground stop here until 2:15. So if your flight's going to Orlando, you're being stopped at your starting point until that ground stop is lifted. You can see the broad circulation. I mean, in fact, the radar is really allowing us to see that center, too, right out here. And look at all the rainfall really on the eastern side of it. Now, of course, the radar doesn't reach all the way out, so you can't see everything happening over here in that northwestern side of the circulation. But still, a lot of it's on the east. And so that means Florida is going to stay in that axis of heaviest precipitation as we watch this move towards the coast into the overnight and then early tomorrow, approaching a landfall here at some point in the morning is what the current timing is, spreading in those stronger winds as well as the heavy rain. But the threat doesn't stop there when we see a landfall. Well, the winds will probably come down a bit, but we're still going to see rainfall, heavy at times, and likely tropical storm. This is into Tuesday. You can see it hasn't really gone very far, as Reynolds was just talking about. Through tomorrow morning, the area to watch for likely flash flooding is going to be here from near Apalachicola over and down through Tampa. That'll be the heaviest of rain, but there's a very large area with possible flash flooding all the way extending down through Fort Myers and Naples, like you've been dealing with it already. Seeing some of those showers approaching us in Cedar Key with that northern edge of the circulation. It's been cloudy in Reynolds' live report so far, but he's about to get some showers that move in here in the next coming few hours. Of course, watching for the rain to pick up, but then of the heaviest of the rainfall and the worst of the wind increasing as we get into the overnight hours. And we can time that out. Gainesville, Lake City, Jacksonville. We've got to talk about you, too, and the big rain that's going to be coming into your area, the wind as well. This is Monday afternoon in Jacksonville. We will be in that risk of some tropical storm force conditions here. You know, power outages are going to be a possibility. Valdosta and Waycross. You could take that eye wall at this point, or, you know, it'd be a tropical storm, we think, or, you know, it's potentially still a hurricane at this point, but most likely a tropical storm. Either way, the wind's strong enough at that threshold to cause power outages. And then as we get to Tuesday morning, we see it lifting up, but still watching for the rainfall left behind and the issues it may cause. 10 inches of rain in a spot like Valdosta or Waycross. There could be more than that, especially in areas, I think, southeastern Georgia, southern South Carolina. The flooding is going to be a huge concern.
We keep saying it. It's going to be the biggest hazard, rain and flooding. Crews in Sarasota County are already reporting roads are underwater in Siesta Key and about a half a foot of sand. Residents are urged to stay off of the roads. You can clearly see why. Anytime you see water on the roads, turn around, don't drown. Avoid those waters. You don't want to try and drive through those.
It is going to drop a lot of rain across many parts of the state, but certainly the northern part of the state. We already have saturation in those areas. So you are going to be at risk of flooding.
In case you're just now tuning in, let's get our bearings with Tropical Storm Debby. It will soon be a hurricane by the time we get to later on today and makes landfall tomorrow morning around daybreak. It's about 150 miles due west of Fort Myers, throwing a lot of bands of rain into the peninsula of Florida. That's giving way to the potential for flooding here. We're already seeing that in Siesta Key. We're seeing it in other areas too. Flood watch in effect for much of the peninsula of Florida, and that has been extended on into coastal Georgia and the coastal Carolinas as well. Once what will soon be Hurricane Debby makes landfall in the Big Bend of Florida, it slows its forward motion and it just meanders. It just takes a little Sunday stroll across the southeast, going nowhere fast from Monday all the way through Wednesday. It's not until maybe Thursday that it actually gets kicked out. With that meandering motion there, it's going to drop a lot of rainfall over the same areas that have already been picking up rain. Some areas will pick up to a foot. Localized areas more than that, absolutely enough to spark flooding. So we have to watch all of this area for flooding Monday on into Tuesday, and then it extends on into midweek as well. The timing here, it makes a landfall around daybreak on Monday, but notice your timeline here, how slow it is moving. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it has hardly moved 100 miles here. And the high risk for flooding once we get into Wednesday is right there from Savannah all the way through Charleston to about Myrtle Beach. We could absolutely, Jen, see some severe flooding in this area.
Yeah, the flooding from rainfall, a big concern. What's going to make it worse is that we will have a surge potential there as well.
Absolutely.
Might not be the highest surge.
These systems have myriad hazards.
Yeah.
Not just the rain, the flooding, but also the rip currents and then the severe weather as well.
Yeah, and you know, when it comes to water, flooding, of course, a huge concern. We've been seeing that play out already. This is from Fort Myers Beach earlier today, and you can see how this water is coming up. Yeah, all the way in spots. It is not supposed to be there. You can see it under the canopy, under the porch of that building right there. All the way up over probably a walkway right through that zone. And we've been dealing with some inundation. I'm checking some of the water levels here, and it's a little bit. It's a couple of feet already that you've been seeing that water level rise there along the west coast of Florida. So storm surge is a concern. We've got a warning from Apalachicola down through the Tampa Bay area, and also a watch just to the south of there. Also this watch, the storm surge watch here from Brunswick, Georgia, along the entire coastline of Georgia and much of the South Carolina coast all the way through the Charleston area. So let's see where that water rise is right now. Cedar Key looking at about 1.9 feet, Clearwater Beach 1.2, Port Manatee at 1.6. Now the wind direction is everything. It always matters the most when it comes to where we're going to see the flooding. And now we've got that wind moving from southeast to northwest. So, you know, in the Tampa Bay area, any of the coastlines that face towards the southeast, you're going to get that increased water inundation at this time. We're going to see that potential for 6 to 10 feet here in the area, the Big Bend area. Cedar Key is in that. South of that, 4 to 7 feet, 3 to 5 feet south of that as well. And this 2 to 4 feet here, I do not want you to discount this in coastal Georgia and South Carolina, because I think the combination of the heavy rain and the surge that we will be getting together will really create some issues when it comes to flooding. Now let's look at the surge potential in the Cedar Key area. No stranger to surge flooding. We certainly have had a history of this of past storms just last year with Idalia. So we want to talk about what could flood in this area. This is from the National Hurricane Center. They look at what is the worst case scenario. That's what you have to be ready for if it's a time of high tide, and that's when we get the landfall and the worst of the surge inundation. We could see spots that are 6 to 9 feet, and that's the areas that are in red, as you can see right here. Zooming out and going down the coast and into here the St. Pete area and Tampa Bay, there's a lot of spots that could see about 3 feet, maybe 2 to 4 feet is what we're looking at. There's a few areas that could see up to 6. Now, again, watching all along that coastline that has a southward component of it, or any kind of even southeastern component, because again, that's where the water is going to be pushing here. There's so many details that are important when it comes to hurricane forecasting.
What I'm hearing here is it's not a good time to go to the beach in Florida, Georgia, or South Carolina,
that's true.
Jen.
Yes.
All right, the impacts from Debby won't end in Florida. Florida, this storm will slowly work its way up along the southeast coast, bringing a lot of rain to parts of Georgia and the Carolinas as well. So heads up, Charleston, this could mean days of flooding rain for you. We're timing it hour by hour for you next.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
Wow. Okay. That's amazing.
Power to blow minds. Nissan Pathfinder Rock Creek.
Get hot and steamy with DiGiorno's limited edition Deadpool pizzas. You'll love them. Or else.
What are we doing?
It's not delivery. It's Deadpool. Sorry, it's DiGiorno. It's Deadpool and DiGiorno.
Meet the Jennifers. Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z. Each planning their future through the Chase mobile app. Gen X is planning a summer in Portugal with some help from JP Morgan Wealth Plan. Let's go, Whiskers. Gen Y is working with a banker to budget for her birthday.
You only turned 30 once.
And Gen Z, her credit's golden. Hello, new apartment. 3 gens getting ahead with Chase. Solutions that grow with you. One bank for now, for later, for life. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Most people call leaf filter when their gutters are clogged and they notice one of the many issues that can bring. Well, sometimes it's the smell of mildew when water has seeped into the interior walls, or maybe they've spotted mold in the attic. But most often, it's the more obvious signs of damage, like rotten soffit, fascia, or water pooling near their foundation. You can get ahead of costly damage by protecting your home's gutters today. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help.
Schedule your free gutter inspection today. Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or visit leaffilter.com.
I earned my degree online at Southern New Hampshire University.
After I graduated, I started a new job.
I was finally able to realize my purpose and passion in life.
Pursuing my degree gave me so many opportunities to grow. Don't just think about yourself. Think about the lives that you can really change.
SNHU laid the groundwork.
I am doing what I've always wanted to do.
If I was back at the beginning, I would choose SNHU all over again.
The freshest milk, 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 check. The freshest bread, the freshest bread, the freshest bread, the freshest bread, the freshest.
This is Protection, the everyday skin protection ritual that protects your skin from mosquitoes. Off, the #1 best-selling mosquito repellent brand. Everything. Off, prevention is the best protection. SC Johnson.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Debby.
Currently in our area, 93 degrees under sunny skies.
Yeah.
My independence is everything to me. When I could no longer hear on a phone, Clear Captions saved me. My Clear Captions phone.
Today, sunny, hot, high 97. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Understand the conversation and respond.
Tonight, a few passing clouds, otherwise generally clear. Low 71. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Friends and family. There are so many.
Monday, a mainly sunny sky. Hot. High 98. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour.
Independently.
If you have
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Call now. Installation, training, and the Clear Caption service are all provided at no cost to you. There is no insurance or Medicare required. Call today. 1-800-269-4075. That's 800-269-4075.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the details.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
It's not just Florida bracing for impacts from Tropical Storm Debby. All of the southeast coast is now in the cone, from Georgia up through Virginia. We could see widespread wind and rain. The National Hurricane Center is already warning of historic rainfall amounts that could lead to catastrophic flooding. Tyler, we've got the long haul here with rain and wind throughout this upcoming week.
Yeah, myriad hazards across the southeast. We have millions under some sort of tropical alert across Florida, coastal Georgia, as well as the Carolinas, including a hurricane warning in Apalachicola because we expect, in the Big Bend of Florida, because we expect Debby to rapidly intensify at some point over the next 24 hours, making landfall as a Category 1 hurricane about daybreak on Monday. So be aware of that. As it makes a landfall, it starts slowing its forward progression, and then it essentially just hangs out across the southeast for several days, dumping just huge amounts of rainfall across this area. Jacksonville, you're going to see heavy rainfall. Brunswick, Georgia, Savannah, Georgia, you're going to see heavy rainfall too, as well as Charleston, South Carolina. And we're not just talking about heavy rainfall. Some areas could see up to a foot of rainfall, even localized areas seeing more than that. That definitely gives us the potential of seeing flash flooding. This area is going to be the main focus on Monday and Tuesday. Then we really get hyper-focused on coastal Georgia and the coastal Carolinas, specifically Charleston to about Myrtle Beach, once we get into Tuesday and Wednesday, because the system is really going nowhere fast. The upper level energy that usually pushes these systems out, giving it the old Heisman and having it pump the brakes for just a few days. It's probably not until Thursday or Friday that we see the system eventually eject out. So until then, Savannah and Charleston, you're going to see bouts of heavy rainfall Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and yes, on into Thursday. On top of that, you will see the gusty winds, more than likely tropical storm force winds here, and you will see rip currents. You'll see the potential for severe weather, as well as the heavy rain and the flooding too. Jen, one of the areas that will really be impacted, Charleston, South Carolina.
Yeah, you know, Charleston is just one spot that we're going to have to pay extra close attention to Tropical Storm Debby. We know it doesn't take a lot of rain to cause flooding here anyway, and unfortunately, you're not going to get just a little bit of rain. You are going to get a lot. Peak rainfall amounts could add up to over 10 inches. And that's not including the 2 to 4 feet of storm surge that is also possible and may make the flooding, well, even worse than it could have been. So here's a look at the rainfall forecast. A very widespread 8 to 10 inches of rain into South Georgia, southeastern Georgia, South Carolina. We're talking up through Orangeburg and over through Charleston and north of there as well. Easily 10 inches of rain with the kind of forecast we are looking at with a slow-moving tropical system. Could there be more than this? Yes, that is possible. And that is why there is already a high risk out for flash flooding Tuesday into Wednesday. It includes that same zone, but actually extends up into Myrtle Beach, surrounding it with likely flash flooding up through Florence and Wilmington in North Carolina. You need to be ready for this heavy rain concern getting in through this week. We've got, on a high-risk day, is always a dangerous day. 83% of the yearly flood damages happen on high-risk days. And so, you know, that's why this needs to be front and center for you in terms of preparation. If you're in a zone, if you're in that area that we outlined with the high risk, you need to be ready for flooding. Now, here's where some rain is right now. We've got a couple showers out there around Charleston and Savannah. What's going to happen in the next 2 days is really when we get into our heavy rainfall. As we get through overnight tonight into tomorrow, we see some of that heavy rain now lifting up through tomorrow afternoon. So Savannah, you know, by evening, we are in those outer bands and the very heavy rainfall and likely the very strong winds too, potentially knocking out power. Watching that in Hilton Head Island through overnight Monday through Tuesday, still dealing with it right here, Charleston. You notice how the direction of these bands are moving on shore. That would be a push of water moving on shore as well. You can see the circulation coming right over here. And this is Wednesday now. We're still dealing with it. So now we've got at least 3 days, if not longer, in dealing with heavy tropical downpours and the winds that go with it. Speaking of the winds, I do want to focus in on what we could be dealing with. Savannah, 20 to 30 through Monday, Tuesday. It ramps up, and we could be seeing winds up over 40 or 50 miles per hour. This is your Wednesday forecast. Still dealing with these kind of winds. And even if, 40-mile-per-hour winds won't maybe mean power outages, but if you have 3 days of 40-mile-per-hour winds, that could mean more widespread power outages. Charleston, South Carolina, this is what your forecast looks like. We've got the rain on Monday. Tuesday is going to be some of the heaviest of rain continuing into Wednesday. So 3 solid days of really heavy rainfall. And you look at Thursday, we are not out of it yet. We are still dealing with that potential of rain and thunderstorms. And of course, gusty winds that go along with this that could create the flooding concern as well as the flooding problems.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
To the right now. Is the GPS playing the cha-cha slide?
Geico can help when you get a flat tire with their easy app and 24/7 help.
Everybody clap your hands.
Whatever you need, from coverage to service, get more with Geico.
Can your pad flex with you without shifting? Always FlexFoam can. It's the only pad made with a flexible foam core with new and improved wings that fit securely for up to 0 bunching and 0 leaks. Can your pad do that? See what foam can do for you.
Give me a big smile.
Up in the morning out. Big smiles, guys.
All the gear to go back in style. Welcome to your Walmart.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling in RA and PSA, relieve fatigue, and stop further joint damage, and in PSA can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occurred. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
AbbVie could help you save.
If you have heart failure, entrust your heart to Entresto. Entresto helps improve your heart's ability to pump blood to the body. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. And don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto for heart failure. Novartis may help you save on your prescription.
The best things in life come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 thumbs up. And now, buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, 2 months free. All with fast, reliable, nationwide coverage. Make the switch today.
Summertime back then looked a little different. But while summer may change, it always tastes great. So reach for your favorite chips and sips and taste more summer.
This hurricane season, America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
This is a big storm. I mean, you're going to have rain that's going to be far beyond the center of the storm. So just prepare for that. Just because you're not in the eye of the storm does not mean you are not going to have major impacts.
This storm could develop and turn into a hurricane, so we should always prepare, make sure they have their kit prepared with a lot of important documents that they can take with them. If they have generators, that in case if they lose power, they need to make sure they follow the instructions on generators and make sure it's outdoors.
It is going to drop a lot of rain across many parts of the state, but certainly the northern part of the state. We already have saturation in those areas.
And Governor DeSantis was absolutely right. We are going to have some heavy rainfall, which may end up being the biggest part of the story as we go forward over the next couple of days. We have the rain starting now, which is the opening barrage that has been coming down. We get the rain gear out. I'm Reynolds Wolfmead Rogers here at the Weather Channel, and you're watching continued coverage on Debby. Now, where we happen to be in Cedar Key, right over here off in the distance, you see the gray skies, but right ahead of it, you'll notice a sign that says Cedar Key, terminus of the Florida Railroad. The railroad actually came through here and stopped right in this particular area. This was a small one, but still a port city where boats would come in, the supplies would go from one to another, and then the boats would sail off. But what is sailing in right now is going to be Debby. And again, the idea is that although we keep a sharp eye on the center of it, remember, this has got some very wide arms. Those wide arms are going to be spreading that rain shower activity all across parts of Florida and eventually moving into Georgia, the Carolinas, and beyond. Rain is starting to get a bit more heavy as we go forward, and you can see it right there in terms of the path. What's interesting is we start things off with a relatively narrow expectation, but then it broadens out in a tremendous way, which means that we've got a lot of uncertainty with this, especially over the next 48 hours to 72 hours, and that is certainly going to be a huge part of this. Wow, rain really picking up, and although you can't see it from this vantage point, the skies to my right over these buildings, it is dark as can be. Chris Erickson's behind the camera. Chris, it's just too hard of a band. Chris is tucked away in a safe location. Safety is paramount when it comes to the Weather Channel, trust me, and we want you to be safe too over the next several days, certainly. But again, this is going to be what we're dealing with. Certainly, we've had our share of this in places like Cuba. South Florida's had their share. You've seen the Florida Keys, the heavy wave action. You'll notice it at the most southernmost point. But now it is going to be going from south to north and eventually making that turn, the expectation, into parts of North Florida and other parts of the southeast. Again, Georgia, be ready. South Carolina, be ready. North Carolina, Virginia, a lot of players in this story. Jen.
Yeah, Reynolds, we can hear that rain picking up there. I want to actually focus in on the flooding that you're going to get from surge there. So you're standing right on C Street. I could see the street sign behind you, actually. So let's pan out there for a second on your shot. I just want to set this up, and then I'm going to show in an animation.
Let's move out for a little bit.
Yeah.
Ask we can move out.
So there's C Street, actually, just off to the right a little bit there, Chris. You can see, you could see the C Street. Oh, looks like we got some kind of watercraft out there dealing with the waves. All right, but let's focus in on the surge flooding that we could get. So again, that's C Street, and we think the water is going to come up over there and extend inland. And so that's what I want to focus in on here with that surge potential that we have. Using the Weather Channel's FloodFX simulation, I can show you how things are going to change here. So let me set the stage. Reynolds was down here just off the map. This is C Street. Here along this, it would take you out to the water. You go up, you can see the marshy area up there. We've got 1st Street, we've got 2nd Street, we've got 3rd Street, and we've got City Hall right here, which, by the way, had to have quite amount of renovations. This is a new City Hall thanks to the surge that we had last year from Idalia. So let me keep on the telestration here for C Street, and let's look at how the water is going to come up here. So now we put this in motion, and as we see that surge take place, and this will go on through the overnight hours tonight, we're expecting landfall tomorrow morning, you'll see the water come up through this area. So the fire department right there, we've got water coming in. Here, the condos that are right here, the Sea Spray condos, they'll take on water. This on the back side of that. So now we're looking over at 2nd and 3rd Streets, taking water all the way in this far. That means vehicles that are in this area will take water in as well. This is if we get that worst case scenario, that potential of up to 6 feet storm surge in this area. That would be the time of high tide and also getting that big onslaught and the push of water. Again, the worst case scenario, but it's water significantly in, and the new City Hall would be dealing with more water. I think it's this building right here. As you can see, the water surrounding it into the 1st level of the property here. Many other buildings dealing with that as well. Surge is one of the many risks that we have, but certainly it's a damaging one along the coast and can be a deadly one if you're not out of harm's way. Make sure you're paying attention to local officials in terms of how you need to manage the surge risk, but also know that we've got a heavy rainfall risk and a flooding concern in the days ahead. From Debbie.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
That's amazing.
Power to blow minds. Nissan Pathfinder Rock Cream.
Hi, you might know me from my other job, but I'm a business owner too. Here at Once Upon a Farm, we chose the Capital One Venture X business card. With no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to meet our business needs. Love it. And unlimited double miles means we earn more too. Sweet, right? And when we travel, we get access to over 1,300 airport lounges. I could get used to this. The Capital One Venture X business card. What's in your wallet?
Stem Light Trap attracts and traps flying insects without chemical insecticides. So no matter what the day cooks up for you, you're never bugged. Stem Light Trap.
Bounce back fast from heartburn with Tums Gummy Bites and love food back.
What I gotta fix?
Oh, come on.
What I gotta fix? What I gotta... Oh no.
You break it, we take it. Trade in any phone in any condition, guaranteed at Verizon. And get the new Galaxy S24 on us. Only on Verizon.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my feels better and it makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Depend keeps you drier than ever, so you can say yes to more than ever.
Yes! Yes. Yes. No.
Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Debby. Get trusted updates only on the Weather Channel and the Weather Channel TV app.
Tropical storm Debby expected to make landfall tomorrow morning, but the rain bands are already lashing the west coast of Florida. Look at Naples.
Jen, if I'm not mistaken, we saw surfers out there earlier, right?
Yeah, earlier. They came in.
Yeah, they finally got their senses to them, right, and came back in, because that is a little rough out there in Naples.
Look at the water coming all the way under the pier and under the stairs up to the pier.
Yeah, and
this afternoon, generally cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 85. Winds light and variable.
Storms. We're also going to go up north in southwest Florida.
Tonight, some clouds this evening will give way to mainly clear skies overnight. Low 69. Winds light and variable.
30-35 miles per hour, and rough seas here as well, Jen.
Yeah.
Monday, sunshine and some clouds. High 92. Winds west at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
About 2 to 3 feet everywhere along the west coast of Florida. You obviously saw it in Naples.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
It's a little harder to discern, but just looking at some of the tide gauges up around this area, coming up around the time of high tide, and we are running about 2 or 3 feet above normally where you should be.
And now we're taking a look at Sanibel Island. This is a live look. Pretty much the same story as you go around the west coast of Florida, with the winds whipping, the heavy rain, and the rough surf out there, Jen.
You can see it really running longshore, too. See how those waves kind of ripple right down the coastline. So turbulent, and this is a part of the Gulf of Mexico that can be quite calm at times.
It's certainly not a good beach day, that's for sure. And not over the next couple of days. You don't want to go out there to the beach either.
Yeah, the wind, obviously, as you can see it right here in Sanibel, has already been gusty. We've seen tropical storm force winds out there through a lot of the afternoon, and that's only going to continue. We also have some of those outer bands affecting us here well away from the center, including in Orlando, where we have a ground stop that's now been extended. That goes until 3:15 local time. So even if you're not getting rain, which you may not be at the moment here in Orlando, you can see you're in between all those bands. There's a lot of other delays, too. I mean, Tampa, we've got hours of delays with a ground delay program there, thanks, of course, to what we're dealing with from Tropical Storm Debby. It is a tropical storm with winds of 65 miles per hour. So the threshold to hurricane is 74 miles per hour, so it would be 75. Watching to see how this evolves over the next several hours. We are expecting that to continue to strengthen, Debby to continue to strengthen, and that we will be getting into hurricane status. And we've already been dealing with the tropical storm status out here with a lot of gusts. Now Key West gusting to 37, Miami gusting to 35. We've been up over this, so higher in many of these spots here with gusts over 35 and 40 miles per hour, pretty persistently off and on throughout this afternoon. So what is the potential? Tampa, we could see 40 to 50. Cedar Key in the coming hours up over 50 to 60. We are expecting Debby to make that turn first more to the north and then more towards the northeast. And so as that happens, we're going to see that outer eye wall push towards places like Cedar Key, giving you the potential for more than 70, 80, 90 miles per hour wind. We are going to have a strengthening tropical system, a strengthening hurricane as it makes landfall. And I always say beware of those the most here, because they've got that momentum with the wind energy, and it's going to spread inland. We expect there will be power outages because of this. We expect the strong winds to extend even as, you know, we see it go back to tropical storm status because it's over land. 40 to 50 mile per hour winds in a place like Jacksonville, where we could be dealing with power outages and heavy rainfall as well. Winds right now are pretty light up across this area as we check out Cedar Key and Steinhatchee and even Tallahassee, but all will see that potential for stronger winds. This is tomorrow morning. Winds extending even inland. Lake City could see 40 to 50 miles per hour, so you don't have to be on the coast to get some of these fierce winds. We'll see that extend over land with a tropical storm with 40 to 50 mile per hour winds in Jacksonville. This is most of your day you're dealing with this, extending overnight into Tuesday, too, as we watch the rest of the southeast get impacted by Debby. Tyler.
Jen, this is going to be a prolonged event for many. The Tampa Bay area already bracing for impacts from Tropical Storm Debby. Tampa International Airport has already canceled or delayed several flights, and evacuation orders have been put in place in several Bay Area counties, and many shelters opened yesterday. So we've got Debby roughly 150 miles to the west-northwest of Fort Myers right now. And even though that center is so far offshore, we're feeling those outer bands come onshore. We've seen large amounts of rainfall already, much more to come, which is the reason why we've got a flood watch in effect for much of the peninsula of Florida, and then going on into, yes, now the southeastern Georgia and coastal South Carolina as well. Once Debby makes landfall as a Category 1 hurricane in the Big Bend of Florida early Monday, it slows down. it slows down so much so that it essentially stalls over the southeast for about 72 hours or so. That will lead to areas seeing rain after rain after rain, and that rain piling up and accumulating to roughly a foot of rain in some areas. Localized spots could see much more than that. So we have the potential, a solid potential for flooding, and we've got to watch this area Monday into Tuesday, but then we really get hyper-focused on coastal Carolina as we get into Wednesday and Thursday because, again, as you can see, the radar is going to be showing rain over the same areas for days to come. Keep it here on the Weather Channel. We'll be back just after the break tracking Tropical Storm Debby.
Power to blow minds. Nissan Pathfinder Rock Creek.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
The #1 thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
Why do couples choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can it keep me warm when I'm cold?
Wait, no, I'm always hot.
Sleep Number does that. Save 40% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add an adjustable base. Shop now.
This isn't Charmin. No wonder I don't feel as clean.
Hurry up, Dad. You've been in there forever.
I'm trying. This cheap stuff is too thin.
I told you not to get the other toilet paper. Here's Charmin Ultra Strong.
My bottom's been saved.
With its diamond weave texture, Charmin Ultra Strong cleans better with fewer sheets and less effort.
What's everybody waiting for? This?
Okay, hon. We know you're clean. We all go. Why not enjoy the go with Charmin?
You know, if you were cash back and you could earn on everything with just one card, Chase Freedom Unlimited. So if you're off the racking or crab cracking, you're cash backing. Cash back on flapjacks, baby backs, or tacos at the taco shack.
Nah, I'm working on my six-pack.
Switch to a king suite.
Or book a silent retreat.
Silent retreat? Oh, hold up. Yeah, I can't talk right now. I'm at a silent retreat. Cash back on everything you buy with Chase Freedom Unlimited with no annual fee. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of what's yours.
Stay ahead of your moderate to severe eczema and show off clearer skin and less itch with Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists that helps heal your skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent.
HomeGlow just cleaned my entire house for $19. Seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry. They even
Currently in our area, 84 degrees under mostly cloudy skies.
a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeGlow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
This afternoon, generally cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 85. Winds light and variable.
To your safety and comfort.
Tonight, partly cloudy. Low 69. Winds light and variable.
Home care services for our senior loved ones.
Monday, sunshine and some clouds. High 92.
We're here for you.
Join us.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Years of personal home care.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and Tropical Storm Debbie says hello. We've had quite a bit of lightning. We've had some thunder and a lot of rain, as you can see right now. And I think we're going to see and hear a lot more of everything as we go forward. We may have to seek shelter in a bit. We've had quite a bit of cloud to cloud and now cloud to, I would say cloud to ground, but more like cloud to water off in the distance. And I'm going to step out of the way for just the briefest moment. As I do so, Chris Erickson might be able to get a shot just out towards the water where you can see that things were, well, they weren't smooth, but it was relatively calmer. But now, man, I mean, you get visibility that may go less than 100 yards just right off this particular point at the intersection of C Street and Dock Street. And I mean, it is just all awash, and we expect conditions to stay pretty much like this whenever we have these concentric bands make their way on shore. And it will be loud, it will be problematic. We do expect quite a bit of issues, and with it, possibly some widespread power outages are certainly possible with down trees when the strong winds come on shore. Remember, heavy rainfall is going to be a big issue in Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas, and beyond. Something else to consider is that
You know, we've got the hurricane warnings that extend, of course, where Reynolds is, but well inland too. You've got hurricane warnings all the way up to the Georgia and Florida state line. We have tropical storm warnings that extend beyond that into Georgia and, of course, down the west coast of Florida, where we've already been dealing with tropical storm conditions today, and hurricane watch that is up in this area right here near Cedar Key. All right, so rainfall. 8 to 12 inches, very widespread. There will be locally higher amounts. Could we see 20 inches of rainfall? Yes, that is a possibility. Hard to pinpoint where that would be because you know as well as I do how these the thunderstorms set up and they train, but that potential is there given what we are dealing with, a very slow-moving, moisture-laden tropical system. We will see the flash flooding across parts of northern Florida, Cedar Key to Jacksonville, all the way up inland into Georgia, Valdosta, maybe even as far as Macon or close to it. Savannah, likely Charleston, of course, a city that floods very easily. And in these kind of conditions, we are real concerned about that. Now, Charleston and Savannah and Myrtle Beach in a high risk for flash flooding Tuesday into Wednesday morning. Be ready for that time frame here. If you got to do the sandbagging, you got to do those things, you got to get ready for it because that's coming your way. Just want to quick show you what we're dealing with here. Again, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Tyler, this is with us through the week, and it's not just here in the southeast, eventually mid-Atlantic and northeast.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, what we're seeing right now, the drivers up in the atmosphere that tend to push these systems out of the way, they're saying, not today. We're going to swipe left on that, and you're just going to hang out in the southeast for a little while. And it's going to hang out. Debbie is going to hang out in the southeast more than likely through Wednesday. But eventually, once we get into Thursday, Friday, the end of the week, there are some signs that Debbie will push out of the southeast and head northbound. It's going to head northbound to the northeast, where we have heavy rainfall potential for you over the weekend. We're really looking at the Philadelphia to New York area seeing the most rainfall. And both the Euro and the GFS do eventually take the rain up into the northeast once we get into the weekend. They're timing off just a little bit. The one model wants to take it out by the time we get out of the northeast, by the time we get to later in the weekend, but the other model wants to just keep it right there over the northeast for just a little while longer. But the good news is that for the southeast, you are going to see some light at the end of the tunnel. Hey, keep it here on the Weather Channel because we have live continuing coverage for you with reporters strategically positioned ahead of this storm.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
That's amazing.
blow minds. Nissan Pathfinder Rock Cream.
No, hold on. Use this. How's that?
We've always loved taking care of our home, but last year Grandpa here broke his arm. We realized some home maintenance jobs aren't worth the risk.
That's when we call Leaf Filter to protect our gutters.
Leaf Filter's patented filter technology keeps debris out of your gutters for good.
They gave us a free inspection and we had the system installed that week.
My only regret is not calling him sooner.
Now we can focus on what we really enjoy.
Join millions of satisfied homeowners. Call 833-LEAF-FILTER today or visit leaffilter.com.
Life, diabetes, there's no slowing down. Each day is a unique blend of people to see and things to do. That's why you choose Glucerna to help manage blood sugar response. Uniquely designed with Carb Steady. Glucerna, bring on the day.
Why do couples choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
I need help with their snoring.
Sleep Number does that.
Thank you.
Save 40% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add an adjustable base. Shop now.
If you're living with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis or active psoriatic arthritis, symptoms can sometimes take you out of the moment. Now there's Skyrizi. So you can show up with clearer skin and show it off.
Nothing is everything.
With Skyrizi, you could take each step with 90% clearer skin. And if you have psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi can help you get moving with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and less joint pain. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about how Skyrizi could help with your skin or joint symptoms. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Geico can help when you get a flat tire with their easy app and 24/7 help.
To the right now. To the left.
To the left.
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. Is the GPS playing the cha-cha slide?
Now it's time to get funky.
Funky's not a direction.
To the right now. To the left.
Go to the right. Right.
Freeze. Everybody clap your hands.
Whatever you need, from coverage to service, get more with Geico.
Tropical storm Debby wasting no time bringing rain and winds to the west coast of Florida all the way down through the Keys. This is a live look at Marathon.
Jen, those ominous clouds behind the blowing palm trees are bringing the heavy rain, which is the big danger with Debby. The latest cone shows Debby's lumbering path from Florida's Big Bend to the Carolinas, and now Virginia is also in the cone.
Alerts are up, and although we expect these to expand in the coming hours, regardless, time is running out. So you need to be ready. Tropical storm Debby, winds of 65 miles per hour, continues to churn in the very warm Gulf of Mexico. Here, about 125 miles to the west-southwest of Tampa, Florida right now. You can see the big flare-up of thunderstorms and squalls that are on the east side of the circulation, and that happens to put it right over Florida, especially the west coast of Florida, getting the worst of it right now. We're getting some of those thunderstorms that just have flared up on the northern edge as well, some more intense ones, and those have been lashing our Reynolds Wolf. We were just looking at that here early. He was seeking some shelter because of the lightning that is happening in that area. The visible satellite is important to monitor because when you look at it from this perspective, you can see how the circulation is continuing to take shape all the way around. You can see that circulation going around. By far, the worst of the weather is on the eastern side, and you get that tail extends all the way down here and then up, pushing both the weather and the water here along the west coast of Florida. But we've got winds that have been up over tropical force. Right now, they're about that or just under. We've got 35-mile-per-hour winds in Miami, Fort Myers at 30, Key West at 36. At times, Key West, you've gusted over 45 here. It's just sort of the nature of this kind of weather. Now, a tornado watch is up, and that is another concern we have with these outer bands is that quick tornadoes are possible to spin up. We've got this watch in effect until 8 o'clock. It includes throughout much of northern Florida, all the way to Tallahassee, all the way into southern Georgia, Jacksonville, Orlando, cities that you might not think of because you're not on the west coast of Florida. But yes, you're dealing with these outer bands. So the circulation, too, can be seen right here on Doppler radar. And that's another really critical piece of information. You're starting to see that eye wall take shape as well. So these are all signs that we are strengthening. We're not rapidly strengthening, but we are strengthening. And we are seeing those outer bands lash Florida, extending up into North Florida as we speak. 61 counties in Florida are under a state of emergency as Tropical Storm Debby spins toward the state. The time to prepare is slowly running out. We are joined now by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis for more on what Floridians should be doing right now ahead of landfall. Governor DeSantis, thank you for joining us. So with Debby expecting to make landfall in the state sometime tomorrow morning, what is your biggest concern right now?
Well, Jen, Floridians, we're just urging them to execute their plan. The storm is near. We're already seeing impacts in southwest Florida. The eye wall is going to end up entering our state somewhere in the Big Bend region later today, early tomorrow. It has picked up some speed. It's picked up some intensity. We had about 11 months ago Hurricane Idalia. This storm is a very similar track to what Hurricane Idalia was. Now, Hurricane Idalia was a stronger storm in terms of the wind, but it did not leave even close to amount of water as this storm, Debby, is going to leave. So we anticipate it'll be potentially 90 miles an hour, Category 1, may even be a weak Category 2, and Floridians know that, and they typically prepare for that. The amount of water, though, that this is going to drop as it enters our state and goes to the northeast is going to be significant. North Central Florida already has been saturated this summer, so we are preparing for flooding throughout that region. And so I would tell Floridians, yes, execute your plan now. Hunker down, listen to your local emergency management officials, but just understand that even as the storm passes, because of these river systems, you're going to see flood potential, not just immediately, but for days afterwards.
That is indeed the nature of water here. Nothing happens too quickly, right? You mentioned the fact that we are going to have some strong winds. What about power outages? We know they're inevitable. What's being done to make sure that we can get the power back on after the storm?
Well, first, we just tell Floridians when you have a storm that gets to this strength, there's going to be power outages. So just prepare for that. Make sure that you can handle what you need to handle. Now, we have pre-staged, I think about 17,000 linemen. We're working with all the utility companies. We're working with folks out of state so that as soon as it's safe to do so, crews can get in and work to get the power back on. We're also, for the first time in our state's history, using some of these flood prevention devices to protect utility substations. This is things that have been used to protect hospitals in the past. It's been effective. We're now deploying those on those substations. I think what we found with storms like Ian, the substations that were raised, they ended up not having impact. Some of the ones that were lower lying, they had problems with the flood. So our hope on that is to be able to mitigate the damage that the water is doing. I just got off the phone with the mayor of Tallahassee. We don't know how far west this is going to go. We're here in Tallahassee now at the Emergency Operations Center. You go outside, there's trees everywhere here. So when you have storms, that creates debris and that creates power interruption. So getting that back on is a priority, and we have the resources ready to go to do it.
Yeah, and speaking of Tallahassee and the tree canopy, the city's known for that. You suffered some previous storms, of course, hurricanes like Idalia, but also the tornadoes that we had earlier this spring. And earlier today, we spoke to residents who still have damage to their homes from that. Take a listen to what their concerns are.
On May 10th, we were hit with a tornado, and none of the work has begun to repair our house, so we're under tarps right now, and we're getting ready for this one. I'm just wondering if our tarps will hold up for what's coming next.
Right, and of course, wind and the chance of a couple of tornadoes still possible. Governor, what do you have to say to Rick and to others that may be in the same situation?
Well, first, if you look at those tornadoes, and we went, as soon as they passed, we were on the scene looking at the damage. You could be driving down the street and it seemed like nothing was wrong at all. And then you go a block or two one direction and you see really significant damage. So obviously those homes that were in that situation are going to be more vulnerable this time. But what I would say is the winds that we'll face from this, if it does come over Tallahassee, are not going to be as strong as those tornado winds, but it's going to be much more widespread throughout the city. You're not going to have an instance where 2 blocks suffer serious damage and then 2 blocks the other way suffer no damage. I mean, there's going to be trees, there's going to be debris that could potentially be all throughout the city. Now, our Florida Department of Transportation has cut and toss crews ready. As soon as the storm passes, they will work to clear the roadways, and they also work to pave the way for utility workers to be able to go in and access the power lines as needed. So we understand that that's an issue no matter what in Florida, anywhere a storm would hit, but particularly in this part of Florida, which is so heavily wooded.
Yes, for sure. You mentioned this earlier, that Floridians often prepare for the Category +1. And we know that when it comes to describing a hurricane, it's not just about the category. We could see a lot of different effects and risks from the storm. What are the challenges with communicating the dangers of this particular storm?
Well, we've been very clear about the dangers of floodwater. So this is not something you want to be walking in. This is certainly not something you want to be driving in. Most of the fatalities from flooding occur because people are trying to drive their car in the floodwaters, and you don't even have to have the road flooded that much for that car to spin out of control. So there is going to be flooding. There could potentially be widespread flooding. So please take precautions and do not go in. You could have your street flooded and you're going in. There could be debris. There could be down power lines. It does create a hazardous environment. That's a little bit different than Idalia, which was mostly a Category 3 type, almost Category 4 type wind event, which created a lot of debris, created storm surge, it created damage, but it did not have the inundation with the rain that this storm is going to have. So this is going to be different than what we saw 11 months ago. And we always say, as much as you don't want to have a big wind event, a lot of the things that we build in Florida since Hurricane Andrew can withstand really significant winds. That water, though, when that gets really high, that becomes a major, major hazard. So there's going to be a lot of water. It does prevent a hazard. So people need to take adequate precautions, and please do not try to drive in flooded streets.
Yeah, thank you for that advice. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, appreciate your time today. Thanks for joining us here, and we'll be certainly watching this storm as it continues to ramp up, heading towards the coast tonight. Well, as we watch, of course, what's happening in Florida right now, Tyler, we are seeing the squalls, the tropical storm force conditions already. It started moving in through today, and so time is running out. I mean, we're going to see a landfall early tomorrow morning, likely, with this storm.
Yeah, despite the fact that Debby is hundreds of miles, or about 150 miles offshore of Fort Myers, you're already feeling those impacts coming onshore. You're looking at a live shot right now of Bimini Bay, Florida, where the rain is coming down in buckets and the wind is howling at the moment. This is a foreshadow of things to come for you. Governor DeSantis touched on a couple of things. The soils are already saturated in Florida. They're saturated for 2 reasons. Number 1, because of Debby, but then also 2, because it's the rainy season in Florida. So you get those summertime thunderstorms, and Florida has seen plenty of those as of late. Therefore, any additional rain that we have will absolutely spark flooding. So we have a flood watch in effect for millions of Floridians across the peninsula of Florida. In total, after Debby makes landfall as a Category 1, potentially a strong Category 1 hurricane, it slows its forward motion. When it slows its forward motion, that causes the rain to pile up very quickly. In fact, it is possible that we could see in areas across northern Florida on into coastal Georgia and coastal South Carolina, we could see a foot of rainfall. Some localized areas could see more than that, up to about 20 inches, if not more, especially when you get to Savannah on into Charleston. So we have the potential of seeing flooding here like this. You've got Debby landfall about Daybreak on Monday. And from there, it slows down. And you see those bands of rain coming across the same areas, not for hours, but for days. So that is the reason why we have to be hyper-focused on that freshwater flood threat here. When we get into Tuesday into Wednesday, it's still lingering around. Therefore, the South Carolina coastline has the highest risk of seeing some flooding here. In addition to the flooding, with the saturated ground, those strong winds could easily topple over some trees. You know, wind-blown tree limbs and branches are the leading causes of power outages. We have plenty of in-state and out-of-state crews out ahead of the system, getting prepared to restore power safely and as quickly as possible once Debby has its rearview mirror in their area. But until then, we're certainly going to see heavy rainfall, the potential for some stronger thunderstorms too, Jen, and we could also see, you know, those tornadic activities as well. Jen?
Yeah. Oh, Tyler. I mean, so there is a lot to break down with the system, and just looking at the potential in the longer term and the fact that it really could linger. I mean, there's just not a lot of steering.
Yeah, every single storm is different. Every single tropical system has a myriad of hazards, and this one is going to slow its forward progression, linger for days over the same areas, and yeah, the heavy rain, the flood threat, and also the storm surge too.
Yeah, it makes it frustrating, I know, for folks who are watching this and trying to figure out how they need to prepare, knowing that we're going to be dealing with it here for quite a number of days. We are seeing more and more video of flooding going on already in Florida. This is from South Pasadena, where streets are already filled with water here. Oh boy, so here we go. The water is going to come in from the ocean with the storm surge. The water is going to come down as we see, of course, that heavy rain potential, and where the two meet up will actually make the flooding even worse. Storm surge warnings are up Apalachicola, around through Cedar Key, and even down here, coastlines north of Tampa, and then all the way into the Tampa Bay. We have a storm surge watch south of there and a storm surge watch in coastal Georgia and South Carolina. Here are some of the numbers. Cedar Key is now up over 2.1 feet. We're right at high tide right now in Cedar Key. Clearwater Beach running about a foot, little less than that here above, and Port Manatee 1.7. I would say for the most part today, we've been dealing with about 1 to 3 foot storm surge all along the West Coast. So that water rise has been affecting everyone. You know, you're not getting a wind due onshore like this coming in from west to east. That would be a worst case in terms of creating storm surge risks. But we are getting a very persistent wind that is coming up like this, from south to north or from southeast to northwest, and that's really getting the water into some of those more nooks and crannies. Anything that has a south or southeast facing coastline, dealing with that. Some of the peak storm surge will be up around the Cedar Key area, where we could get 6 feet of inundation, possibly just beyond that. And so here's a closer view of what areas are most going to be affected. I was showing you some inundation earlier of what C Street would look like. This is where C Street is. I've drawn that on, and 1st Street, 2nd Street, 3rd Street, all the way up is an area that we will be dealing with water coming in completely over that area. Now let's jump over here into the Tampa Bay region. We've got the water inundation mostly up to 3 feet, a few spots up to 6 feet, and all of the storm surge forecasts are for the worst case scenario. And really, that's what you got to plan for. Worst case scenario. Be prepared for the worst and hope for the best. Tyler.
Jen, the impacts from Debby won't end in Florida. This storm will slowly work its way up along the southeast coast, bringing a lot of rain to parts of Georgia and the Carolinas. Heads up, Charleston. This could mean days of flooding rain for you. We're timing it out for you hour by hour next. And be sure to stay here at the Weather Channel all day long as we continue to track Tropical Storm Debby.
Entresto is the #1 heart failure brand prescribed by cardiologists. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. And don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto for heart failure. Novartis may help you save on your prescription.
Any idea who keeps doing that?
Nope.
Oh, oil base with the all-weather enamel. Excellent choice.
How irresistible are cheesy crackers?
Uh-oh.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted, because when your Generac detects a power outage, it automatically powers up, giving your family the security and peace of mind they deserve.
We don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
Goddesses, I bring the vitality of sun.
And I the sea. I took the kids swimming, hit up the farmer's market, and crushed my sales call. Typical Tuesday.
Awaken your inner goddess with Vitafusion's delicious and nutritious gummies. Unwrap new Vitafusion soft chews, available now.
Depend keeps you drier than ever, so you can say yes to more than ever.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
No.
Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
You can cash back 5% on travel purchased through Chase with Freedom Unlimited. And buy a better plane seat. Switch to a King Suite.
Or book a silent retreat.
Silent retreat? Oh, hold up. Earn big with Chase Freedom Unlimited with no annual fee. How do you cash back?
The power to blow minds. Nissan Pathfinder Rock Creek.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Debby.
Currently in our area, 95 degrees under fair skies.
Can you believe it? I'm graduating next week. That's great news.
We're so proud of you.
I can't wait to see you guys.
We're so excited to see you too. With
Today, sunny, hot, high 97. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
it became difficult to communicate with the outside world.
Tonight, mainly clear, low 70. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
As they say it, on an easy-to-read display.
Making it easy to understand.
Monday, mainly sunny, hot, high 98. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour.
To you through a federally managed program.
If you have
Here's our 7-day outlook.
now to see if you qualify.
Installation, training, and the clear caption service are all provided at no cost to you.
It's so important to stay connected to the ones you love.
Call today, 1-800-351-2640. That's 800-351-2640.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail of
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel, everyone. I am meteorologist Tyler Malden. You are watching the Weather Channel's live continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Debby. You know, it's not just Florida bracing for impacts from Tropical Storm Debby. All of the southeast coast now in the cone. From Georgia up through Virginia, we could see widespread wind and rain. The National Hurricane Center is already warning of historic rainfall amounts that could lead to catastrophic flooding. You know, we've got millions of Floridians under some sort of tropical alert right now as Debby parallels the coastline of the peninsula of Florida. It's a 65-mile-per-hour storm right now, but is poised to become a hurricane before making landfall in the Big Bend of Florida about daybreak tomorrow. That's the reason why we have a hurricane warning in effect for the Big Bend of Florida. Once it comes on shore, it loses a lot of its forward progress, kind of slows down and stalls out over the southeast, leaving much of the southeast coastline under the threat for some really heavy rainfall. Some of us could be measuring this in double digits, up to about a foot. Some areas, localized amounts up to 20 once you get into 20 inches once you get into coastal Georgia and coastal Carolina. This is from now all the way through next Saturday. Why are we tracking it all the way through next Saturday? Well, it's because it's going to linger around through midweek across the southeast. It's not until the end of the week that it actually starts to get pushed out. So we're watching for flash flooding potential Monday and Tuesday across North Florida and Georgia. And then we really start to monitor the coastline from Savannah through Charleston on into Myrtle Beach. This area is absolutely going to see some devastating impacts from Tropical Storm Debby. And timing this out for you here, notice that we're not talking about the rain just lingering around for hours. We're talking about Debby lingering 4 days. It makes that landfall early Monday morning. It barely makes any movement from 5 a.m. on Monday to 6 a.m. on Tuesday. And notice it just sits right in place on Wednesday too. Once we get to Thursday, that's when it starts to get that little bump. We're also looking at the winds picking up there as well. So it's not just the rain, it's also the winds. We will see those tropical storm force conditions. You can't even rule out a few spin-up tornadoes as well. And Jen, Charleston is an area that could really get impacted heavily.
Charleston is one spot that will have to pay extra close attention to Tropical Storm Debby. We know it doesn't take a lot of rain to cause flooding, and unfortunately, you are not just going to get a little bit of rain. You are going to get a lot. Peak rainfall amounts could add up to 10 inches plus, and that's not including the 2 to 4 feet of storm surge that is also possible. All right, Charleston, let's break it down. 10 inches of rain. There will be locally higher amounts. Could you get 20 inches of rain somewhere in this vicinity? Yes, it is possible. That's the potential that we have. Not saying it's going to happen, but you need to know kind of, what kind of system we're dealing with here. Big rainmaker, because it's going to be slow moving, because it has so much atmospheric moisture with it, there's a high risk of flash flooding. Savannah, Hilton Head, Charleston, Myrtle Beach. This is Tuesday to Wednesday morning when this high risk has been issued. High-risk days are big ones. 83% of the yearly flood damages happen on high-risk days. So you need to make sure you're taking those very seriously. At least $1 million in damage on 62% of high-risk days. Seriously. So you need to, if you need to sandbag, whatever you need to do, make sure you get stuff out of your basement, or, make sure your car is not going to be an area that it could get flooded. These are all things to consider. Right now, we've got some scattered showers out there. We do on the East Coast have a trough that's been creating some showers all the way from the northeast, all the way through the southeast. But in the coming days, it's the rain from Debby, Tropical Storm Debby, that will be bringing in some intense rainfall rates, which will lead to flash flooding. This is a look at 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Not to say it's going to be the exact timing, but to give you a sense of when. It's going to be through the afternoon into the evening that we get into some of those strongest outer bands that bring some of the biggest rainfall. And these big rainfall rates will drive the urban flooding that we will see. It will drive water quickly going into streams and creeks and could cause rivers too to be rising because of the magnitude of the amount of water that's going to be coming out of these outer bands. But this is Wednesday now. We're still dealing with it in this area. Winds are also going to be a factor, and for winds easily over tropical storm force for days will lead to some power outages. You might think that 40 miles per hour or so won't cause any big issues, but when you have 3 days of it, it can certainly cause some big issues. And we'll have to see some trees come down, tree limbs come down. Power outages are one of the concerns. So for Tropical Storm Debby in Charleston, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, we are still dealing with the impacts here. Again, wind and rain all going to be a factor, and the fact that we do have that storm surge concern does make Charleston in particular very vulnerable as we look at that potential for flooding in the city. All right, let's take a live look at Sanibel, Florida. Here we've been watching this wind all day, winds gusting to nearly tropical storm force. We've been in and out of the bands with some heavier rainfall, and of course that surf is feisty out there with Tropical Storm Debby offshore.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
Wow.
Wow. Okay. That's amazing.
The power to blow minds. Nissan Pathfinder Rock Creek.
The freshest milk. 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 Check. The freshest bread. The freshest bread. The freshest bread. The freshest bread. The freshest.
Give me a big smile.
Up the morning out. Big smiles, guys.
All the gear to go back in style. Welcome to your Walmart.
I love you. I love you.
Beckett's amazing. He's a miracle child. In the mornings, he'll wake up and he'll roll the shades up and, Dada, it's time to get up. It's a bright, beautiful day.
You look great. The first of the year, he started going, I have to sit down, I'm dizzy, Mommy. He couldn't walk straight. His head was starting to be cocked. A month after his 3rd birthday, he got diagnosed with ATRT brain cancer. All you can think of is, the kid's not gonna live.
I have died every day waiting for you. Darling, don't be afraid. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I love you for 1,000 more.
Really tough.
Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live.
The fact that St. Jude doesn't bill is a godsend, and the fact that we don't have to ask for help here makes things a lot easier to go through what we have to go through with Beckett.
I wish my cancer's gone.
For just $19 a month, you'll help us continue the life-saving research and treatment these kids need.
The fact that they are researching and they are saving these children, it's so important. We wouldn't be where we are without St. Jude, and in turn, we wouldn't be where we are without those people that have donated. They're the reason why my son's still alive.
You can help St. Jude save the lives of children like Beckett.
This hurricane season, America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America only on the Weather Channel.
And live images, or not live images, but new wave video into the Weather Channel. This from Cape Coral, Florida. Folks, when you're trying to reason with hurricane season, you got to know you're going to deal with a lot of rainfall at times. And this, certainly in Cape Coral, is that situation. It's going to be really difficult to go from one part of a community to the other when you have this kind of rain that's coming on down. So, folks, please tread very, very carefully, especially in the coming darkness that we have late night tonight and into the early morning hours with low light conditions. You may have a very difficult time going out and about. Welcome back, everybody. everyone. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. Cedar Key is the location, and wouldn't you know, we're seeing a lot of the same activity right here. Roads getting covered up by these waves that are coming on through. Now, the last time we were able to meet, we had some heavy rain that was coming down. A lot of this, not from the rain, this is from a high tide cycle, which is now beginning to lessen, but also that fetch you have coming in from the southwest, actually from this location. You see it overtopping this little barrier. I mean, it's not going to hold anything back there. And then notice it goes right into the street itself. Man, what a mess that you have. Chris Erickson's the man behind the camera. We're putting Chris through the paces. Chris, if we go back and move the camera in this direction, go up Dock Street, you'll find more of the same. Now, slightly higher. When I say slightly, I mean very slightly higher. You'll notice that we have just an absolute rush. I mean, it looks almost like a washing cycle. You have these waves that come on through. They go right over these pilings, right onto the street. Then you see the effects of it. And we're going to see this again ramp up as we make our way on through. We're still hours away from that landfall. And again, this scene like this may become commonplace going much the Sunshine State. All right, we were having some microphone issues, which does happen when you're trying to broadcast in tropical weather from time to time. So we're going to send it back in the studio. But folks, please, I implore you, keep it with the Weather Channel. Very dangerous situation, certainly, as we make our way over the next several hours and days. Rain is going to be the big story. Jen, back to you.
Yeah, Reynolds, though it's impressive what Mother Nature is doing already with that surge that you're seeing there and that water splashing over the roadways. We want to talk more about surge. Cedar Key, no stranger to surge because, of course, all the past history. Just Idalia last year brought more than 6 feet. Now, let's look at how it could be impacting us here. It's hard to visualize how storm surge is going to look. So we can use the Weather Channel's flood effects simulation to show you that. This is C Street. Reynolds was standing on that earlier this morning. We've got 1st Street, we've got 2nd Street, we've got 3rd Street. So I want to point out, let me take that off, and this is the City Hall. This is the fire department. This is the Sea Spray apartments or condos, and we've got some vacation rentals just next to that. I want to point out City Hall in particular because they had to be completely renovated after the flooding last year. So let's put this into motion now and show you if we get to that worst case scenario, 6 feet of storm surge, how much water inundation there is going to be. You can see how it comes up. Now we've got the fire department, the 1st floor there. We've got that Sea Spray condos, the 1st floor there. Water is getting in. All of these cars are dealing with water inundation. It extends back to the new City Hall, now dealing with water as well. And this is beyond 2nd Street, close to 3rd Street. And really, you've got the water from the ocean. You've got that marshy area behind it. There's just so many places for water to kind of infiltrate this area. Again, this is a worst case scenario, but you got to plan for the worst case scenario, looking at that potential if it all comes together at high tide, as well as that risk of a landfall about that time. So surge, of course, is a big concern because of the damages that it can cause. And we're sort of visualizing this here, but it's also a danger. And so we want to make sure we're warning you that as well, making sure you're paying attention to local officials. There are some shelters up in this open in the Cedar Key area. This is just one spot that will be dealing with that risk of surge flooding. But of course, you know, this is a prone area right along the coast. We've got Cedar Key and all the islands that are nearby that will be dealing with these types of impacts. To give you a sense of what we're working with here, this is a map view too, so you can see, you know, we've got water that is this over here, Dock Street. That's where Reynolds was, and where we're seeing that splash going on right now. But when you look at where water is, you got the ocean side, then you got the marshy side up here. So there's just a lot of water surrounding this area, and we could see that inundation again, 6 feet, maybe even 6 to 9 feet or 10 feet is a possibility. Just south of there, 4 to 7 feet, and then the 3 to 5 feet that we will see. We've already been watching about 1 to 3 feet happen on the west coast of Florida right now because of the wind direction that we've been seeing so far, and the winds have generally been from the south-southeast to the north-northwest here. That wind means any south-facing coastline is going to be dealing with it. You would think that everyone's facing west. They're not. There's definitely areas, little nooks and crannies in here that have that coastline feeling the worst of the surge right now, but we've got a storm surge warning for that potential of 3 to 5 feet. And again, that extends up around Apalachicola, St. George Island, and a storm surge watch. Georgia and South Carolina, 2 to 4 feet of inundation possible.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms, with my psoriatic arthritis symptoms,
But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling in RA and PSA, relieve fatigue for some, and stop joint damage. And in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occurred. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
AbbVie could help you save.
Are you crying? No. There's no crying in baseball. Or with the Capital One Venture Card, because it lets you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day. And you can use those miles on any travel purchase. What's in your wallet?
To the right now.
Is the GPS playing the cha-cha slide?
Geico can help when you get a flat tire with their easy app and 24/7 help.
Everybody clap your hands.
Whatever you need, from coverage to service, get more with Geico.
What's up at DQ? Oh, just the best deal ever. The $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Bacon cheeseburger, fries, drink, and a sundae. No time to be modest. It's all full size for just $7. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good.
If you're only using facial moisturizer in the morning, did you know the best time for skin renewal is at night? Olay Retinol 24 renews millions of surface skin cells while you sleep. Wake up to smoother, younger-looking skin with Olay Retinol 24.
Detect this. Living with HIV, Craig learned he can stay undetectable with fewer medicines. That's why he switched to Dovato. Dovato is a complete HIV treatment for some adults. No other complete HIV pill uses fewer medicines to help keep you undetectable than Dovato. Detect this. Leo learned that most HIV pills contain 3 or 4 medicines. Dovato is as effective with just 2. If you have hepatitis B, don't stop Dovato without talking to your doctor. Don't take Dovato if you're allergic to its ingredients or taking difetilide. This can cause serious or life-threatening side effects. If you have a rash or allergic reaction symptoms, stop Dovato and get medical help right away. Serious or life-threatening lactic acid buildup and liver problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, or if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or considering pregnancy. Dovato may harm an unborn baby. Most common side effects are headache, nausea, diarrhea, trouble sleeping, tiredness, and anxiety. Detect this. You could stay undetectable with fewer medicines. Ask your doctor about Dovato.
Here we are driving down the road, and all of a sudden, bang! There was a crack in our windshield. You know what we can do now, though, right?
Go to safelight.com.
And we're good to go.
Hey guys, I'll be replacing the windshield for you.
Can we go in there with you?
New cars come with cameras that could control your automatic braking systems and lane departures, which you do need to get recalibrated when you get your windshield replaced.
If you get a crack in your windshield, there's only one choice.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Debby. Get trusted updates only on the Weather Channel and the Weather Channel TV app.
Tropical storm Debby expected to make landfall tomorrow morning, but the rain bands already lashing the west coast of Florida.
We've got Tropical Storm Debby about 100 miles offshore of the west coast of Florida, bringing those heavy rain bands in. You know, the waters, those Gulf waters, they are ripe for development. So Tropical Storm Debby, Jen, it is just going to intensify into a hurricane here soon.
Yes, it is indeed here. Very warm waters. You know, thankfully conditions are not perfect, because otherwise we could have seen rapid development. That hasn't been happening, but we've been seeing the impacts already. You know, with the tropical storm force conditions right now, Siesta Key gusting under that to 20. At times it's been higher, gusting to 33, sustained at 20. Siesta Key, again, you can see that water as well as the wind kind of blowing those raindrops sideways in front of the camera right there.
Yeah, and this is a foreshadow of things to come for those that are just to the north of Siesta Key. Let's also go to Sanibel as well, because you are seeing, look at that. That is your quintessential tropical storm video here. The water looks like a washing machine. You've got the palm tree flowing in the wind. This is quintessential tropical storm coverage right here, Jen.
I know. Look at that. It has been nonstop too. We keep checking in with this camera, and the wind is just not letting go. We are looking at rainfall too, quite heavy now, with some of those bigger bands that extends from Sarasota and Venice, Florida, all the way up into St. Pete. It is making its way into the Tampa Bay. This band in particular, I've been watching this for heavy rainfall coming in with that, the big rainfall rates. Plus, from Tampa, we measure about 100 miles out to that center of circulation. Dalton, thanks for pulling this together real quick. I wanted to show you that you can really start to see now we're starting to get that circulation really taking better shape with more of a view of that eye and eye wall from this radar presentation. You know, all different pieces of data come together to tell us what's happening. Of course, the hurricane hunters are flying in. We're getting data from them. We watch the radar. We look at the satellite, you know, and also, of course, keeping an eye on how this is impacting all of you. It's been a mess of a day at the airport in Tampa. 4 hours and 31 minutes delays. It's a ground delay program. I mean, there's some flights canceled. There's, you know, they can still take off and land, but there's a ton of delays dealing with all of this weather that is going on. All right, so here's the latest. Tropical storm Debby with 65 miles per hour wind. This is the 2 o'clock advisory. The next advisory will be out at 5 o'clock. Again, watching signs of strengthening, but not rapid strengthening. And here, I think it's really important to know about what's happening right now. Do we think that could accelerate in terms of the strengthening as it makes a turn more to the north and then more to the northeast? Yes, that is possible. And so we do expect a hurricane upon landfall, and it could be not just a Category 1, but maybe a Category 1 approaching Category 2. These are the things you need to keep in mind, is that we are going to have a wind threat as it comes ashore because of that. Already been dealing with the tropical storm force gusts. That's going to remain the same through tonight along the west coast of Florida. Really focusing in on, though, that Big Bend area. Cedar Key could see winds gusting over 90 miles per hour. Jacksonville, 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, maybe even gusting over 50 throughout the day tomorrow. This can mean a power outage concern. South Georgia, you're dealing with the same thing. Valdosta to Statesboro, dealing with those strong winds. And along the coast, too, Savannah and Charleston getting some very strong winds as well. Strong tropical storm as we watch this continue to work its way in that direction. Widespread power outages are possible near the point of landfall, but even likely well inland. We're talking into South Georgia, including in communities like Valdosta.
The Tampa Bay area already bracing for impacts from Tropical Storm Debby. Jen, as you mentioned, Tampa International Airport has already canceled or delayed several flights, and evacuation orders have been put in place in several Bay Area counties and many shelters today. So we have Tropical Storm Debby offshore of the west coast of Florida, and what it's doing as it moves to the north is it is in a relatively ripe environment to continue to intensify, and it will intensify into a Category 1 hurricane before making landfall in the Big Bend of Florida come Monday morning. It's throwing a lot of rain up the peninsula, and the peninsula is just locked into this prolonged period of rainfall, and then eventually that goes into coastal Georgia and the coastal Carolinas as well. When it's all said and done, from now through Saturday, we could pick up an additional foot of rainfall in some portions of the southeast. Locally higher amounts certainly possible. What does that mean for your rivers? It means those rivers are going to swell, and certainly some of these rivers will be at major flood stage. That tells us that once Tropical Storm Debby is out of the picture here, you're still going to be dealing with impacts because that floodwater has to go somewhere. So this is something that we're going to be dealing with for quite a while. Considering the fact that Debby comes on shore and it really slows down its forward motion, that leads us to seeing that higher potential and the higher potential for heavy rainfall and also the increased risk for severe flooding. It's not just Monday, it's not just Tuesday, but we will be dealing with this across the southeast on into Wednesday and potentially Thursday as well. It's not until we get to the weekend that we see this eject out and the conditions start to try and improve. But until then, we absolutely have to continue to keep a focus, keep a close eye on the flooding potential across Florida, Georgia, as well as coastal Carolina. Stay here with the Weather Channel because we are going to be with you this afternoon, this evening, and overnight with continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Debby.
The power to blow minds. Nissan Pathfinder Rock Creek.
If you have heart failure, entrust your heart to Entresto. Entresto helps improve your heart's ability to pump blood to the body. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. And don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto for heart failure. Novartis may help you save on your prescription.
Starting a business is never easy, but starting at 8 months pregnant, that's a different story. With the Chase Ink card, we got up and running in no time.
Earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase with the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card from Chase for Business.
Herbal Essences is packed with naturally derived plant-based ingredients your hair will love, and none of the stuff it won't. Our sulfate-free collections smell incredible and leave your hair touchably soft and smooth. Herbal Essences.
I'm lucky. I found the one thing that I was put on this earth to do. And every day, as I inch one step closer to my vision, it reminds me that making it in life is all about the making.
At Ram, our calling is to build trucks. So when you find your calling, nothing can stop you from answering it.
Now, during the Ram Make This the Summer event, get $2,000 bonus cash allowance on select 2024 Ram pickup trucks and vans in dealer stock. See your Ram dealer today.
Oh man, do you stick with plump, juicy raisins or try something deliciously frosted? Best to really chew on this one. But maybe not so loudly. More delicious ways to brand.
Welcome to StockX, your favorite app to shop sneakers and streetwear. From the greatest grails to the latest trends, everything you need is here. Our real-time marketplace gives you access to the hottest brands, allowing you to easily level up your style in just a few taps. Plus, you can trust that every order is StockX verified, backed up by our buyer promise. See what millions already know.
Currently in our area, 95 degrees under sunny skies.
StockX.com.
HomeAglow just cleaned my entire house for $19. No, seriously, $19. They showed up
This afternoon, plentiful sunshine. High 96, winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Pick a cleaner and enjoy a spotless
Tonight, a few passing clouds. Low 71, winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday, a mainly sunny sky. Hot. High 98. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour.
Weather Channel TV app. Real-time.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Track all the action. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
You'll have to take my word for it. The street is Dock Street. The location is Cedar Key, and between, well, where we happen to be, where we stand, over to the far side, you'll notice that we've got quite a bit of water coming in right from the bay. Compliments of this system, which continues to just push wave after wave through. We have a little bit of a break in the action, but every now and then you'll have a towering one that comes in right over the railing and just pushes on over towards a lot of the other foliage you see across the street. But yeah, it's going to be pretty much like this in a lot of places. One thing you need to consider too is that you have one 2-lane highway that leaves Cedar Key and goes back into the mainland. And I would imagine with the strong winds we expect overnight and into tomorrow, Probably going to see some tree damage. With the tree damage, you're going to have blocked roadways. Again, roadways not blocked by water like this one, but ones that could be tough to pass. Let's take a gander up street if we can. Boy, Chris is getting his steps in today, that's for sure. And Chris, we're going to pass by Debby right here and show you the whole paint job that we have here, compliments of Mother Nature. Now, off in the distance, we actually have some better visibility where you can see off in the distance some of the mangrove, the islands there. But from that vantage point to right here, what we're seeing, just this myriad of waves coming through. There used to be a symmetry a few hours ago where they're coming in almost in sets of 6 to 7, but now it's just all awash. Just, again, a mixed cycle for the time being. Plenty of debris that you see here, right, just near these pilings. And once that gets up and possibly over, again, some of this berm here, that could be an obstruction on the roadway. So again, this is the beginning of what will be a very long afternoon and certainly a long night ahead. Jen, back over to you.
Yeah, Reynolds, I would like to ask you, I'm seeing cars on the road behind you. That seems like a place you don't want to leave your vehicle. Is there any kind of local communication about that, putting your vehicle in a safe place for the storm?
Well, yes, absolutely. We have some of Levy County's finest. The Sheriff's Department is over behind Chris, off in the distance, right around the bend, out of sight, but they are there. And on this side, everyone that happens to be on this street, they're all locals. They know this area very well. A lot of them are business owners. And part of it is just kind of hanging out for a bit, but also the preparation of what we expect to be a very long night and possibly a very long day. They are taking it in stride best they possibly can. I mean, as you can imagine, there's a bit of fatigue, whereas less than a year or so, they dealt with quite a bit of damage as we had at Hurricane, the ice storm, Idalia, you'll remember, that came on through. So memories here are strong. They know what they're dealing with. They know what is going to be coming. This time, a weaker system, no doubt, but certainly causing its own set of problems. Jen, it's interesting following this forecast and seeing what we anticipate days to come as this leaves the bounds of Florida over the next several days into Georgia, into the Carolinas. If there's ever been a time that we hope to forecast would not be validated, that it would move out to sea and far away and not affecting people, then this is that time. But right now, it does look like it's going to be a major rainmaker for so many people. So problematic.
Yeah, the atmosphere is giving us fits, that's for sure, Reynolds. Thank you. I mean, yeah, there's the steering. The steering flow just breaks down and doesn't really make it obvious where it's going to go as you get through the next several days. So that's why it's a big flood threat. And Reynolds obviously talked about the rainfall as well as the surge flooding that's going to be affecting us. But we also have inland threats as well. Let's look at the wind concern. When you see hurricane warning, a hurricane watch, or tropical storm warning, it's all about the wind and the conditions that come with that. So hurricane warnings extend inland all the way to the Florida-Georgia state line. Tropical storm warnings beyond that all the way into South Georgia. Tropical storm watches through South Georgia, including Savannah, and over into South Carolina, including in Charleston. Rainfall. This is going to be one of the biggest calling cards from Debby, the big rainfall footprint that we are expecting. A widespread 8 to 12 inches with some spots getting 20 inches of rain. That is the potential here. It's a saturated air mass. It's going to be lingering and lumbering around in the southeast, and so we know that that's going to exacerbate some of the rainfall rate potential, and when that leads to flash flooding. We've got that concern Tuesday and Wednesday in particular. There's a combination of factors here. One, of course, is the big rain and the amounts that we are going to get, but the other is that we'll have this onshore flow, and that's going to slow the draining of all these waterways that extend into the Atlantic Ocean. And so when you get big rain and it gets into the basin and it gets into the waterways that are supposed to go out into the Atlantic Ocean, but it can't go quickly because you got the onshore push, that makes it worse when it comes to flooding concern. So Charleston, you'll start on Monday with showers and storms getting worse throughout the day, more widespread. Savannah, you too. It actually starts earlier there in Savannah. Overnight into Tuesday morning. Charleston, we have some intense rainfall coming in and then continuing into Tuesday night with some of those outer bands maybe reaching all the way up to North Carolina. We're looking at Virginia. We just have a slow-moving system that will be spreading out the heavy rain as well as the winds, which could be creating power outages. So a lot to prepare for in the coming days here in a lot of real estate across the southeastern part of the U.S.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
What will you do when the power goes out? And inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on, uninterrupted. Because when your Generac detects a power outage, it automatically powers up, giving your family the security and peace of mind they deserve.
We don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the does not come through, our Generac does.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
Make the bunny circle over and under. Get one bunny. Did you just do it? Yes. You did it. Let me see. I gotta look.
Drift into the world of Candy Crush. Candy Crush. Play now.
So, I didn't think I needed Swiffer until I saw how easily it picked up my hair every time I dried it. It only takes a minute. Look at that. The heavy-duty cloths are extra thick for amazing trap and lock, even for his hair. Wow, you'll love Swiffer or your money back.
Why do couples choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can it keep me warm when I'm cold?
Wait, no, I'm always hot.
Sleep Number does that. Save 40% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add an adjustable base. Shop now.
What I gotta fix? If I'm not broken,
Oh, come on.
What I gotta fix? What I gotta
Oh, no.
You break it, we take it. Trade in any phone in any condition, guaranteed at Verizon, and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Give me a big smile.
Up in the morning out. Up in the morning, big smiles, guys.
All the gear to go back in style. Welcome to your Walmart.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Let's take a look at Siesta Key, where the stormy conditions are really starting to take a turn. It is getting feisty out there, Jen.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at the water. You can see the wind. We've got that. There's looks like one watercraft that's out there. But boy, you can really see when the palm fronds come into the view, you can see how they're getting blown around. We're right in an outer band right now. Yeah. There's another boat over there and another boat. We're right in one of those outer bands that are bringing in winds that nearby are gusting. Let's see, Sarasota gusting to 43.
Yeah, those bands are really packing a punch. The latest cone shows Debbie's lumbering path from Florida's Big Bend to the Carolinas, and now Virginia is even in the cone.
Alerts are up, and we expect these to expand in the coming hours. Regardless, time is running out, so make sure that you are ready. Welcome to our live continuing coverage of the tropical threat. I'm Jen Carfagno.
And I'm meteorologist Tyler Malden. We are here with you throughout the afternoon, bringing you the very latest on Debbie and the widespread threats coming for Florida and the southeast coast.
We've been in it today, all day, across the west coast of Florida with those tropical storm force winds at times, in and out of the rain bands with heavy lashing rainfall, and we've had a couple of tornado warnings. So here's the latest on Debbie. Tropical storm Debbie, as of the 2 o'clock advisory, is a tropical storm with winds at 65 miles per hour. The movement to the north-northwest at 13. Two key pieces of information. We are watching to see how it continues to develop and strengthen. Hurricane force would be winds of 74 miles per hour. That would be 75 here on this. So again, waiting and watching for that. Also, the movement right now to the north-northwest. It needs to make more of a turn to the north or even northeast to stay on that path as projected. So again, watching that in the coming hours. Right now, it's about 125 miles to the west-southwest of Tampa. We do have a tornado watch that is up until 8 o'clock. We have seen some sporadic tornado warnings. This is something that happens in those outer bands when you have a tropical system approaching land. And so in particular, the two bands that I'm keeping an eye on is this one right here, and then this one, which is actually lashing us right along the coast. You saw things going down here in Siesta Key. That's the band that is bringing those more intense winds, and we'll have to keep an eye on any spin-ups contained within those when it comes to the tornado threat. All right, right now from Sarasota to St. Pete, we've got winds that are gusting, let's see, Sarasota 43, St. Pete 47. Yeah, it is feisty out there. And looking at the radar velocity to see, is there any spin in the atmosphere? This may be a little area of a water spout. Dalton, thank you for circling that. Right out there, there's another one a little closer to the coast, another one just up the coast. I mean, look at these little pock marks kind of just showing up. This is very typical when you see a landfalling tropical system. And so you watch these to see how they evolve and if they do move onshore, something that the National Weather Service is keeping a close watch on. St. Pete 47, Tampa gusting to 39. You're not even in the worst of the weather yet, but it is kind of pivoting up towards you there in Tampa. The delays are already so bad at the airport here. It's going to be a tough day or tough evening to make any progress considering what we're dealing with. So here we go, extending out about 100 miles from Tampa is that center of circulation. And you really can get a sense now of that eye wall starting to form, that center of circulation. And Tyler, these are all things that we're looking at to see how this continues to evolve and strengthen in the coming hours.
You know, Jen, less than a year after Hurricane Idalia devastated the community of Cedar Key, Florida, residents are now bracing for fierce rain and wind from Debby. Storm surge last year led to major flooding. With Idalia fresh in their minds, residents are racing to prepare ahead of Debby's landfall. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf joins us live now from Cedar Key. Reynolds, you know, Tropical Storm Debby, which is poised to become a hurricane, is well away from you, but you're already seeing your conditions go downhill.
Have we ever? You're absolutely right about that. The heaviest rainfall was about an hour or two ago, but we're expecting a bit more. Hey, a short while ago, Jen was asking about roads and the conditions that we've had in the area. We're going to step over here for a moment. Chris, why don't you go ahead and you walk right past me, and as you do so, Chris is going to give you a better view of what we have around this corner. Now, a short while ago, you had a fellow from the Sheriff's Department here in Levy County, and since then they've left, but this road was blocked off on the other side. You can see one of the reasons why in the foreground why we have had this bit of a watery obstruction. Saw it coming from the bay, going right over this cement berm, and boom, right here into the street itself. And we can't expect a bit more of this. Now, what's interesting at this point, you have, I would say, about 500 yards off the shoreline here until your visibility goes from poor to non-existent. Now, as Chris gives you a bit of a shot as we look towards the south, you'll notice some of the pilings, but then off in the distance, a couple of islands, mangrove islands, mind you. And I'll tell you, things are not as they should be, but we are going to go from what has been quite bad in a mosh pit, so to speak, to fairly worse. There we go. There goes Sheriff's Department of Levy County. I'm sure they're going to have a very busy night ahead, and stands to reason, doesn't it? Hey, let's make our way back up the street if we can. And a short while ago, we were at Liam and Maddie's. Walked in there, and Jen, to your point that you were talking about earlier, the people that have been out and about, all locals. Incredible folks. And they're all telling stories about what we've had in the past with some of the recent storms. Will the power go out? Is it going to happen? Won't it happen? There's a lot of conjecture, obviously, going forward, but it is certainly a wonderful group of people here, about 467 total population, but during the summer months, obviously, the population goes up in a big way. But no visitors for this one. The only visitor we have is Debby, and Debbie's causing all kinds of a ruckus for the time being. Again, got the cars coming through, and once they do, many of them have been doing just basically a three-point turnaround and going right back in the direction of which they came. Although this is a one-way street, it is a bit different now, no doubt about it. All right, I am losing a little bit of communication back, and I'm it happens sometimes in a rainstorm. So we're going to send it right back into the studio. Let's send it back to you.
All right, Reynolds, thank you. Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. Here, when you're out in the field, sometimes that rain, your earpiece might slip out, you might lose the signal. And, you know, we're going to be dealing with worse conditions than what Reynolds is dealing with right now, believe it or not. Things go downhill big time tonight there. We've been feeling some of the worst of it now moving into the Tampa area, and we have a ground delay program with delays running 4.5 hours. That's the average. Some of them are more. This is the kind of day where you just kind of wish your flight was canceled, don't you? Unless you really got to get somewhere. But it has been a tough one with this weather all day today. We're about to see this more intense band, which is right here. This is about to lift on up into the Tampa area, affecting you at the airport here soon. These outer bands, this one down here, this one over here, even this top one up here, keeping an eye on all of them for the cells contained within it to produce some really heavy rainfall rates. We've been watching that already. There's been some flash flood concerns down around Naples with a couple of inches of rainfall already. And some of that comes down in a short period of time, like 2 inches per hour. That's the kind of rain that we will be dealing with as we see Debby approach a landfall overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. So the timing right now is about 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. You know, it's got to make that turn. At the moment, still traveling north-northwest, so it's got to make a turn to the north and then to the northeast and then approach land. And the more time it spends over water is bad news, because that means it has more time to strengthen. So here, honestly, you hope for a sooner rather than later landfall, because there's no other option. It is going to be approaching land. As it approaches land, I want to point this out as well. We are still in this kind of tail of tropical moisture now coming into Tampa. And one thing's happening also at this point is that the winds are changing direction. And so now we've got an onshore push of water, which could make the surge concerns here greater than they will be today. So I want to make sure that you're ready for that. Then we get you in throughout the day, Monday to Tuesday. We have a tropical storm on our hands that is inland and still creating a really big rainfall problem. Likely flash flooding up here around the Big Bend area down to Tampa. Then as we get you into Monday, we'll watch up into South Georgia. Florida Panhandle, especially Tallahassee points eastbound. You'll be in it tonight. The northwest part of Florida, watching the timing here very closely. And this is where we find our Paul Goodlow, who is standing by in Tallahassee. And Paul, you know, we know that folks there are still cleaning up after tornadoes hit this spring. They had straight line winds, too.
A lot of damage back in May, Jan, and now we're dealing with this tropical storm forecast to become a hurricane as it passes by here. Still could be packing sustained winds around 90 miles per hour close to the center. We should be just far enough on the better side. There's no real true better side to be in at a hurricane. You want to be well away from it, but we're going to be on that west side of that center. So a lot of the winds coming in as we head into landfall will be coming from the land, which will help with friction slow things down versus, you mentioned Tampa, still well away from the center. They're going to have that persistent fetch over the relatively frictionless Gulf here coming on in here, but the system will slow down, which means the rain continues. Once again, we're going to be west of center. We're still going to have rain. Perhaps just that 4 to 6, but depending on how slowly it moves, those could actually go up. That's the big concern. If they go down, that's great, but we're also above average in terms of rainfall so far this year. But if they go up because of the rain we've had, we can quickly start seeing a lot of flooding. There's somewhat of relief for hills around this part of the Florida Panhandle, northern Florida, but they're preparing for the worst. Again, schools in this area moving into southern Georgia have closed for Monday. Even FAMU, one of the universities in town, closed on Monday just to be on the safe side, because it's not just the rain, it's also the wind. Again, with a city with plenty of trees, they can come down. And we know what happened in Texas with Beryl last month, that sometimes it's the trees that can bring the power lines down and also cause some concern. So tonight we're under a flood watch, we're under a hurricane tropical storm warning, we're also under a tornado watch. Again, we're already seeing some of the spiral bands kind of stream into this part of Florida. You can, it's hard to tell, maybe we'll get you next hour, but you can still see there's kind of a curvature to some of the cloud structure here that I can clearly see with a much wider field of vision than the camera can. But bottom line is we're starting to see the outer clouds come in, the rain bands start coming in. probably before the sun sets, and rain continues through sunrise, and probably the closest pass will come through as we head on towards midday tomorrow. And hopefully it keeps going, and we have more of that drier air coming in from inland, keeping at least this part of Florida on the not as impacted side. But even areas well to the east of us, they could see maybe double-digit type rainfall, because they're going to be on the much moisture-laden side with that fetch coming right in from the Gulf of Mexico. Just thinking about college towns, Tallahassee to Gainesville could have maybe a 6 to 12-inch difference in rainfall that we could see from maybe soon to be Hurricane Debby as it makes landfall tomorrow. Tyler?
Thanks, Paul. You know, you mentioned the big difference between Tallahassee to Gainesville in terms of the rainfall totals. Any deviation in the track of Tropical Storm Debby could change that for you, either for the better or for the worse.
Right. We still don't think that the center will come, you know, right over us, or even it shouldn't go west of us. I mean, we might get closer to us, but we still are pretty confident at this point with all the models that we're going to stay on the west side, or the weaker, better side of that storm. But again, you know, it's not about proximity to that center. It's proximity and duration of the impacts. We say this with every single storm. Every single storm is different. And that's why I do think places like Gainesville, even maybe to Jacksonville, still not going to be as close as we will be to the center, could see a lot more than duration in terms of the amount and the timing of the rain falling in those areas.
Yeah, that is very well said, because after Debby makes landfall, it is going to slow its forward progression over North Florida, and it just starts to really rain itself out, Paul. So now I want to take you to Bimini Bay. We have a live video here, and you can see the torrential rainfall coming down and the winds whipping. Look, you can even see the mist coming across the water there. This is a sign of this system pushing to the north and conditions just going downhill for many areas of the peninsula of Florida. We've got Tropical Storm Debby about 100 miles to the west of the west coast of Florida at this time, and that puts the peninsula of Florida in that sloppy east side of the storm, where you will just see rain band after rain band come ashore. We have a flood watch in effect for much of the peninsula of Florida as a result. We now have a flood watch in effect for parts of Georgia and South Carolina as well. As Debby comes on shore, it will certainly slow its forward progression. It's going to hang around for several days in the southeast, leading to large amounts of rain. So you're absolutely going to see some flooding in spots. Make sure that you play it safe if you're hitting the roads, or if you're walking around your neighborhood trying to look at storm damage. Be safe. If you see flooded roadways, turn around. It's not worth it. Don't try driving through those waters, even if you think you know how deep it is. And also, too, if you see any flooded roadways out there or sidewalks, you've got to assume that there's something hazardous in that water, so you want to avoid it. How much rain are we talking about? Some areas in North Florida, parts of Georgia and the Carolinas, too, could see up to a foot of rainfall. Localized areas in Georgia and South Carolina, Jen, could see way more than that. So we seriously have to watch this threat for flooding and take it very seriously here. In addition to that, also storm surge.
Yes, you know, water coming from the sky and from the water. New video coming in from San Carlos Island. And look at this. We've got water starting to cover the floor in this residence or structure. Boy. This is tough, already happening, and you know, we're just at the beginning of this. This is day one. We'll here in this area. This is near. This is in between Fort Myers Beach and Fort Myers, and you know, tomorrow I think we'll still have a component of onshore wind that will be a factor. We do have a storm surge watch down here, a storm surge warning to the north of that, including Tampa Bay, all the way around Cedar Key area and up around the Big Bend area and over towards Apalachicola, and including St. George Island too. You know, watching that water rise continue. It's been happening. Cedar Key at 1.4 feet right now, water rise. There was a big spike on the sensor here. So I don't know if there was just a really quick water rise or was just a problem with the sensor, but it might have come up a little more than this here just earlier. Now we are coming away from high tide. That's critical. The time of high tide matters. I know you don't have a huge range, tidal range across this area, but still being at the time of high tide, plus some of the strongest winds pushing that water onshore, that combination can really be difficult. And not to mention the heavy rain. You know, when you have heavy rain coming down and surge coming in, that creates some additional flooding problems. Here's some of the peak surge potential. We'll visualize this for you coming up.
blow minds. Nissan Pathfinder Rock Cream.
When migraine strikes, you're faced with a choice. Accept the trade-offs of treating, or push through the pain and symptoms. With Ubrelvy, there's another option. One dose quickly stops migraine in its tracks. Treat it anytime, anywhere, without worrying where you are or if it's too late. Do not take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Allergic reactions to Ubrelvy can happen. Most common side effects were nausea and sleepiness. Migraine pain relief starts with you. Ask about Ubrelvy. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Are you crying? No. There's no crying in baseball. Or with the Capital One Venture Card, because it lets you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day. And you can use those miles on any travel purchase. What's in your wallet?
Gold medal grace under pressure is an everyday occurrence at nap time. Get up to 25% off activewear during the really big active sale and earn Kohl's Cash. Kohl's.
It started. It's the side hug. Tween milestones like this may start at age 9. HPV vaccination, a type of cancer prevention against certain HPV-related cancers, can start then too.
For most, HPV clears on its own. But for others, it can cause certain cancers later in life. Welcome! Now, as the dad cab, it's my cue to help protect them.
Embrace this phase. Help protect them in the next.
Ask their doctor today about HPV vaccination.
Entresto is the #1 heart failure brand prescribed by cardiologists. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. And don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto for heart failure. Novartis may help you save on your prescription.
Could this be menopause? Clear Blue Menopause Stage Indicator uses an app that combines your age, cycle data, and FSH hormone levels over time in a personalized report to share with your doctor to get the clarity you need.
Whoa, Nelly. iPhone 15 with tons of storage. I really want one.
Yo, you've won 14 times on the LPGA Tour. Since when is one enough for you?
That is true.
Get your head out of the sand trap, switch to T-Mobile, and get 4 iPhone 15s on them. And 4 lines for just $25 a line. And you can save on every plan versus the other big guys.
Swing big at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 15s on us and 4 lines for $25 a line.
4.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Debby. Currently in our area, 95 degrees under fair skies.
Look, we've all been there. Your AC decides to quit, turning your home into an unbearable sweatbox, and now you have to deal with it. Hi, I'm Joe. And this is why I invented iFlow, the world's...
Tonight, a few passing clouds, low 71. Winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Damages ceilings and walls, and you're left to pay.
Monday, a mainly sunny sky. Hot. High 98. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour.
Your AC to shut down, but don't worry.
Monday night, clear skies. Low 72. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
That actively breaks down the zuglia and flushes it out of the...
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Those costly clogs. And the best part is, installing iFlow is a breeze. Just stick it on the air handler, connect the iFlow, insert the cleaner cartridge, and you're good to go. And you don't have to be a pro to do it, because there's an iFlow app to help you through it.
For special money-saving deals, visit buyiflow.com.
this hurricane season.
Good heavens, absolute punishment.
Every second counts.
You don't want to be on an interstate with heavy tropical downpours.
America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage, keeping you ahead of the storm.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
It's not just Florida bracing for impacts from Tropical Storm Debby. All of the southeast coast is now in the cone. From Georgia up through Virginia, we could see widespread wind and rain. The National Hurricane Center is already warning of historic rainfall amounts that could lead to catastrophic flooding. We've got some high-octane fuel out ahead of Tropical Storm Debby right now, which is going to allow it to strengthen into a hurricane before making landfall in the Big Bend of Florida come the wee hours of Monday. That's why we have a hurricane warning in effect for this part of Florida. But you can see that much of the peninsula and even stretching into portions of South Georgia and the South Carolina coastline, you're under some sort of tropical storm alert as well. The timing of this, we're going to see conditions continue to go downhill as we go through today across the peninsula of Florida, and then especially once you get into North Florida. Makes landfall tomorrow morning, and then from there it slows its forward progression. There's not a lot up there in the atmosphere wanting to help steer this thing and push it out of the southeast anytime fast. So it's going to linger over the southeast for a little while. That means it leaves behind a trail of very heavy rainfall, some areas seeing a foot of rainfall, and that's on top of what we've already seen. Localized areas could see way more than that. So when you take that much rainfall and you mix it in with the rain that we've already seen, that spells that's the perfect recipe, if you will, for some flash flooding. So we have to watch this part of the country on Monday into Tuesday for flash flooding. Then from there, we have to really be hyper-focused on the Carolina coastline for some extreme flooding, because Debby is just going to sit there for several days. We're not talking about Debby lingering around for a few hours, and we're not just saying Debby's going to linger around for just Monday. Nope, it's going to linger around on Tuesday. It's going to linger around on Wednesday as well. It's not until maybe Thursday or Friday that the system eventually starts to push out of the southeast and we can dry out. However, even when it does push out of the area, Jen, we're still going to see the rivers that are at major flood stage. That water's got to go somewhere. So the impacts here will be lingering for a little while.
Yeah, flooding always is a long-term disaster, really, because you get the initial flash flooding first and the urban flooding, and then you run into the river flooding. Well, Charleston is one of those cities that will have to pay extra close attention to Tropical Storm Debby. We know it doesn't take a lot of rain to affect us here in Charleston and cause flooding, and we're not just going to get a little. We are going to get a lot out of this one. Peak rainfall amounts actually could be up over 10 inches in the Charleston area. And so let's look at that forecast in Charleston, because it's not only about the rainfall. We also have a surge concern of 2 to 4 feet of storm surge, and I'm really worried about the combination of both. So in Charleston, for example, say you get 12 inches of rain. And, you know, the rain comes in, you've got the Ashley, the Cooper, the Wando rivers, the Stono, they all drain out into the Atlantic Ocean. So that's if there's a lot of rain, and that can work in a perfect situation, I suppose, scenario, the water drains out. But when you've got onshore flow that is preventing, or at least slowing, not preventing, but slowing it all down, that makes it that much worse, which is why this is a really concerning situation. We could see some spots getting close to 20 inches of rainfall. It is that kind of atmosphere that we are working with. And because of that, there's a high risk of flash flooding. Savannah, Hilton Head, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, you're in the likely zone. This is Tuesday into Wednesday right now for the timing of that. We know 83% of the yearly flood damages happen on these high-risk days. In fact, at least $1 million in damages on 62% of the high-risk days. So take it very seriously. We've had some rain out there already today here, kind of loosely related to the trough that we have along the East Coast, which is helping to tug Debby make that turn more to the north and more to the northeast. But once we get into the hurricane or tropical storm rainfall, it will become very intense. And this will go on throughout the day on Monday, getting worse throughout the day. Savannah and Charleston, two of the most vulnerable cities for flooding. Climate Central did a study just to show how much of the area with just a 2-foot water rise could affect us here. And so if you're talking about a 2-foot surge plus heavy rainfall, we are really concerned about the flooding, not just along the coast, but inland too. And with the rainfall continuing through Wednesday and even Thursday, this is going to last through the week. All right, so wind along with the rainfall will be a concern for power outages. Winds 30, 40 miles per hour, you might not think of typically causing power outages, but when you have them for 3 days, things can add up and some trees can come down. So we are concerned about that as well going throughout the week. Thursday, you can still see that we're still dealing with it here. Got to be in this for the long haul this week. Charleston, your forecast looks like this. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, rain in the forecast here. Monday, it'll get worse throughout the day. May not be that bad when you walk out the door in the morning, but it does get worse, and the way home will not be an easy one. And Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we could have complete washouts with heavy rain and that potential for flash flooding as we continue to track Tropical Storm Debby.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
Amazing.
Let's go.
With Chevy Equinox EV, you can wake up every day with a full charge. Your crew can have a roomy, no-compromise interior. And starting around $34,995, you and your money can go further in America's most affordable EV with over 315 miles of range. Equinox EV, a vehicle you know, value you'd expect, and a dealer right down the street. Go EV without changing a thing. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
A promise is a trust not to be broken. Whether spoken with an oath,
Do solemnly swear.
It's your first day. You know I got your back, right?
or sealed with a pinky. In 1922, a group of soldiers launched USAA with a promise to take care of their own. And after 100 years, we're still taking care of the military community and their families. That's our mission, always.
Known as a passionate artist. Known for loving the outdoors. Known for getting everyone together. No one wants to be known for cancer, but a treatment can be. Keytruda is known to treat cancer, FDA approved for 17 types of cancer, including certain early-stage cancers. One of those cancers is triple-negative breast cancer. Keytruda may be used with chemotherapy medicines as treatment before surgery, and then continued alone after surgery when you have early-stage breast cancer and are at high risk of it coming back.
Keytruda can cause your immune system to attack healthy parts of your body during or after treatment. This may be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have cough, shortness of breath, chest pain, diarrhea, severe stomach pain, severe nausea or vomiting, headache, light sensitivity, eye problems, irregular heartbeat, extreme tiredness, constipation, dizziness or fainting, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, fever, rash, itching or flushing. There may be other side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions, including immune system problems. If you've had or plan to have an organ, tissue, or stem cell transplant, received chest radiation, or have a nervous system problem.
Keytruda is an immunotherapy and is also being studied in hundreds of clinical trials exploring ways to treat even more types of cancer. It's true. Keytruda from Merck. See all the types of cancer Keytruda is known for at Keytruda.com and ask your doctor if Keytruda could be right for you.
The best things in life come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 thumbs up. And now, buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, 2 months free. All with fast, reliable, nationwide coverage. Make the switch today.
Stem Light Trap attracts and traps flying insects without chemical insecticides. So, no matter what the day cooks up for you, you're never bugged. Stem Light Trap.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
And this is the wet reality that you have in places like Cedar Key, Florida, but really it could be a variety of communities around the Sunshine State that have been treated to just an abundance of rainfall, and now we've got increase of problems. Now, earlier we had some video in places like Cape Coral. You certainly have the situation here in Cedar Key, and we're going to see a lot of other places added to the list in terms of a lot of water, more water than the landscape can handle, and of course, obviously pavement does a horrible job, very inefficient way of dealing with the moisture. Well, I can tell you, welcome back here in Cedar Key. We've got the skies that remain relatively slate gray, and off in the distance, you'll notice some of the islands that kind of a Svengali act. Every now and then you see them, and they're very well defined. In other moments, it's just a bit of a silhouette. This is more of the latter than the former, just the silhouette of those islands. And notice how we start off on one end of the islands, and then we push our way a bit more towards the west, and you'll see the island just kind of disappears a little bit just as the rain courses down from the heavens and strikes the water. We're going to do a little bit of walking. Let's go this direction. The rain, it's all about direction. The rain is coming top to bottom and sideways for you at home. But we're going to move right out here over towards Dock Street, meandering our way along this, well, actually this structure, which is kind of a dock. There is some new construction out here. The reason why is because you remember Idalia came through and caused all kinds of problems. And if we look up right here on the street and then push our view this way towards the south, yep, a lot of rain and a lot of people coming in here and finding the high water. They're turning around and they're just getting right back out. That's the story, folks. You're going to want to keep here on the Weather Channel. We're going to keep, again, obviously giving you the very latest with what to expect with Debby, not just into the evening, but during the overnight. Again, got a great crew behind the scenes in the control room, in our newsroom, and certainly out in the field. All bases covered for you. We will be back out here in Cedar Key around 1 o'clock in the morning till sunrise. So, folks, long time ahead, but remember, it's not just a few hours, it's not just a day, it is days that we're talking about. Then after that, of course, you've got the aftermath. Quite a few stories to say, at the very least. Be safe, make good choices. We'll see you in a bit. Jen, back to you.
All great advice, Reynolds here. Yeah, go try to dry out for a little bit before he gets back out in this weather, because it will be getting much worse for him as we get into the overnight hours and tomorrow morning, expecting a landfall in that general vicinity. I want to talk about the surge and the risks that we're going to see. So Reynolds has been at times earlier, he was on near the pier on C Street, which is this. And so if you follow this, I'm drawing an arrow. If you follow C Street, that takes you out to the pier, into the water, into the Gulf of Mexico. So we've got 1st Street, we've got 2nd Street, we've got 3rd Street. We also have the fire department, and then we also have City Hall. These are just a few that I want to point out because water will be, if we get to the worst case scenario, water could be coming all the way up into this area. So let's put this into motion and show you how the water will evolve. If we get to that worst case 6 foot of storm surge, water inundating this whole area, the Sea Spray condominiums, the vacation rentals over there, the fire department there, the City Hall, which just had renovations because of the surge that we had with Idalia last year. And it was a record surge. This won't be as big as the surge we had from Idalia, but it would obviously be quite impactful. That's what this Flood FX simulation allows us to show you. The Weather Channel can show you how the surge is going to look. It's hard to visualize it or think about it until you can actually see it. So you can see how cars will be taking on water. You can see how water would get into the first floor of these homes and businesses, and roads, of course, covered with water as well, which is why you need to be paying attention to the local officials and to what they are telling you when it comes to getting out of harm's way of the water. There is a storm surge risk across this zone and all the islands up here around Cedar Key. We can also show you actually where else we're looking at a storm surge threat. So in this area, pretty much the whole zone is going to be inundated. Let's take that map and show you what we're dealing with here. That risk of water coming in because of surge, and we'll have heavy rain as well. But I think, you know, in particular Cedar Key, surge is going to be a concern, considering that we've got that potential in the highest level of 6 to 10 feet. So this zone with 6 to 10 feet and maybe 4 to 7 on either side, and then down the coast 3 to 5 feet. I do want to talk about what we've been dealing with already. We've had winds that have been coming in like this, so from southeast to northwest. And so that means any of the south-facing nooks and crannies have been really getting the brunt of any push of water. But tomorrow, think about it, if we have a tropical storm or hurricane up here, and then we've got the water, the wind like this moving the water. So now, you know, coming up and around, now we've got more of an onshore component in Tampa and Tampa Bay and Sarasota and down the coast of Fort Myers. And so while it'll be weakening, becoming ashore, I still think tomorrow is a day of concern for storm surge. So make sure you're ready for that. Storm surge warnings are up. We've got that around the Big Bend area. Also a storm surge watch from Brunswick to Savannah to Charleston. This area coastline, we'll see the onshore flow and about 2 to 4 feet of surge potentially here as we watch in the coming days Debby continue to work through the southeast.
Stay ahead of your child's moderate to severe eczema. And they can show off clearer skin and less itch with Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists that helps heal your child's skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent.
Individual SUVs for individuals. Imagine that. Get offers on select models at the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales event.
Give me a big smile.
Up in the morning out. Big smiles, guys.
All the gear to go back in style. Welcome to your Walmart.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted, because when your Generac detects a power outage, it automatically powers up, giving your family the security and peace of mind they deserve.
We don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
The #1 thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
No, hold on. Use this. How's that?
This is a story about the one. The untrained eye may not see the one as extraordinary, but her goals aren't easy. She fixes. She manages. She perfects. She is extraordinary. Because for the one, maintaining this space transports her to this space. The industrial grade product you need plus 1 million more. Call, click Grainger.com or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here we go. Consumer Cellular uses the same towers as Big Wireless, but then passes the savings on to you. Save your money for something else. Speaking of, I ordered us some Thai food.
For unlimited talk and text with reliable coverage starting at just $20, call Consumer Cellular.
Talenti's salted caramel truffle layers with creamy salted caramel gelato.
Bradley.
Cookies.
I can see the cookies. The jar is see-through.
I knew that.
I knew you knew that.
Talenti, raise the jar.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Debby. Get trusted updates only on the Weather Channel and the Weather Channel TV app.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Meteorologist Paul Gerther live in Tallahassee, Florida. We are awaiting the 5 o'clock advisory on still tropical storm Debby. It has been strengthening, and the forecast is for this to make landfall as we head into tomorrow and also slow down. So rain, wind, huge threats with the system. Not to mention, there's also threats at the coast. Yes, there's plenty of threats inland from this system, including here in Tallahassee. That's why we're here. I want to bring in the mayor of Tallahassee, Mayor John E. Daly. Thanks for joining us. And Mayor Daley, your city is fresh off of severe weather with wind damage and torn internet damage just back in May. Has the city even recovered enough to perhaps weather more potential wind, more potential flooding from what Debby will be bringing over the next 24 hours?
Well, Paul, welcome to Tallahassee. Right. First of all, yes, we from the tornadoes, but it has been quite the year if you think about it. We started off with Idalia last year at this time. We had a bicentennial storm that brought 11 inches of rain in April. We had 3 tornadoes touch down in May, and now we're looking at Tropical Storm Debby. But we are fully prepared. We've been working for this moment for the past week with the county, with the state. We have our assets and our employees deployed. We've been clearing out everything from the stormwater systems to making sure the water systems, electrical, everything is up and running. And to whatever damage that we have, we will respond after the storm passes through. But we are prepared.
And you mentioned those other events, including the flooding from just the persistent deluge of rain you had there. So if people were kind of weather weary, perhaps don't want to ride this out where they live, are there shelters open in the area they can kind of go to just to have that peace of mind?
Yeah, Paul, that's a great point. We've got 6 shelters that are open for the residents of Tallahassee, Leon County. They're located at our schools all over the county. So those are open and ready, and we are accepting people. Also, those that will be evacuating from the coast as well. We also have many sandbag locations that are open up all across our community. So if you want to go and grab your sandbags before the storm comes, there's still time to prepare and take care of your home or your business while we have time. But you are correct. With the storm moving at a slower pace, we are expecting a lot more rain and possible localized flooding here and there. Our fire department, police department, and first responders are ready to activate, and we will do what needs to be done to keep our population safe.
And Mayor, I know many schools are closed, FAMU is closed. What about other closures here? Any city and county and state offices in the area closed in response to Debby?
Yeah, we're all closed tomorrow, definitely, and probably Tuesday. We'll make the call tomorrow, depending on how much damage that we have sustained. Kindergarten through 12th grade is not in school yet. We're still on summer vacation, and the universities haven't kicked in for the fall semester yet either. So right now, we are looking at the government offices being closed definitely tomorrow, and then we'll assess the damage moving forward and see what happens for the rest of the week.
And what's your advice to people who live in the area as, you know, we're getting, within, say, 12, 18 hours of Debby making landfall potentially as a hurricane?
Sure. Well, Paul, you're in Tallahassee right now. It's an overcast afternoon, and we haven't seen the tremendous winds and rains, although you're feeling the breeze downtown. Now is the time to prepare. Now is the time to take care of yourself, your family, your friends, your neighbors. Now is the time to make that one last trip to the store if you need to. And then tonight, let's all just hunker down. Let's be safe, get a good night's sleep, wake up tomorrow. We're going to have the storm event that's going to take place, and it's the opportunity to allow the professionals to go out and do their job and help put this community back together, no matter what damage that we sustain from Debby. But now is the time to finish up your preparations.
Great advice, Mayor Daley. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck for you, your family, and the rest of the residents here in this part of Florida. And Jen, the mayor said it. We even showed the radar there. Now's the time to prepare. You can see the clouds getting thicker. That rain's getting closer and closer, which does include lightning. So it's a no safe place outside when that lightning starts rumbling around. So, you know, it's like tick-tock. If you got stuff to batten down, get in the patio furniture. You know, the pool furniture has been very, very, you know, it's August. Yes. It's hot in this part of Florida. Just got to wrap things up.
Yeah, that's good advice. Make sure those pool umbrellas are down, too. How many folks have lost those in wind from these kind of things? Yeah. Paul, thank you. That, again, was great advice coming in from the mayor. But we need to focus in on the rain elsewhere, too, because this is going to be a huge rainmaker throughout the southeast. Tyler, now an increase in the areas at highest risk for flooding.
Yeah, now we've got 2 back-to-back days of high-risk areas for flooding. That's on Monday and Tuesday, and likely going on into Wednesday as well. As you can see here, we have Tropical Storm Debby that is about 100 miles offshore of Tampa, the west coast of Florida, and that's putting this area in just a prolonged period of heavy rainfall. In the red here, which includes the Big Bend of Florida on through South Georgia, on Monday into Tuesday, we have the risk for seeing some flooding in this area. And then as we get into Tuesday and Wednesday, we also have another high-risk area, which includes Georgia and coastal Carolina. Be aware if you're around, if you see any standing water, don't wade through it because you have no idea what is in those waters. Hey, we're going to be back with more on Tropical Storm Debby, what will soon be Hurricane Debby, right after the break.
The power to blow minds. Nissan Pathfinder Rock Creek.
$5 all-you-can-eat pancakes are back at IHOP for a limited time. Or free with select combo purchase. Now you can get stacks on stacks. At IHOP, we don't just put food on your plate, we put a smile on your plate.
Geico can help cover cars, homes, motorcycles, and even accordions.
You sure showed him.
You bet your pickled peppers I did.
Whatever you need, get more with Geico.
Harlem has everything, but I couldn't find Pilates anywhere. So I started my own studio. And with the right help, I can make this place I love even better.
Earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials with the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card from Chase for Business.
Why do couples choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
I need help with their snoring.
Sleep Number does that.
Thank you.
Save 40% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add an adjustable base. Shop now.
Buy iPhone 12 with super fast 5G and a dual camera system. Then get real unlimited data on the Silver Unlimited plan for just $20 a month for a whole year. That's $300 in savings. Less dollars, more cents. Now with Straight Talk.
If I was back at the beginning, I would choose SNHU all over again.
If you're on the fence about getting your degree at SNHU, you can do it.
At SNHU, having the support that I had really helped me understand what I can accomplish.
After I graduated, I started a new job. My degree has opened new doors that I truly didn't know existed.
All it takes is one simple step, and it can change your life.
Start your future today at snhu.edu.
Mitch and Cam switched phones, and now the family chat's gone green, and all the photos are blurry.
So the kids stopped replying. They barely even visit anymore.
Kids! Kids!
Problem reaching your kids? Yeah, I see it a lot. Try WhatsApp. It's great for any phone, and it's private.
The kids are responding again.
What does IYKYK mean?
If you know, you know.
Well, if I knew, I wouldn't be asking. You know? Got another one. I got another one.
Do you have to repaint your deck year after year after year? Now there's a better way to revitalize your deck with long-lasting results. Introducing Liquid Rubber, an advanced polyurethane deck formula that's 10 times stronger than conventional paint. Liquid Rubber uses the powerful strength of polyurethane to protect your deck 325% longer than paint, so you don't have to worry about
Currently in our area, 95 degrees under sunny skies.
from brutal UV rays, water damage, and harsh weather conditions. With over 1 million gallons sold and 5,000 plus glowing reviews, deck owners can't stop raving about Liquid Rubber. Visit shopliquidrubber.com.
Tonight, generally clear. Low 71. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Get 22% off your entire order. And if that's not enough,
Monday, sunny skies. Hot. High 98. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour.
order plus free shipping.
Monday night, a mostly clear sky. Low 72. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant
Here's our 7-day outlook.
meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel, everyone. We are anxiously awaiting the 5 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. As soon as we get that in, we will give it to you live here on air. In the meantime, Tropical Storm Debby expected to make landfall tomorrow morning, but rain bands are already lashing the west coast of Florida. We have been watching this live camera in Naples, Florida all afternoon. We have seen occasionally people, as you see here, going out to the beach. I don't recommend change their mind and head back in. That's probably the right thing to do. While in Siesta Key, what are we seeing here? A little bit more of the same. It is 35 miles per hour, and it just dreary out here. You got the ponds flowing in the wind, and the heavy rain, and then also the mist coming off of out there. Going around the horn here, we will end with a live look at Sanibel Island. This is also in southwest Florida. Here, same story. We've got the gusty winds. We've got a very feisty ocean out there, a very feisty sea. And the rain beginning to continue to fall down for us, really packing a punch. And that's going to be one of the biggest threats with this system. Tropical storm become a hurricane at some point, Jen, is the heavy rainfall and that flood threat.
And we are awaiting the new advisory. It's due in at the top of the hour, so we'll get that to you as soon as it comes in. But first up, let's look at some of the issues that we're going to face in the southeast from Debby. First up, the winds and the hurricane warnings that are posted along the Big Bend area of Florida, extending inland all the way up to the Georgia and Florida state line. Beyond that, tropical storm warnings into South Georgia and a tropical storm North Carolina. So get ready for days of this here. The tropical storm, we think, once it make landfall, then we're dealing now with a tropical storm that is raining out over Georgia, South Carolina, even North Carolina, with a widespread area of 8 to 12 inches of rain and locally higher amounts. Could we be breaking state record rainfall? Well, it's just over 23 inches, the record to break in South Carolina, and that is the one I am looking at. That was last set back in Florence. You remember what a big flood that was in 2018. All right, so the risk areas, there's a high risk now. This is new. That high risk has been introduced for tomorrow morning to Tuesday morning. It includes Florida, up near where we're going to have landfall, all the way up into South Georgia, including Valdosta, and we've got Savannah and Brunswick and Cumberland Island. There's a large area expecting very heavy rainfall and big rainfall rates, which will drive this risk for flood. Wednesday, we still have another high-risk day, so 2 high-risk days back-to-back, bringing that flood threat through South Carolina all the way up through Charleston and Myrtle Beach. The new advisory has just come in. We did not see a change in the wind, 65 miles per hour. The movement about the same. I think it was at 13 last time. This direction is key, though. So remember, it was moving north-northwest at 13 last advisory. Now it's moving north at 12. That's important because now we're starting to see more return to the north, and then we get more return to the northeast as we approach landfall here. So that's key. Again, the pressure hasn't changed, the wind hasn't changed. Just while we're still on this big view, I want to tell you 2 things that made me think that we're not there yet when it comes to hurricane status. One is the hurricane hunters have been flying through, and most of the strong winds that they're finding are in these outer bands that are well outside of the center of circulation. So the strongest of the winds are not confined right now, actually, to the center of the circulation, and everything's lopsided with everything on the east, and so we've got some shear in here, which is kind of pushing and keeping everything to the east right now, not allowing for that really concentric development and no fast development, which is so lucky, honestly, considering how warm the water temperatures are in this area. This is a part of the Gulf of Mexico here that's pretty dangerous when it comes to that potential for rapid development because it is very warm. It's very warm this year. We are projecting, though, an increase in intensity. So 85 miles per hour as we tomorrow morning into even, making landfall throughout morning hours tomorrow and to the midday hours, and then ramping down to tropical storm status and then staying there for days. This is all the way through Thursday. We've got a forecast of a tropical storm with winds of 50 miles per hour. You can see the movement of it. It kind of, gets that big bulb at the end of the forecast cone because the movement is slow and it might even move backwards. It's a very tricky steering when it comes to that time frame tomorrow. No change there. Tropical storm watch is extended to, and it looks like any change there either. Now, right now, two big bands that we're watching, one in particular that has now created a need for a flash flood warning in between down from Sarasota up to Tampa. All right, we'll continue our live coverage. Let's leave you right now with a scene from Key West where the outer bands have been lashing us.
If you have heart failure, entrust your heart to Entresto. Improve your heart's ability to pump blood to the body. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. And don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood, kidney problems, or high potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto for heart failure. Novartis may help you save on your prescription.
Are you crying? No. There's no crying in baseball. Or with the Capital One Venture Card, because it lets you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day. And you can use those miles on any travel purchase. What's in your wallet?
The power to blow minds. Nissan Pathfinder Rock Creek.
To truly embrace the fine life, you must learn to let go. Bienvenidos a la vida más fina.
Starting a business is never easy, but starting at 8 months pregnant, that's a different story. With the Chase card, we got up and running in no time.
Earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase with the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card from Chase for Business.
Scout is protected by Simparica Trio, and he's in it to win it. Simparica Trio is the first chew with triple protection. Oh, please! And ticks! Intestinal worms! Whoa, heartworm disease! No problem with Simparica Trio. This drug class has been associated with neurologic adverse reactions, including seizures. Use with caution in dogs with a history of these disorders. For winning protection, go with Simparica Trio.
The freshest milk. 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 Check. The freshest bread. The freshest bread. The freshest bread. The freshest bread. The freshest.
The mood can strike at any time. And with Cialis Daily, you're always ready to perform. Medication is prescribed online and delivered discreetly to you. Get a 3-month trial pack at TryRexMD.com.
This is important news for young adults and parents of children and teens who have been harmed by social media addiction. According to sworn testimony, social media platforms such as Facebook and Instagram designed their platforms to lure young people into spending more time viewing them, resulting in social media addiction, depression, anxiety, eating disorders such as anorexia or bulimia, insomnia, self-harm, suicidal thoughts, suicidal attempts, and even suicide. If you or your child were addicted to any of these social media platforms and as a result suffered from depression, anxiety, eating disorders such as anorexia or bulimia, insomnia, self-harm, suicidal thoughts, attempts, or even suicide, call the attorneys at Davis & Crump at the number below right now to see if you're eligible for a cash award. If you or your child were harmed by social media addiction, call the attorneys at Davis & Crump at the number below now to see if you're eligible for a cash award. Our first consultation is free, and we don't get paid unless you get paid. Call now. Operators are standing by.
And so breaking news for you right now with the news advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. No significant changes with Debby with this latest advisory. The wind still at 65 miles per hour. It is still a higher end tropical storm. Pressure 992, north movement at 12 miles per hour, sitting right now about 120 miles to the west of Tampa. You see Tampa sitting right in here, and the center of circulation is due west at this point, and now moving to the north. We are expecting a hurricane before landfall, however, as it is expected to go north and then northeast, potentially making landfall here in the Big Bend of Florida in the morning hours tomorrow. Let's show you what's going on with the hurricane warnings out there. Basically, between Apalachicola and Cedar Key is the expected landfall location. Hurricane warnings in effect in those spots. Extending beyond that, highlighted in red, tropical storm warnings. All right, so that will be literally South Florida all the way up Tallahassee, South Georgia. Tropical storm watches highlighted in yellow that will include areas even farther inland now, and also watching for coastal locations here like Savannah and Brunswick and Hilton Head and Charleston, because there could be the possibility that Debby comes in this direction and may lurk near the southeast coastline here over the next couple of days. Hurricane watch, in effect, and that includes places in and around Cedar Key and then just south of there. So here's a close-up view for you, okay? So Cedar Key officially in that hurricane watch. Hurricane warning is north of there. I know cities like Perry, you're way too familiar with this scenario with the hurricane landfall last year. But you can work your way from, say, Ocklackney. Would say this. It's a relatively low population area. That's good, but it does get very low. This is mostly wildlife area in here. And so if you're gonna have a landfall and a place, it might be the most ideal location because there's lower population. Having said that, if you're living in a place like Perry, we'd recommend that you're out. If you haven't already evacuated, you might want to go back toward I-10, get out of the flood zone at least. Cross City, same for you. But we will have onshore flow, we believe, in places like Cedar Key, where we do expect several feet of water inundation and storm surge. So again, the lowest lying areas there, you'd want to get out. Here's a look at the track. And this is a little squirrely. I get it. It looks weird. But here's the deal. We're expecting by overnight tonight it to be a Category 1 hurricane, winds potentially as high as 85 miles per hour. So there's good certainty, we believe, in the forecast up to about here. But then notice there's this kind of almost like a balloon at the end of it because the steering flow basically disappears. And so basically at that point, the system is just going to wander. Could that be off the coast? It could be. Could it be all the way up here, maybe into like western North Carolina? That's a possibility in any point in between because there's nothing that is moving this along and steering it. So it just literally wanders aimlessly here for potentially days, most of next week, in fact. This is why we're very concerned about the flood risk that comes along with this. There's a look at it on the satellite. Well formed at this point. You can clearly see the counterclockwise circulation anticipating further strengthening through the evening tonight. On the visible satellite, there is some convection near the center. I would expect a little bit more convection later on tonight. And then look at the radar. We're getting hammered right now with heavy rain through the peninsula. See the banding that's up in here. Some of those could produce severe thunderstorms or even brief tornado touchdowns. We do have issues down in here across Florida with issues with tornadoes and flash flooding. Take a look at some of the winds that we're getting right now. Somewhere between 30 and 40 miles an hour. A lot of wind happening for us right now, mostly out of the south and an onshore flow in some of these spots. Take you down toward Alligator Alley, Collier County with a tornado warning. With that cell right in there, potential for tornadoes. So again, in your lowest level of your home, down to the ground floor, protect yourself from window and exposed walls. Go farther north around the Port Charlotte area. We've got tornado warnings there around the Sarasota area. Again, you can see the overwhelming view here that's got the spiraling bands, and each and every one of these bands could end up producing severe weather and tornadoes. Tornado watch in effect for us here until 8 o'clock this evening. Does include Fort Myers, Tampa, Orlando, I-75, I-4, portions of I-10. Jacksonville, you're in that as well. So there's more than just actual storm itself. As we go through this week, hurricane conditions expected in the Big Bend here overnight and into Monday. Life-threatening storm surge here along the Gulf Coast and heavy rainfall that's likely to result in flash flooding. It will not be just Florida, however, Alex.
Right now, Debby, lashing parts of Florida. We know what is headed our way. Let's look at what's happening, though, across the Sunshine State. Not much of it today. North Point, Cedar Key, and Fort Myers, just a few of the locations you're looking at. The wind-blown palm trees, the surf has been kicking up. I know our Reynolds Wolf has been in Cedar Key. The water wash on shore. Right now, Florida, of course, seeing the most significant of issues, but those issues will begin to spread into parts of the southeast. We're talking Georgia and the Carolinas. We look at the rainfall totals. Rainfall to come between now and Saturday of next week. Mike mentioned this is going to be with us for a long time. Locally higher amounts than a foot, but look at this zone of red. That's 8 to 12 inches. So a foot likely in parts of West Florida from Cedar Key towards the Tampa metro area. And when we're talking about a metro area with 5 to 8 or 8 to 12-inch totals likely, that means significant risk of flash flooding, especially in these downtown areas of Tampa and St. Pete, where we could see standing water. Jacksonville is going to be another spot, 5 to 8 inches likely, especially in the northern parts of Duval County. And so that could lead to plenty of street flooding. River flooding will be an issue here across North Florida, even Orlando, 2 to 3 inches, especially on the west side of town. But look at the print begin to pick back up. We get into Georgia, a lot of 8 to 12 inch plus totals likely there as that system stalls out. We look at the flash flood potential. This is the short term. So this is now through tomorrow morning. Likelihood of flash flooding from areas south of Tampa up to the Big Bend area, where the heaviest and steadiest of rain will be within the next 12 to 24 hours. Even some localized flash flooding, though, up through parts of, say, Savannah and Charleston. As Tropical Storm Debby crosses over Florida, we're going to be watching the northwest part of the state, or northeast part of the state, excuse me, in the zone for not just the flooding, but also severe weather. So severe weather today, possible along the west coast, but also up the western part of the state, expected to be hit especially hard. We want to check in with our meteorologist, Paul Goodlow. He is on the ground in Florida. He is in the state capital of Tallahassee. Hey, Paul.
Hey there, Alex. Again, here in Tallahassee. Clouds are increasing here. We're starting to still feel the tropics or dew points in the mid-70s right now. So definitely it's air you can wear. Luckily, the breeze has been picking up. It's all because we have Debby on the way. Some of the cloud field already coming on in here. I want to bring in Ed Mansouri. You're actually the owner of WeatherStem. We use your cameras all the time. Before we talk about that, let's talk about you. You live here in Tallahassee.
Yes, sir.
What have you been doing to prepare for the onslaught of Debby?
Just the normal, following the protocols of emergency management, making sure my supply kit is up to date, bottled water, generator all tuned up, ready to go, and hope I don't need it, but it's looking more and more like we probably will.
And let's talk about your network of cameras, because we use them extensively. Yes, because you guys can be in places that it's just not safe for us to be in person.
Yeah, a number of the systems we have are down on the coast, just south of Tallahassee. Solar powered, cellular. So even if the power in and out, we're still going to be able to broadcast data, not just the camera imagery, but they have weather stations on all of them.
In fact, there's a weather station there. There's no camera. And also, if you can kind of pan to the left there, you can see that's a weather station we have here in Tallahassee. Now, what type of weather are those things rated for? How strong can the winds be before they become perhaps just, shrapnel?
So this project we have with the state of Florida's Division of Emergency Management, those systems are very fortified. They're wind rated to withstand up to 185-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that was sort of part of the statute of the program we did with them. So they'll take a beating, and hopefully they will not take too hard of one, because hopefully Debby doesn't get as strong as it possibly could.
Now, is that with the cameras as well as the weather?
Yes, sir. Yep. They have very fortified. They stream data literally moment by moment. The cameras are live streaming, so very useful to have in these sort of situations.
Well, let's just talk about Tallahassee in general. They've had massive flooding back in April. Then the tornadoes in May. Now it is August. We're dealing with a hurricane, potential hurricane on the way.
It's been a rough 6 months, and we've been, and from a hurricane standpoint, Idalia missed us to our east. Back in 2018, Michael was headed right for us and kind of went west of us. So, I'm hoping our number's not up, but the latest outlook from the National Hurricane Center, it looks like we might be getting a hit on this one.
And if you can kind of describe the, topography of this area of Florida. People don't realize that. Okay, thinking Florida's something about beaches and
you hear Florida, you think a lot of people think Mickey Mouse, Disney World, but it's beautiful here. We have 150, 200-year-old oak trees, and that's sort of the concern. Is if we have even a weak hurricane, you're going to see a ton of those trees come down, long power outages. There was a Hurricane Kate in '85 that was only a Category 1, and the locals here still talk about it. So the trees, our beautiful trees, are a blessing and a curse in a hurricane situation.
Yeah, this time of the year, forecast, they can really come down. Ed, thank you for your time being out here. Thank you for the WeatherStem cameras. They'll definitely help us tell our story and keep people safe.
Thank you.
So, Alex, also, by the way, Alex, he's also a fellow Penn Stater. So he did grad school here at Florida State.
I love to hear that.
He's a Penn Stater. Yes.
Well, we are headed his way.
But we're going to weather this out. And, so every time you see those WeatherStem, you got a We Are Penn State guy who's responsible for that. So.
Thank you.
I dig it. I dig it. Paul, thank you so much. And I guess, they're on the Florida State campus, too. A little interesting stuff. All right, we've got plenty to watch in Tallahassee. As you mentioned, the trees there, a blessing and a curse, because trees coming down widespread across the area during the tornadoes during May, still trying to clean up from that. We've got other areas, though, where we could see potential issues. Mike, one of those, Charleston, South Carolina, and it's on a short list of places we think of when we think of flooding.
Absolutely, and Paul was talking about the trees, right? They've got the beautiful live oaks there in Charleston as well, and the last thing you want to see is some really high winds and some flooding that could maybe really cause you some problems. Here we are virtually in Charleston. Get used to this site. It is going to rain and rain and rain, we fear, and the water may come up and up and up, and flooding is going to be a huge concern for you here in Charleston. We take a look at this track, and one thing that may happen is the system just stalls somewhere in here for the next few days after it makes this landfall in Florida. And so Monday night into Tuesday, into Wednesday, into Thursday, we could have Debby sticking around for us here. So hurricane warnings in effect here, highlighted in purple. Tropical storm warnings highlighted in red. That will include now tropical storm watches out ahead of that, and those may eventually become tropical storm warnings, if not even hurricane warnings, if it re-strengthens once again out here over the. All right, so you look at this forecast. These are big totals. This goes through Saturday. Again, the forecast calls for this thing to stall and stick around. Large area here of 12 inches of rain, locally higher amounts, more than a foot could be coming your way, and maybe more than 1.5 feet in some instances. You take a look then at the possibility of flooding. Monday into Tuesday, high risk highlighted in red. It's a pretty large area. Tuesday into Wednesday, highlighted areas including Savannah and Charleston and Myrtle Beach. I think about interior locations as well, like a Waycross or a Somerville or a Conway. These are all places that you can see significant tropical system. And think about this. On high-risk days, 83% of high-risk days is when we see most of our damage, all right? At least 1 million in damages on 62% of high-risk days. So the price tag then becomes very high for a lot of these flood disasters. Moderate risk days, 4%. So you take a look at this, though. The large area here from Florida up into South Carolina that's under a flood watch, and this will go on for days, unfortunately. But again, like a Macon, heads up for you. Maybe as far inland as an Augusta or even a Columbia could end up seeing some flooding out of this. This is the high-resolution future radar. I think this gives you an idea, at least, of what may be taking place as we go through time. Here's Monday afternoon. Center of the storm is still over Florida, but now notice the heavy rain that's lashing us here in Georgia and in South Carolina, and onshore flow that comes along with it, but it's around endlessly, it will seem like. Here we are Tuesday night, it's still around. Wednesday morning, it's still hanging around. And you take a look at that rainfall forecast again, huge amounts could be coming our way, especially coastal Georgia and South Carolina, Alex, but even inland areas will see a month or 2 months worth of rain out of this.
Yeah, really, really tough forecast ahead for these areas. And then we've got the storm surge potential. This is water inundation, saltwater inundation over normally dry ground. Storm surge warnings from the Big Bend area down towards the Tampa, St. Pete metro, even around Sarasota. Storm surge watch farther to the south. And then you see those storm surge warnings in effect coastal sections of Georgia and South Carolina. So we're going to have the push of one shore in addition to heavy rainfall. So this lead to, a double-edged sword of problems where you've got the inundation of the salt water, but then you've also got the fresh water coming down, the rainfall-induced flooding. Storm surge watch indicates life-threatening inundation from rising water possible within 48 hours. The warning means it is expected within 36 hours. So listen to your local authorities. If you are within an evacuation zone, you're going to want to take those warnings seriously. Get out of the area because we do anticipate parts of the Big Bend of Florida to be inundated with water. Already seeing some water over normally dry ground. Fort Myers running about 3.2 feet up. Cedar Key at this point, a half foot. I know Reynolds was monitoring the high tide as well. Port Manatee, 1.3 feet, so about 1.33 feet above normally dry ground. When we look at the storm surge potential, this is the reasonable worst case scenario, 6 to 10 feet inundation. Now, as Mike pointed out, areas north of Cedar Key, generally pretty rural, more wildlife areas. So hopefully that does us favors. But obviously, if you are in this area, if you are in one of those evacuation zones, keep that in mind. We've got convex or curved out coastlines experience lower surge like the Outer Banks, but these concave areas like the Big Bend will experience higher surge. Mike?
All right, Alex, thank you very much for that. Also watching the severe weather threat, because with some of these bands associated with Debby, we do have tornadoes that are a problem, flash flooding as well. Take you down toward the Sarasota area around Port Charlotte. Charlotte, DeSoto, and Sarasota counties under a tornado warning right now until 5:30. Please get to the lowest level, ground floor, and away from windows and doors. And again, you can see Sarasota County under that warning is 5:30. With those storm cells in there, could produce very quick tornado touchdowns. Please get to your safe spot right away. And these will not be the only tornado warnings that we see for the remainder of this event. So be prepared for that, even if you're not evacuating, know where to go if tornado warnings are issued. And we're back with Debby coverage after this.
The power to blow minds. Nissan Pathfinder Rock Creek.
STEM Light Trap attracts and traps flying insects without chemical insecticides. So no matter what the day cooks up for you, you're never bugged. STEM Light Trap.
I'm Amanda, and I've struggled my whole life with my weight. I had some health issues which affected my hormones, and my metabolism literally just crashed work. I wanted to feel good, and I needed to find something that could help me eat right and learn how to do it. The GOLO plan and release has given me back my metabolism, and it means that I have the energy to live every day I want to. Thanks, GOLO.
Geico can help when you're locked out with their easy app and 24/7 help.
Dad, you don't have to make this so tough on yourself. Geico is sending someone to unlock our car right now.
Yeah, but where's the fun of that? Whatever you need, get more with Geico.
Here are your keys.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted, because when your Generac detects a power outage, it automatically powers up, giving your family the security and peace of mind they deserve.
We don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it on yourself. Have a home standby generator.
And a generator is easier than ever. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
Make the bunny circle over and under. Get one bunny. Pull. Did you just do it? You did it. Let me see. I gotta look.
Want to know a secret? More than just my armpits stink.
Dax, that's why I use Secret Whole Body Deodorant for clinically proven odor protection everywhere. So I smell great all day, all hike, and all night.
Secret Whole Body Deodorant.
Bounce back fast from heartburn with Tums Gummies and love food.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Debby. Currently in our area, 95 degrees under fair skies.
And today, the story of the phone captioning service that's keeping people with hearing loss connected. The company, Clear Captions, providing a phone which allows users to read what the caller is saying.
Tonight, generally clear. Low 71. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
I couldn't use a regular phone. We stopped being able to talk to each other.
Monday, sunny skies. Hot. High 98. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour.
Stay connected and still be independent.
Monday night, a mostly clear sky. Low 72. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Amazing service. Call now to see if you qualify.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Or Medicare required. Clear Captions will install and provide the service all at no cost to you. Call today. 1-800-268-8923. That's 800-268-8923.
power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We are tracking Debby, still a tropical storm as of the 5 o'clock advisory. It has moved to the north, though. Traveling north now, still a storm 65 miles per hour. It is forecast to strengthen to a hurricane as it makes landfall sometime tomorrow morning on the Florida Panhandle. Meteorologist Paul Gerther live in Tallahassee. Let me show you some pictures from Charles Peak's drone shot earlier today here in Tallahassee, which is the capital of the state of Florida, showing you some of the prep work they were doing there. They were hooking up generators, taking down some renovation work. They're getting the state capitol ready, a historic building there, for whatever Debby can bring. Again, it's forecast to strengthen to a hurricane, but the concern is this system's going to slow down, and the weather impacts it will bring, yes, of course, the wind, but widespread is going to be the rainfall, perhaps days and days of rain. We haven't had any rain yet here, but see on the radar, it continues to spiral towards this area in North Florida. And in response, MU has canceled classes for our University of Florida in Gainesville. Has canceled classes. Local grade school is not in here in session yet here in Tallahassee. Other counties in North Florida, they've been canceled. Southern Georgia have canceled classes just to be on the safe side. You want the people, you want the kids off the roads while we kind of weather this, and also potential flash flooding. And Alex, this, we said this with even Beryl, we said this even back in the day in Harvard, that the models are putting out some decent amount of rainfall. And often, Alex, sometimes these storms outperform these models. With the models, it's pretty high.
Yeah.
And then Mother Nature says, yeah, let me show you what I can really do here.
And we've seen that, as you mentioned, in recent years with Harvey. We saw it with Florence in eastern North Carolina. Could we see this with Debby? A lot of the forecast models are saying, yeah, that slow motion, that wayward track does give you pause. Well, Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis, he's helping to mobilize resources ahead of the storm's arrival. He spoke earlier today to us about the flooding potential that Debby could bring to his state.
The amount of water, though, that this is going to drop as it enters our state and goes to the northeast is going to be significant. North Central Florida already has been saturated this summer, so we are preparing for flooding throughout that region.
And many Florida cities are brisk flooding in addition to high storm surge, damaged winds as well. Mike, I know we're keeping a close eye on all of these threats, and for a lot of areas, it's multiple threats. You may be under a hurricane warning, a storm surge warning, a flood warning, a tornado watch, everything today.
It's a lot to ingest. There's no doubt about that. It can make you nuts. I get it. Let's slow down here, bring you the forecast, give you some understanding what's going on here. You can make really wise decisions for you and your family. Right now, we have a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm sitting about 120 miles to Tampa, okay? It's moving off north, expected to make a landfall in the Panhandle, the Big Bend area of Florida tonight, okay? But it's likely going to be a hurricane when it does that, potentially as high as 85-mile-per-hour winds, and that's going to happen probably tomorrow late morning or so. Then you look at what happens after that. It's going to make its way through Florida and Georgia, and then it could emerge back out over the Atlantic. It could stay inland. It could come even farther north after that. We just don't know exactly, and that's what spread once Tuesday with that forecast, because the steering currents completely break down. There's a complete collapse of that, and so there's nothing to push it around, so it truly may just meander. This is why that flood risk is so high, because if it sticks around for several days, it just means continuous showers. Here's a look at what we're dealing with right now. Rain in Crystal River, in Perry, in Apalachicola. Winds are starting to pick up a little bit now. Would not be surprised to see winds gusting 40 to 50 miles an hour late tonight. Winds could come in as it makes its landfall. Here's how much water we're talking about. Likely going to see another 6 to 8 inches of rain highlighted in this orange area. And then as it comes farther inland, may likely see even more up into, say, Georgia and then the Carolinas. But a place like Cedar Key Could 8 to 10 inches of rain be in our forecast? Absolutely, which could cause some flooding in addition to the onshore flow that you'll see here, because you'll be on the right front quadrant side of the system with the onshore push that could last for quite a long time. So tonight you're going to get winds that come out of the south in this direction. Here you're going to have winds that come out of north. So the water is actually being pushed out here at Apalachicola Key. And then you'll still have being in the center up in this area. Again, this is all wildlife area up in here, which is great. Again, there are small cities in there, place like Perry, we've worried about you, but the flooding then pushes its way up into I-95, all highways you'd want to avoid the next couple of days. We, of course, are going to continue to monitor the conditions of this tropical system as it nears a landfall. We're going to take you out to our crews in the field when we come back right here on special coverage from the Weather Channel.
The power to blow minds. Nissan Rock Cream.
Entresto is the #1 heart failure brand prescribed by cardiologists. It was been superior, helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. And don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema. With the most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or Entresto for heart failure. Novartis may help you save on your prescription.
My daughter is Mila. She is 19 months old. She is a little ray of sunshine. One of the happiest babies you'll probably ever meet. Children with Down syndrome typically have a higher risk for developing acute myeloid leukemia, or just leukemia in general. And here we are.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital works day after day to find cures and save the lives of children with cancer and other life-threatening diseases.
She was referred to St. Jude at 11 months. They knew what to do as soon as they got her diagnosis. They already had her treatment plan drawn out, and they were like, this is what we're going to do, this is how long it's going to take, this is how long in between. This place is like a family to us now. Like, I can't say and always a big thing to everybody, because everybody knows that anything medical is going to be expensive. We have received no bills since being at St. Jude. We have paid for nothing.
Thanks to generous donors like you, families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live. For just $19, you'll help us continue the life-saving research and treatment these kids need now and in the future. Join with your credit or debit card right now, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt that you can proudly wear to show your support.
Anybody and everybody that contributes anything to this place, no matter if it's a big business or just the grandmother that donates, once a month, they are changing people's lives. And that's a big deal.
This is the story of the one who believes being prepared is not just a way of life, it's how he helps everyone stay safe. He sweats the small stuff before it becomes big stuff. For the one, being an unsung hero in a building full of everyday heroes is just how he likes it. The industrial-grade products need delivered fast. Click Granger for the ones who get it done.
At Domino's, we know there's a lot of pressure to tip these.
Great. So, now take a look at this screen real quick.
Which is why we want to say
Thanks for the tip.
by tipping you back. Tip your driver $3 or more online and we'll tip you $3 to use on next week's order.
This hurricane season, America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first. With minute-by-minute coverage.
This is a data case.
Receive instant information every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
Well, here you can see rain bands from Debby moving across southwest parts of Florida, inundating the area. As this is Captiva Island, drivers trying to carefully navigate those high waters. Thunderstorms, not a lot of folks out. If this was your vacation week, you're like, man, this is rough. Drops. I mean, Mike, we look at some of these totals across the state. They are going to be crazy high. The most beautiful today, actually, this is Sanibel Island. You can see that palm tree taking a beating. Somebody out there for a walk, but we have been seeing those winds picking up through the day today. And yeah, you're just kind of kicking sand because you're like in between showers.
Yeah, and the Gulf Coast, sometimes, you know, when you see these cameras, not today.
Not
it's
today.
Really churned up. We're going to push a lot of that water on.
Yeah, there's a lot to watch for. Unfortunately, many threats. I think some of you may find yourself under like 4.
Full map. Let's break it down for you. In purple, this is the expected landfall location here in the Big Bend of Florida. This is mostly wildlife refuge area and protected area. Hurricane watches in orange. That includes around Cedar Key. That could be upgraded to a warning. Tropical storm warnings highlighted in red. That's going to be all this area that basically surrounds the hurricane watches or warnings, because we're expecting those winds farther inland. And then you see tropical storm watches in the areas that are highlighted in yellow. And what I'd say about that up here is it's more a matter of time than anything else as the system pushes in that direction. I think we'll see the tropical storm force winds. It's just it may not get there for another say day and a half or so. All right, so 65-mile-an-hour winds with Debby, north movement at 12 miles per hour, and expect to make even a northeast turn tomorrow. You can see where the center is, sitting right in here, due west of Tampa. We've got outer bands. They've been bringing us some severe weather here across the peninsula of Florida. Down in here, we've had tornado warnings. We've got a lot of rain coming down, so flash flooding, an ongoing issue in many spots here. All right, so the tornado warning, thank goodness, just expired here around the Port Charlotte area, so no longer a threat, but that's the storm right up in there. Still got maybe a little bit of rotation on it right up in there, just north. These things are moving quick, and so be prepared at any point to have to take shelter, because I would say this, with these tropical systems, typically they are brief tornado touchdowns, but again, they may only last a minute or two, but if that tornado touches down in your neighborhood, it's a bad day. It's a bad day for sure. Look at the winds right now, very gusty, generally out of the south, generally between 30 and 35, the high night winds right now in Tampa, 20, gusting to 37. Buoys offshore gusting to nearly 50 miles an hour. These winds only accelerate here, Alex, over the next, say, 12 to 18 hours.
All right, Mike, we are looking live right now at Tallahassee, Florida, as things begin to look ominous, right? It's set stage for what Debby's going to bring. We've seen the winds pick up across the state. You're going to start to see your winds pick up, rain, and we know the beautiful tree coverage could lead to some issues. Trees falling into homes, vehicles. Please keep that in mind. Our Paul Goodlow has been monitoring the situation in Tallahassee. City braces for yet another impactful weather event. Paul, we had tornadoes move through the area during the month of May. We've had, of course, recent history with previous hurricanes. I'd imagine they're like, not again.
Yeah, we also had flooding in April. The month to business owner Adam Corey about if he's feeling like here in this part of Florida, we're starting to see more and more big-time impactful weather. This is what he had to say.
I've lived here off and on for 25 years, and I can tell you in that time, when I went to Florida State University, they never canceled class for a hurricane. It's just like unheard of. You know, we were hoping for a hurricane party, never got one. But I think the weather has really increased over years, and the impact. We never had a tornado until May 9th that really came through and affected this area like it did. So yeah, we're taking things a lot more serious.
And preparations hopefully should be wrapping up, because take a look at the skies here. They are darkening in a hurry. We're literally minutes away from more of the first kind of outer rain bands sweeping into Tallahassee. The Winds are still freshening a little bit. There's some lightning out there. It's going to be time to perhaps begin to hunker and ride this one out. We do expect landfall sometime in the daylight hours of your Monday morning here to ride out our fourth named system of the 2024 Atlantic hurricane season. We're back after this.
Power to blow minds on Pathfinder Rock Creek.
With Tums Gummy Bites and love food back.
Is your dog telling you they may have allergic itch? And for allergic itch, that veterinarians have trusted for over 15 million dogs. And it starts working in just 4 hours.
Do not use in dogs with serious infections. May cause worsening of existing parasitic skin infestations or pre-existing cancers and serious infections. New neoplasias have been observed. Do not use in dogs less than 12 months old.
Ask your vet for Apoquel, now available in a tasty chewable.
Are you crying? No. There's no crying in baseball. Or with the Capital One Venture Card, because it lets you earn on double day, and you can use those miles on any travel purchase. What's in your wallet?
When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Emergency plumbing? Done well. So the next time you have a project, the millions of homeowners who use Angie to care for their home. Get started at Angie.com.
Your weekend just got better with great summer deals at Macy's. Save on everything you need the rest of the season with an extra 15% off. Today through Sunday at Macy's.
No, hold on. Use this. How's that?
How am I gonna find a doctor when I'm hallucinating? What do you think, Beaver Mounts?
What about ZocDoc?
ZocDoc?
Dr. Castell has a great bedside manner.
So many options.
But Dr. Shi-chan will take your sketchy insurance. Shi-chan, 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 Shi-chan.
Thanks, bro.
You've got more options than you know. Book now.
This is Mary Ann's first time visiting Paris.
Voulez-vous?
Before Mary packed her bags, before she had downloaded Babbel. So when it came time to tell a cab driver to take her to the Hotel Pierre,
J'aimerais aller à l'Hôtel Pierre.
Oh, c'est très bien. Babbel focuses on natural conversation. You can speak and pronounce with confidence. Start speaking a new language in 3 weeks at Babbel.com.
The best things in life come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 thumbs up. And now, buy any phone when you switch to Cellular and get 2 months service free. That's right, 2 months free. All with fast, reliable, nationwide coverage. Make the switch today.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Debby. Get trusted updates only on the Weather Channel. And
well, we know that the town of Cedar Key, Florida, is especially vulnerable to flooding because of storm surge. And here at the Weather Channel, our exclusive flood effects simulator gives us a look at how Cedar Key fare in this landfall. Potentially up to 6 storm surge, several blocks inland here, and it's right through the center of town. So many of the businesses that saw flooding, we had a similar flooding with this to become a Category 1 hurricane at landfall tomorrow, late morning, early afternoon, give or take a couple of hours there, but that would put us in the right front quadrant hit and put onshore flow into Cedar Key once again, and this is what it could potentially look like in Cedar Key. And then on top of this water, you would have wave action on top of that driven by the winds, which would make it a true flood disaster in places like Cedar Key. We've gone through this one too many times. Last year, we're doing it again this year.
Yeah, what we had with Idalia. I want to look at some of the potential impacts here in the Big Bend area. Again, Tallahassee getting soaked, of course, across the west coast of Florida today. It has just been an absolute rainy day, to say the least. I mean, you're getting drenched. The wind has been picking up. That'll be a continued story through the remainder of evening and overnight as this system not just advances closer to landfall, but is expected to strengthen to a hurricane. A lot of 5 to 8 in some of these areas. Now, the rainfall, that's the amount of courtesy of the rain. And see, most of that rain will be coming in as we move through the overnight hours and during the day tomorrow. So the Weather Prediction Center, high risk of flooding. Flash flooding, those usually account for, unfortunately, most of our damages and most of our deaths when it comes to flooding. So please keep that in mind. It is going to be a dangerous day when it comes to flooding across North Florida, parts of Georgia, even coastal South Carolina, with very heavy rainfall courtesy of Debby coming your way, Mike.
All right, and we're going to take you now virtually to Tampa and show you what's happening for us. All right, that's a live look, and the wind's about 18, gusting to 30. Are blowing a little bit here. Bad yet. That's not terrible. And I wouldn't expect the winds to get a whole lot stronger than they are now. You know, could you see gusts to 40 or 45 potentially? But I don't think it's going to be necessarily devastating wind for you. But there's going to be a lot of rain. This is a virtual view of Tampa. We showed you the live picture. This is what's going to be like probably for at least the next 24 hours. So heavy rain could cause some localized flooding, intersections that could fill up with some water. And it might be difficult to travel around the Tampa Bay area. You can see the heavy rain right now, waterlogged here. A couple of areas where we have right now that does include between Sarasota and Tampa. So I think travels on I-75 are going to be very difficult for you. I think I-4 is also going to be a very difficult highway to be on. Manatee and Sarasota counties where we have our flash flood warning that goes until 8 o'clock. Would not at all be surprised if that is extended or we see additional flash flood warnings in other counties because we're getting so much rain, same locations over and over. Rainfall rates 1 to 2 inches per hour. How much more rain is still to come? In several locations here around Sarasota, half a foot will be common. Tampa, north there, you can see 8 come your way here. So again, all these locations we have to be worried about flooding. For Tampa, how much rain coming our way? Well, generally speaking, moderate rain in our forecast until at least, say, 10 o'clock tonight, then lighter rain and periods of heavier rain tomorrow as well. And you can see 25 to 30 miles an hour. Alex.
Yeah, from Tampa to Charleston.
Hey all again to the Hutchinson Candid Rail Fan Production Outlet. I hopefully you all enjoy the live tracking coverage outlet of Tropical Storm Debby outlet from the Weather Channel. Hopefully you did enjoy outlet, and I brought you all the live weather information that I brought you all outlet. Now, sorry for the number of technical issues out. Lily, if you guys are watching, I know the stream had been having some connection issues and some other technical problem issues out late here. Hopefully that will hopefully I can get those fixed for you guys if I can. This is my very first time doing it, and so yeah, I sure hoping you did enjoy. I sure hope now that all of you did enjoy the live coverage from the Weather Channel on tropical storm on tropical storm Debby Alley and and of course I will bring you all I'll be bringing you all another live stream tonight of the rest of the live coverage of that tropical storm and hurricane as well. So I expect another live stream to come up tonight, Ellie. Thank you all very much for watching. Have a great rest of your evening. Have a rest of your Sunday. And I'll see you all very soon for the weekend episode, for the weekend show of the Weekend with Adam show, episode number 65. That's right, number 65. So I'll see you all tonight at 5:30, 6:30 p.m. I'll see you all tonight at 6:30 p.m. Central Eastern Standard Time, 5:30 Central Time out on for the weekend show. So take care, everyone. Stay awesome. This is Hutchinson, Kansas Rail Fan Productions live on YouTube. Signing off.